Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry evicted the Dursleys by buying their street through a Goblin proxy at age 9. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Cupboard Economist. The blood was the problem. Not the pain. Harry had learned to manage pain years ago, compartmentalizing it somewhere behind his eyes where it became just another sensation, like hunger or cold. Not the humiliation, that had stopped mattering around the time he'd realized that no amount of good behavior would change how the Dursleys saw him. Not even the injustice, which had calcified into something hard and patient inside his chest. No, the problem was the blood dripping onto Vernon's financial newspaper. Harry pressed his sleeve against the cut above his eyebrow, the fabric already stiff with previous stains that Petunia's furious scrubbing had never quite managed to remove. The newspaper had been thrown into the bin outside his cupboard, along with a broken teacup Dudley had smashed and blamed on Harry, which had earned him the split eyebrow in the first place. Harry had retrieved it hours ago, after the house fell silent. The blood spotted the corner of an article about property investment. He should have been sleeping. The cupboard was dark except for the thin line of light from the hallway, barely enough to make out the cramped print. His eyes ached. His head throbbed. And tomorrow he'd have to explain the injury to his teacher with whatever excuse Petunia manufactured, walked into a door, fell down the stairs, clumsy boy, always getting into scrapes. But the newspaper article described how a company called Berkshire Holdings had purchased 17 properties on a single street in Manchester, waited for the value to increase, and then sold them for twice what they'd paid. Harry read it again. Then a third time. The mathematics weren't complicated. Even at 9 years old, even with the sporadic education that came from a school that had long ago learned not to expect much from the strange Potter boy, Harry understood the basic principle. Money bought property. Property gained value. Value became more money. The Dursleys owned number 4, Privet Drive. That ownership was the foundation of everything. Vernon's pompous lectures about providing a roof over Harry's ungrateful head. Petunia's constant reminders that he should be thankful they'd taken him in at all. The cupboard under the stairs that was his because they allowed it to be his, and could stop allowing it whenever they chose. What if someone else owned the house? The thought was absurd. Harry was 9 years old with no money, no family, no power of any kind. He wore Dudley's cast-off clothes and ate whatever scraps made it past his cousin's considerable appetite. He owned nothing but a broken pair of glasses and a thin blanket that smelled of dust and old wood. But the thought didn't go away. 3 weeks later, Harry found the letter. He'd been having the dreams again, strange, fragmented things full of green light and a woman's scream and something that felt like flying. The dreams always left him feeling raw and exposed, like a wound that wouldn't quite close. Sometimes, in the moments between sleep and waking, he thought he could hear a voice. Not words, exactly. More like the echo of words, spoken in a language he'd once known but had forgotten. The letter appeared on a Tuesday, materializing out of thin air while Harry huddled in his cupboard, holding his broken glasses together with tape he'd stolen from Dudley's desk. One moment there was only darkness and the smell of cleaning supplies. The next, there was a soft pop of displaced air and the sound of paper settling against his blanket. Harry didn't scream. He'd learned early that screaming brought attention, and attention was rarely good. Instead, he went very still, barely breathing, waiting to see if the Dursleys had heard. Nothing. Vernon's snores continued unabated from upstairs. The house remained silent. Harry's fingers found the letter in the darkness. Heavy paper, thick and expensive feeling, with a texture like nothing he'd encountered before. He traced the edges, found a seal of some kind, what felt like wax pressed with an emblem. He waited until morning, until Vernon had left for work and Petunia had taken Dudley to his piano lesson, which mostly involved Dudley complaining while the instructor's smile grew increasingly fixed, and then he retrieved the letter from where he'd hidden it under his mattress. The seal bore a symbol he didn't recognize, a coat of arms with a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake, surrounding a large letter H. The envelope was addressed in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive. Little whinging Surrey. Harry stared at that for a long moment. The cupboard under the stairs. Someone knew. Someone had written it down, put it on an envelope, sent it through whatever strange method had dropped it into his hands. Someone knew, and instead of helping, they'd sent a letter. He opened it. The letter was from a bank. Not a normal bank. Harry gathered that much from the elaborate language and the strange references to things like vault access and magical inheritance and the express condolences of the Goblin Nation regarding the untimely passing of your esteemed parents. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The name meant nothing to him, but the contents of the letter meant everything. Dear Mr. Potter, our records indicate that the Potter family vault, 687, has remained dormant since the deaths of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans on October 31, 1981. As you are approaching the age of magical awareness, and as our monitoring charms have detected significant emotional distress from the registered account holder, we are obligated to inform you of your inheritance status. The Potter family vault currently contains liquid assets, 847,291 galleons, 14 sickles, 7 nuts, property holdings, see attached Schedule A, investment portfolios, see attached Schedule B, family artifacts, see attached Schedule C. Please note that full access to these assets is restricted until your 17th birthday, except in cases of emancipation, medical emergency, or authorization by your magical guardian, currently listed as Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. For any questions regarding your accounts, please contact your assigned account manager. May your gold flow ever inward. Griphook Jr. Account Manager, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London Branch. Harry read the letter 7 times. He didn't understand all of it. Magical awareness. Goblin Nation. Galleons and sickles and nuts. But he understood enough. His parents had left him money. A lot of money, if the numbers meant what he thought they meant. His parents had been wealthy, and that wealth was supposed to be his, and instead he was living in a cupboard wearing his cousin's old clothes and being beaten for crimes he hadn't committed. Someone named Albus Dumbledore was his magical guardian. This Albus Dumbledore had left him here. Harry carefully folded the letter and placed it back in its envelope. Then he sat very still in his cupboard, breathing slowly, feeling something shift inside him. He had resources. He had options. He had, for the first time in his life, leverage. Now he needed to figure out how to use it. Research was difficult when you were 9 years old and confined to a cupboard most of the time. Harry began slowly, carefully, gathering information like a magpie collecting shiny things. He paid attention when Vernon read the financial pages aloud, muttering about market fluctuations and property values. He studied the bills that came through the mail slot, noting the amounts, the due dates, the threatening red letters that sometimes arrived when Vernon had been too absorbed in golf to remember payments. He asked questions at school, not obvious ones, but oblique queries about how banks worked, what mortgages meant, why some houses cost more than others. His teachers were puzzled by this sudden interest in economics from a boy who usually seemed half asleep and barely present. But they answered his questions, because teachers generally did when you asked politely and looked genuinely curious. Harry learned about interest rates and equity and liens. He learned about holding companies and shell corporations. He learned, most importantly, about leverage. 6 weeks after the letter arrived, he wrote back. It took him 4 drafts to get the tone right. Not desperate, desperation was weakness, and weakness got exploited. Not demanding, demands without power were just noise. Instead, he aimed for professional. Businesslike. The kind of letter that Vernon might write when he was trying to impress a client. Dear Mr. Griphook, thank you for your letter regarding the Potter family accounts. I have several questions about the current status of my inheritance and the restrictions placed upon it. First, I notice that my magical guardian is listed as Albus Dumbledore. I have never met Mr. Dumbledore, nor has he ever contacted me or checked on my welfare in any way that I am aware of. What are the legal responsibilities of a magical guardian, and has Mr. Dumbledore fulfilled them? Second, you mentioned that full access to my assets is restricted until age 17, except in cases of emancipation, medical emergency, or authorization by my magical guardian. What constitutes emancipation in the magical world? What are the criteria? Is there a process? Third, while I understand that I cannot access the full contents of my vault, are there provisions for education, basic needs, or emergency expenditures? My current living situation is challenging, and I am curious what options may be available. Fourth, I noticed that the letter referenced property holdings. Could you provide information about what properties the Potter family owns, where they are located, and whether any income is currently being generated from them? Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Sincerely, Harry James Potter. He'd stolen the envelope and stamp from Petunia's desk drawer. The address, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Diagon Alley, London, seemed impossible, but no more impossible than a letter appearing out of thin air in a cupboard under the stairs. Harry mailed the letter on his way to school, dropping it into the red postbox on the corner of Privet Drive and Magnolia Crescent. Then he waited. The response came 3 days later, again appearing in his cupboard with that soft pop of displaced air. This time, there was also a small package wrapped in brown paper. Mr. Potter, your inquiry has been received and forwarded to my attention as Senior Account Manager for potentially complex client situations. Junior Manager Griphook has been reassigned to your file as primary contact due to his initial outreach and his expressed interest in your case. I will address your questions in order. First, magical guardianship carries significant legal responsibility under the Wisingamot Statute of 1784. These responsibilities include regular welfare checks, minimum quarterly, supervision of educational development, management of inheritance assets in the minor's best interest, and general oversight of the child's physical and emotional well-being. Your guardian's failure to meet these obligations could theoretically constitute grounds for removal of guardianship status. However, such proceedings would require filing with the Wisingamot, and the current chief warlock of that body is Albus Dumbledore himself. I trust you understand the complication. Second, emancipation in magical Britain may be granted under several circumstances. Marriage, assumption of a family lordship, requires specific inheritance conditions and a full ritual of majority, demonstrated magical and financial independence, or legal petition approved by the Wisingamot. Again, the chief warlock issue applies. Third, the Potter accounts include a provision for educational expenses, established by your paternal grandfather Fleamont Potter. This provision allows for withdrawal of up to 500 galleons annually for any expenses related to the education, health, or basic welfare of the heir. This provision has never been accessed, though its existence has been documented in communications with your magical guardian since 1981. Fourth, I have enclosed Schedule A, Property Holdings, with this letter. You will note that the Potter estate includes 3 residential properties, 2 commercial properties, and extensive land holdings in Devon and Scotland. Current income from these properties is being held in a separate revenue account. The package contains a sample of wizarding currency for your reference, a self-updating ledger that will show your account balances, and a charmed stone that will allow written messages to reach Gringotts more quickly than Muggle Post. I am curious, Mr. Potter, what you intend to do with this information. May your enemy's gold flow ever outward, Senior Account Manager Ragnuk Gringotts Wizarding Bank P.S. Junior Manager Griphook wishes me to convey that he found your initial letter refreshingly mercantile, and requests permission to correspond with you directly. Harry unwrapped the package. 3 coins of different sizes and metals, a large gold one, a medium silver one, and a small bronze one. A leather-bound notebook that, when he opened it, showed columns of figures that shifted and changed as he watched. And a smooth black stone, about the size of his palm, warm to the touch. He held the stone and thought very carefully about what he wanted to say. Mr. Ragnuk and Mr. Griphook, thank you for this information. It has clarified my situation considerably. I note that my magical guardian has failed his legal obligations while simultaneously blocking the most obvious avenues for addressing that failure. I also note that the Potter accounts include property holdings and available funds that could theoretically be used for my welfare. I have a question that may seem odd, but I would appreciate a direct answer. Is there anything preventing the Potter accounts from making investments or purchases in the non-magical world? And if such purchases were made through I believe the term is holding company, would those purchases require approval from my magical guardian? I look forward to your response. H.J. Potter. He pressed the stone, felt it warm briefly under his fingers, and the message vanished. Less than 20 minutes later, words appeared on its surface, glowing faintly green. Mr. Potter, no. And no. I believe you should visit us in person. Griphook. Getting to London was easier than Harry expected and harder than it should have been. The easy part, the Dursleys didn't notice when he left. They barely noticed him at all unless they needed someone to blame or someone to do the chores. On a Saturday morning in late April, while Vernon played golf and Petunia took Dudley to buy new trainers, his third pair this year, because Dudley kept outgrowing them, Harry simply walked out the front door and didn't look back. The hard part, he was 9 years old, small for his age, wearing clothes that hung off his frame and glasses held together with tape and willpower. The bus driver looked at him strangely when he asked for a ticket to London. The woman at the train station clucked her tongue and asked if he was lost. A policeman in Paddington gave him a long, assessing look that Harry deflected by pretending to check a bus schedule with great concentration. But nobody stopped him. Nobody demanded to know where his parents were. In the end, the world's indifference to one small boy was its own kind of freedom. The letter had included directions: proceed to the Leaky Cauldron, Charing Cross Road. Ask for entrance to Diagon Alley. The bank is the large marble building you cannot possibly miss. Harry had memorized them before burning the letter in the small hours of the morning, the flames casting dancing shadows on his cupboard walls. Charing Cross Road was crowded with Saturday shoppers, tourists with cameras, businesspeople rushing to unknown destinations. Harry walked carefully, keeping to the edges of the crowd, watching for the pub that supposedly existed between a bookshop and a record store. For a long moment, he couldn't see it. There was the bookshop, Foyles, the sign said, and the record store next to it, and between them only a grimy wall and, wait. The pub flickered into existence like a channel changing on a television. One moment there was nothing, the next, there was a battered wooden door beneath a swinging sign that read the Leaky Cauldron. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Magic was real. He'd known that, intellectually, from the letters that appeared from nowhere and the glowing stones and the hints of power that sometimes crackled under his skin when he was frightened or angry. But seeing this, a building that simply hadn't existed until he'd looked at it the right way, made it concrete. He pushed open the door. The Leaky Cauldron was dim and shabby, smelling of wood smoke and something spicy sharp that Harry couldn't identify. A few patrons hunched over drinks at scattered tables. A fire crackled in an enormous hearth despite the spring warmth outside. The bartender, a bald man with a face like a friendly walnut, looked up as Harry entered. Merlin's beard, the man breathed. It can't be. Harry's stomach clenched. I'm looking for Diagon Alley, he said, keeping his voice steady. I have business at the bank. The bartender, Tom, according to the small plaque on the bar, was staring at Harry's forehead. At the scar, Harry realized. The lightning bolt that he'd had for as long as he could remember, that Petunia had once told him came from the car crash that killed his parents. The car crash that clearly hadn't been a car crash at all. Of course, Tom said, recovering himself with visible effort. Right through the back, young sir. Would you like an escort? It's a bit much for a first visit. I'll manage, Harry said. Thank you. He could feel Tom's eyes on his back as he walked through the pub, through a small courtyard dominated by rubbish bins, to a plain brick wall. The letter had said to count bricks, 3 up, 2 across, and tap. Harry didn't have a wand, but the instructions had mentioned that the wall would respond to any sufficiently magical touch. He pressed his palm against the brick. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the wall began to move, bricks folding and sliding apart like a puzzle solving itself, revealing an archway that opened onto a street that made Harry forget, just for a moment, everything he'd come here to do. Diagon Alley was impossible. Shops stacked on top of shops, leaning at angles that should have sent them crashing down. Windows full of cauldrons and broomsticks and robes that moved on their own. Owls perched on every available surface. People in robes of every color walked past, some floating packages behind them, some leading children who stared at displays of sweets and toys with naked longing. It was beautiful. It was overwhelming. It was, Harry realized with a pang that surprised him, the place he should have grown up knowing. Instead, he'd had a cupboard. The anger returned, cold and steady, and Harry used it to focus. He was here for business. The wonder could wait. Gringotts was, as promised, impossible to miss. A towering building of white marble, its columns carved with images of goblins in gold, its bronze doors flanked by creatures that were clearly not human, shorter than adult men, with long fingers and pointed ears and faces that seemed to be assessing Harry's net worth as he approached. The doors swung open at his touch. The interior of Gringotts was even more impressive than the exterior, a vast hall lined with high counters, behind which goblins in perfectly tailored suits scratched figures in massive ledgers, counted coins, weighed precious metals. Crystal chandeliers cast rainbows across the marble floor. Everything gleamed with the kind of wealth that didn't need to prove itself. Harry walked to the nearest available counter, where a goblin with wire-rimmed spectacles was examining a ruby the size of a chicken's egg. "Excuse me," Harry said. "I'm looking for Griphook. He's expecting me." The goblin looked up. His eyes, dark and shrewd, traveled over Harry's face, paused on the scar, and then dropped to take in the ill-fitting clothes, the taped glasses, the general air of a child who had traveled a long way without adult supervision. "Name?" the goblin asked. "Harry Potter." A silence fell over the immediate area. Goblins at nearby counters turned to look. A wizard who had been concluding some transaction dropped a bag of coins, which scattered across the floor. The goblin with the spectacles permitted himself a thin smile. "Junior Account Manager Griphook will be informed of your arrival. Please wait in Reception Area 3. He gestured, and a younger goblin appeared as if from nowhere. "Follow me, Mr. Potter." Reception Area 3 was a small, comfortable room with leather chairs, a fireplace, and no windows. Harry sat very straight, trying not to look as nervous as he felt. The chair was designed for adult wizards, and his feet didn't quite touch the ground. The door opened, and a goblin entered. Griphook was young, Harry thought, though he wasn't entirely sure how to judge goblin ages. His features were sharper than the other goblins Harry had seen, his suit slightly less conservative, his manner as he approached Harry carrying a sense of barely contained energy. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said, taking the chair across from him. "You came. You invited me. I suggested. Invitation implies certainty of acceptance." Griphook's smile was all teeth. "Tell me, Mr. Potter, how did you get here? No adult accompanied you. The bus and train would have required money. And London is a long way from Surrey for a child to travel alone." "I walked part of it," Harry said. "And I'm good at not being noticed when I don't want to be." "Clearly." Griphook leaned back, studying Harry with an intensity that would have been unsettling if Harry hadn't spent years being studied by people who wished him harm. At least Griphook seemed to be looking for potential rather than weakness. "Your letters have been intriguing. Tell me about this holding company idea." Harry had rehearsed this. He'd practiced the words in his cupboard, whispering them to himself in the dark until they felt natural. "The Dursleys own their house on Privet Drive. That ownership is the only reason they have any power over me. They can't use my money, they don't even know it exists. But they control where I live, what I eat, whether I go to school, because they control the property. Continue. If someone else owned the property, someone who wasn't them, they'd lose that power. And if whoever owned the property decided to make changes, the Dursleys would have to deal with that. They couldn't just ignore it like they ignore everything else about my situation. Griphook's smile widened. You want to buy your relative's house out from under them? I want to buy the whole street, Harry said. Or as much of it as I can. Every property. Every business. Everything that makes Privet Drive what it is. And I want to do it through a company that the Dursleys can't trace to me, so when they start getting letters about new ownership and possible changes, they'll have no idea who's behind it. Why the whole street? The house alone would accomplish your immediate goal. Because the Dursleys care about appearances. About what the neighbors think. About being normal. Harry's voice was flat, emotionless. He'd practiced that too, because the anger was still there and he couldn't let it make him seem weak. If I just bought their house, they'd fight it. They'd find some way to make trouble. But if the whole street changes, if their neighbors suddenly have a new landlord, if the property values shift, if everything around them becomes uncertain, they'll be too busy managing the situation to realize what's really happening until it's too late. Griphook was silent for a long moment. Then he stood, walked to the door, and called out something in a language Harry didn't recognize. A few minutes later, another goblin entered, older, with grey in his hair and a weight to his presence that made Harry sit up straighter without meaning to. Senior Account Manager Ragnuk, Griphook said. The Potter heir, as promised. Ragnuk took the third chair, moving slowly, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. You're 9 years old. Yes. You've proposed using your family's wealth to purchase property in the non-magical world, through a shell company, for the purpose of, Ragnuk paused. What, exactly? Revenge? Escape? Simple cruelty? Freedom, Harry said. I want to not be trapped anymore. And if that means the people who trapped me have to experience some discomfort, I can live with that. And what happens after you own the street? After your relatives are evicted? What then? This was the part Harry had thought about most carefully. The part that kept him awake at night, staring at the cupboard ceiling, trying to imagine a future that seemed impossibly far away. I don't know, he admitted. I have a magical guardian who's supposed to be responsible for me but who's never once checked if I'm alive or dead. I'll be 11 in 2 years, and I assume something happens then, something about magical education, from what the letters implied. But I can't plan for all of that yet. What I can do is change my immediate situation. Make it so the Dursleys don't have power over me anymore. After that. He shrugged. I'll figure it out. Ragnuk glanced at Griphook. Something passed between them, a communication Harry couldn't interpret. The Potter accounts have been dormant for 8 years, Ragnuk said slowly. No active investments. No growth. Just gold sitting in a vault, doing nothing. From a purely financial perspective, this proposal represents an opportunity. From a political perspective, Griphook added, it represents something more. The boy who lived, allied with Gringotts. Learning our methods. Thinking like us. Harry didn't know what boy who lived meant, but he could guess it was connected to the stares and whispers and the way the bartender had looked at his scar. Another piece of information to file away for later. What percentage would Gringotts take? Harry asked. This time, both goblins smiled. 12% of any profits from property appreciation, Ragnuk said. Standard management fees for maintaining the holding company. Advisory services charged at our usual rates, though given the unusual circumstances, we might consider a discount for the initial year. And in exchange, we handle everything. The company formation, the property acquisition, the legal frameworks. All you have to do is approve major decisions and provide the initial capital from your educational expense fund. Harry thought about it. 12% was significant, but without Gringotts, he had no way to accomplish any of this. No way to form a company. No way to buy property. No way to do anything except sit in his cupboard and dream about freedom he'd never achieve. "Done," he said. Griphook's grin was predatory. "Then let's discuss the details." They talked for hours. Harry learned about shell companies and property law, about Muggle conveyancing and magical contract enforcement. He learned that Gringotts had an entire department dedicated to non-magical business operations, because wizarding gold needed to flow through Muggle economies sometimes, and goblins had been managing such flows for centuries. He learned that the company would be called Serpent Holdings Limited, Griphook's suggestion, with a humor Harry didn't fully understand but appreciated anyway. He learned that the acquisition would be gradual, strategic, designed to avoid attention. Start with properties on the market already. Move to approaches for owners who might be convinced to sell. Only at the end, when the net was closing, go for the houses of people who thought they'd never move. Number 4, Privet Drive would be last. This will take time, Griphook warned him. Months, perhaps a year. Property acquisition is not a rapid process, and we want this to look natural. A pattern of purchases that might occur for any number of reasons. I've waited 9 years, Harry said. I can wait a little longer. You'll need to return to the Dursleys, Ragnuk added. For now. The blood wards that your guardian placed on the property are tied to your presence there. If you leave permanently, people will notice. Questions will be asked. Blood wards. Another term Harry didn't know, another piece of information to file away. What are blood wards? Protective magic based on familial blood ties. In your case, apparently activated by your aunt's relationship to your late mother. While you reside with someone who shares your mother's blood, certain protections are in place. Ragnuk's expression was unreadable. It is, I am told, an impressive piece of magic. It is also, coincidentally, the justification your guardian has used for leaving you in your current situation. Harry absorbed this. His aunt's blood. His mother's sacrifice. A magical barrier that kept him safe, and also kept him trapped. The wards require me to live there. They require you to call it home. The interpretation of that requirement is, flexible. So I could live somewhere else most of the time, as long as I returned occasionally. Griphook and Ragnuk exchanged another look. In theory, Griphook said. But that would require resources. A place to stay. Funds. And movement between the magical and Muggle worlds that would be, complicated. For a child your age. I'm learning, Harry said. I have time. The sun was setting by the time Harry left Gringotts, his pockets heavier than when he'd arrived. The goblins had given him a bag of galleons, for immediate expenses, along with a charmed pouch that would always find its way back to him if lost or stolen, and a small mirror that would let him communicate with Griphook in emergencies. They'd also given him something more valuable, a schedule. A timeline for the acquisition of Privet Drive, with milestones and checkpoints and clear metrics for success. Harry had a plan now. A real one, with professionals helping him execute it. The walk back through Diagon Alley was different this time. He could see beyond the wonder now, could notice the details, the way some shops were clearly more successful than others, the patterns of foot traffic, the economic logic underlying the magical chaos. A bookshop with dusty windows and empty shelves, struggling. A broomstick store with a gleaming new model in the window and a line out the door. A pub at the corner where wizards gathered to drink and gossip, coins changing hands in ways that suggested both legitimate commerce and something less official. This was a world with its own economy, its own rules. And Harry had just inserted himself into its financial system as an active player. The leaky cauldron was busier now, evening drinkers filling the tables. Tom the bartender caught Harry's eye as he passed through, looking like he wanted to say something, but Harry kept moving. He wasn't ready for conversations. Wasn't ready to be Harry Potter, the boy who lived, whoever that was supposed to be. For now, he was just Harry. A boy with a plan. The bus back to Surrey was nearly empty. Harry sat near the window, watching the lights of London fade into suburbs, the suburbs fade into the familiar grimness of Little Whinging. His body ached from the long day, and hunger gnawed at his stomach. He hadn't eaten since grabbing a bread roll from the Dursleys' kitchen before dawn. But beneath the exhaustion, beneath the hunger, something new was growing. Hope, maybe. Or something harder than hope, determination. He reached Privet Drive just as full darkness fell. The Dursleys' car was in the driveway, lights on in the sitting room. Through the window, Harry could see Dudley's massive silhouette planted in front of the television, Vernon's bald head visible over the back of his armchair. They hadn't noticed he was gone. Harry slipped around the back of the house, through the garden gate, to the kitchen door that he knew how to open silently. The house swallowed him back up, and within minutes he was in his cupboard, door closed, darkness complete. His hand found the leather pouch under his blanket, felt the weight of gold coins inside. Not long now, he told himself. Not long. The following months were an exercise in patience. Harry returned to his routine, school, chores, the cupboard, occasional beatings when Vernon's temper spiked, but everything felt different now. The cupboard was still cramped and dark, but it no longer felt permanent. The Dursleys' cruelty still hurt, but it no longer felt inevitable. Every blow, every insult, every missed meal was just another payment toward a debt they didn't know they were accruing. The mirror grip hook had given him let Harry track progress in real time. Property on the corner, acquired. The small shop 3 doors down, acquired. The house at the far end of the street where old Mrs. Henderson had recently moved to a care home, acquired. Serpent Holdings was growing. Harry studied the pattern, learning how Griphook approached each acquisition. The company never overpaid, never seemed too eager. Some properties came through estate sales, others through approaches made to owners who were already thinking about selling. A few required more creative solutions, debts purchased at discount from banks, then leverage applied carefully until sale seemed the most sensible option. It was ruthless. It was effective. It was, Harry thought, exactly the kind of thing the Dursleys would do if they had the intelligence and resources to pull it off. The irony wasn't lost on him. At school, Harry continued his quiet study of economics and law. His teacher, Miss Patterson, seemed pleased by his sudden interest in grown-up topics, though she gave him odd looks sometimes when his questions became too sophisticated. Harry learned to moderate himself, to seem curious rather than calculating. At the Dursleys, he practiced being invisible. It wasn't hard, they preferred to pretend he didn't exist anyway. He did his chores quickly and thoroughly, stayed out of Dudley's way, made himself so unremarkable that days could pass without Vernon or Petunia acknowledging his presence. The less they noticed him, the less likely they were to wonder what he was doing. And at night, in his cupboard, Harry practiced something else, controlling his magic. The letter had called it accidental magic, but Harry was beginning to suspect that the accidental part was less about the magic itself and more about the control. He'd always been able to do things, impossible things, things the Dursleys called freakishness and punished him for, but he'd never understood what was happening. Now, armed with the knowledge that magic was real, that he came from a magical family, that there were schools and teachers and entire systems built around this power, Harry began to experiment. Small things at first. Making a pencil roll across his desk without touching it. Convincing a spider in his cupboard to move to a different corner. Warming his blanket on cold nights through sheer force of will. The magic responded to emotion, he discovered, but it also responded to intention. When he was scared or angry, it erupted without direction, but when he was calm, focused, specific about what he wanted, he could guide it. Shape it. Make it do what he needed. By the time winter came to Little Whinging, Harry could unlock his cupboard door without touching it. By spring, he could light a small flame in his palm, just for a moment, before it flickered out. By summer, Serpent Holdings owned over half of Privet Drive. The confrontation came on a Sunday in late July, 3 weeks before Harry's 10th birthday. Vernon was reading the newspaper at the breakfast table, Petunia fussing with Dudley's bacon. He wanted more, he always wanted more, Harry washing dishes at the sink. A normal morning. An unremarkable scene. Then Vernon made a sound, a grunt of surprise that shifted into something darker. What the bloody hell is this? Petunia looked up. What is it, Vernon? Vernon's face was reddening, a vein pulsing in his temple that Harry had learned to recognize as a warning sign. This letter. From some company I've never heard of, claiming they've bought property on our street and want to discuss, he spluttered. Community improvements. Renovation plans. What is this rubbish? Harry kept washing dishes, kept his face neutral, kept his breathing steady. Inside, something fierce and triumphant was unfurling. The letters had started. The Dursleys were finally seeing what everyone else on Privet Drive had been receiving for weeks, notices from Serpent Holdings about their new role as property managers, invitations to community meetings, suggestions for improvements that might affect the neighborhood's character. Give me that. Petunia snatched the letter, scanning it with quick, anxious eyes. Serpent Holdings Limited. I've never heard of them. Have you? Of course I haven't. Some developer, probably. Trying to turn this place into, they own 17 properties, Petunia said, her voice thin. They own the Hendersons' place. The Smiths' rental. The corner shop. That's impossible. Someone would have said something. The letter says they acquired properties gradually over the past year. To minimize disruption to the community. Vernon was out of his chair now, pacing, his breakfast forgotten. This is outrageous. I'll call someone. The council. Our solicitor. This kind of thing shouldn't be allowed. What kind of thing? Petunia asked. Buying property? That's not illegal, Vernon. It should be. Coming in here, taking over, changing things. This is our neighborhood. Our home. Harry dried a plate carefully, precisely, and put it in the cupboard. His hands weren't shaking. He'd practiced this moment too many times in his head to let his body betray him now. Boy. He turned. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Vernon was looking at him with the particular hatred he reserved for moments when he suspected Harry of something but couldn't prove it. Do you know anything about this? About what, sir? Don't play stupid with me. This Serpent Company. This letter. Is this some freaky business? Some plot? I don't understand, Harry said, letting confusion creep into his voice. I've been at school and doing chores. I don't know anything about property companies. Vernon's eyes narrowed. For a moment, Harry thought he might push, might grab him, shake him, try to beat the truth out. But Petunia intervened, her voice sharp with her own anxiety. Don't be ridiculous, Vernon. How could the boy have anything to do with it? He doesn't even have money for the bus. Vernon grunted, unconvinced but lacking evidence. Get out of my sight, he told Harry. I need to make some calls. Harry nodded and retreated to his cupboard, closing the door behind him. In the darkness, he pressed his hand against the mirror Griphook had given him. It started, he whispered. Griphook's reply came within seconds, glowing text on the mirror's surface, I know. We're watching. Phase 2 begins next week. Harry smiled in the dark. Phase 2, the mortgage. The Dursleys had been making their mortgage payments to Barclays for 15 years. They'd never missed a payment, never been late, never given anyone reason to question their reliability. But mortgages could be bought and sold. Banks packaged them with other loans, traded them to investors, moved them around the financial system like cards in a particularly complex game. Serpent Holdings, through a series of intermediaries, had acquired the mortgage on number 4, Privet Drive. The letter arrived in August, official and devastating, Dear Mr. and Mrs. V. Dursley, We are writing to inform you that your mortgage has been acquired by Serpent Holdings Ltd as part of a portfolio purchase from Barclays Bank. All existing terms and conditions remain in effect. Please direct all future correspondence to our Surrey office. Vernon's reaction was spectacular. Harry listened from his cupboard as his uncle raged through the house, slamming doors, calling solicitors, threatening lawsuits. Petunia wept at the kitchen table, overwhelmed by the sudden uncertainty in their carefully controlled lives. Even Dudley seemed subdued, sensing that something had gone wrong without understanding what. Over the next several weeks, things got worse. Serpent Holdings sent surveyors to evaluate the street. Sent notices about planned improvements, new street lighting, repaved roads, upgraded utilities, that would require construction access to private property. Sent invitations to community meetings where residents could voice their opinions, knowing that the Dursleys would either have to attend and engage with the company they despised, or stay home and lose any influence over what happened. Vernon chose to fight. He hired a solicitor, who wrote letters demanding information about Serpent Holdings' ownership and intentions. The responses were impeccable, legally perfect, professionally cordial, utterly uninformative. The company was registered in Jersey, one of those places where corporate privacy was valued more highly than transparency. The neighbors, meanwhile, were adjusting. Some were pleased by the improvements. New streetlights meant better security, repaved roads meant no more potholes. Others were wary, waiting to see what the new management would do. A few had already sold their properties to Serpent Holdings, taking advantage of offers that were, by local standards, surprisingly generous. The Dursleys received no such offer. When Vernon demanded to know why, the company replied that they had not yet determined their plans for that particular property. "They're going to evict us," Petunia said one evening, her voice hollow. "That's what this is. They're going to take our home." "They can't do that," Vernon said, but the certainty was draining from his voice. "We own this house. We have a mortgage with them. They can do anything they want." Harry, washing dishes at the sink, said nothing. He didn't need to. The final move came in October, on a rainy Wednesday that turned Privet Drive's new streetlights into blurred orbs of gold. Griphook had explained it carefully. The Dursleys' mortgage was variable rate, subject to adjustment based on market conditions. The market, through methods Harry didn't fully understand but trusted were legal, or at least legally ambiguous, had experienced conditions that justified a significant rate increase. The new payment amount was beyond what the Dursleys could comfortably afford. Harry watched from his cupboard window. He discovered he could create a small viewing hole with careful magic, as Vernon read the letter at the breakfast table. His uncle's face went from red to purple to something closer to white, the color of a man who saw disaster coming and couldn't stop it. "How much?" Petunia asked. Vernon didn't answer. He just handed her the letter and sat very still, staring at nothing. Harry heard Petunia's gasp. Heard her voice crack as she said, "We can't. Vernon, we can't possibly, I know. What do we do?" "I don't know." That night, the house was silent. No television. No Dudley demanding snacks. No Vernon blustering about the injustice of it all. Just silence, heavy and oppressive, pressing down on everything. Harry lay in his cupboard and didn't feel triumphant. He'd expected to feel triumphant, had imagined this moment so many times, had savored the thought of his relatives brought low by the same forces they'd always used to make him feel powerless. Instead, he felt tired. And maybe something else, something he couldn't quite name. Not guilt, they deserved this, had earned it through years of cruelty and neglect. But something. Grief, perhaps, for the family he'd never had. For the life that might have been, if they'd chosen to love him instead of hate him. He pushed the feeling away. There would be time for emotions later. Now, there was only the plan. 3 weeks before Christmas, the Dursleys received a formal eviction notice. Serpent Holdings, citing the family's inability to meet their mortgage obligations, was exercising its right to reclaim the property. They had 30 days to vacate. Vernon tried everything. He called solicitors, wrote letters, even appeared at the local council office to demand intervention. But Serpent Holdings had done nothing illegal, nothing that could be challenged in court. They had simply done what any property company might do when a mortgage holder defaulted. The Dursleys had defaulted, and now they were losing their home. What happened next surprised even Harry. Petunia came to his cupboard. It was late, past midnight, and Harry had been practicing lighting flames in his palm, small and controlled, when he heard the footsteps approach. Then the lock clicked, and the door opened, and there was his aunt, her face ghostly in the darkness. "You did this," she said. Harry didn't deny it. There was no point now. "Yes." Petunia was silent for a long moment. Then she slid down against the wall, sitting on the cold floor of the hallway, her eyes level with Harry's where he crouched in his cupboard. "How?" "I found out about my parents," Harry said. "About the money they left me. About magic." Petunia flinched at the word, but didn't interrupt. "I wrote to the bank, the magical bank. They helped me form a company. Bought property. Bought your mortgage." Harry kept his voice flat. "It wasn't hard. It just took time. You're 10 years old. You kept me in a cupboard for 9 years. That gives a person a lot of time to think." Another silence. Somewhere in the house, Vernon snored, oblivious. "I told him," Petunia said finally. "When the letter came, your Hogwarts letter, I told Vernon we should throw you out. Let you find your own way. You weren't our responsibility." Harry's jaw tightened, but he waited. He said no. Said it would look bad, neighbors asking questions. Said we'd keep you until you were old enough for that school, and then you'd be their problem. Petunia's voice was barely a whisper now. "But also, that man. Dumbledore. He left a letter with you. Said there were protections, tied to blood. Said if we took you in, we'd be safe. If we didn't." "The blood wards," Harry said. Petunia nodded. He didn't explain what would happen. Just implied. Vernon called it blackmail. It was. Yes. Petunia looked at him, really looked, for maybe the first time ever. "You have her eyes. Lily's eyes. I hated that most of all. I know. She was always special. Always magical. Our parents never said it, but I could tell, they loved her more. She could do things, impossible things, and everyone adored her for it. And I was just, ordinary. The sister who couldn't do magic." Harry had no idea what to say. This was more than Petunia had ever spoken to him, more honesty than he'd thought her capable of. "I didn't want to hate you," she continued. "When they brought you here, this tiny baby with her eyes and his hair, I thought, maybe this time will be different. Maybe I can love him, and make up for all the years I couldn't love her." "What happened?" Petunia's face crumpled. "You looked at me. Those eyes, her eyes, looking at me like she used to. Like you could see right through me. See all the jealousy and resentment and smallness. I couldn't bear it. So you put me in a cupboard. It was easier. Easier to pretend you didn't exist. Easier to let Vernon be the cruel one, so I could tell myself I wasn't." Harry felt the anger rising, hot and familiar, but beneath it was something else. Understanding, maybe. Not forgiveness, never forgiveness, but the recognition that Petunia was, in her own twisted way, telling him the truth. "You're a coward," he said. "Yes. You let your husband beat me. Let your son torment me. Let me starve and suffer and think I was worthless, because you couldn't face your own feelings about your dead sister. Yes. And now you've lost your house, and you want, what? My sympathy?" Petunia shook her head. "No. I know I don't deserve that. I just. She trailed off, seeming to search for words. I wanted you to know that it wasn't about you. Not really. It was about her, and me, and things that happened before you were born. You were just caught in it. That doesn't make it better. I know. Harry looked at his aunt, this thin, bitter woman who had spent a decade making his life miserable, and felt something shift inside him. Not forgiveness. But maybe the first small loosening of a knot he hadn't realized he was carrying. Where will you go? He asked. Vernon's sister has a house in Somerset. She's offered to take us in while we sort things out. Petunia's mouth twisted. She hates me. But she hates the idea of Vernon homeless more. And Dudley? He doesn't understand. He thinks we're moving for a fresh start. She laughed, thin and humorless. Maybe we are. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said something he hadn't planned to say, something that surprised even him. There's a magical school. Hogwarts. I'll get a letter when I turn 11. After that, I'll only be with you for summers, and maybe not even that, if I can find somewhere else to stay. Petunia stiffened. I know about Hogwarts. Lily talked about nothing else. When I leave, if you're still in contact with Dudley's aunt, maybe things could be different. Maybe you could actually try, instead of just hating me from a distance. Why would you want that? Harry considered the question. I don't know if I do. But I'm tired of carrying around all this anger. Maybe if you could be different, actually different, not just pretending, I could let some of it go. Petunia stared at him for a long moment. Then she nodded, a small, hesitant movement. I can try, she said. I don't know if I can be what you need. But I can try. That's all I'm asking. Petunia rose, her joints creaking. At the cupboard door, she paused. Your mother, she said quietly. She was brave. Foolish and arrogant and insufferable sometimes, but brave. She died protecting you. Whatever else was wrong with her, she loved you. I know. Good. Petunia closed the cupboard door, and her footsteps retreated up the stairs. Harry sat in the dark, thinking about mothers and sisters and all the complicated ways people failed each other. Thinking about the future, which was finally, for the first time in his life, something he could shape. The Dursleys were leaving. The house would be his, or rather, Serpent Holdings, which was effectively the same thing. The blood wards would need to be addressed somehow, but that was a problem for another day. For now, he'd won. It didn't feel the way he'd expected it to feel. There was no triumph, no fierce satisfaction. Just a deep, tired relief, and beneath it, the first fragile stirrings of something that might eventually become hope. Moving day was December 22nd, 3 days before Christmas. Harry watched from across the street as Vernon loaded boxes into a rented van, his face red with exertion and impotent rage. Dudley sat on the front steps, looking lost, occasionally glancing at the house as if he couldn't quite believe they were leaving. Petunia moved efficiently between house and van, her expression carefully blank. The neighbors watched too. Some from windows, some from gardens, some walking past with dogs or children. The Dursleys had always cared so much about what the neighbors thought, about being normal, being respectable, being seen as the right kind of people. Now those same neighbors watched them pack up their failure and drive away. Harry didn't feel good about that. He'd expected to feel good about it, had built his entire plan around the imagined moment of satisfaction. But watching Dudley's confused face, watching Vernon's broken posture, watching even Petunia's practiced blankness crumble for just a moment as she took a last look at the house, it was victory, but it tasted like ashes. Griphook had told him once that goblins didn't believe in revenge. Revenge is emotional, the goblin had said. It clouds judgment and leads to inefficient decisions. We believe in consequences. Natural, logical outcomes from actions taken. Your relatives mistreated you, now they face the consequences of that choice. It isn't revenge, it's just cause and effect. Harry wasn't sure he believed that distinction. But he was learning to appreciate the Goblin perspective, cold, practical, focused on outcomes rather than feelings. The van pulled away from number 4, Privet Drive. Petunia didn't wave. Dudley pressed his face against the window, staring back at the house until they turned the corner and disappeared. Harry stood on the empty street, the winter wind cutting through his thin jacket, and felt the weight of what he'd done settle onto his shoulders. He was 10 years old. He'd evicted his own family. He'd formed a property company, manipulated financial markets, and fundamentally altered the lives of an entire neighborhood. The magical world didn't know yet. Dumbledore didn't know yet. But they would, eventually. And when they did, Harry turned away from the empty house and began walking toward the train station. London was a few hours away. Gringotts was waiting. And he had a lot of work to do before his Hogwarts letter arrived. The cupboard under the stairs stood empty behind him, its door hanging open. He never looked back. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Art of Legal Warfare. The flat was small, clean, and entirely his. Harry stood in the doorway, taking it in, a single room with a bed against one wall, a kitchenette in the corner, a window that looked out over a grey London street. The furniture was minimal, bed, desk, chair, wardrobe, but it was real furniture, adult furniture, not the broken cast-offs of a cupboard under the stairs. The lease is in Serpent Holdings' name, Griphook said from behind him. You're listed as a dependent of the company for housing purposes. Legally ambiguous, but defensible. It's perfect. It's adequate. Griphook moved past him into the flat, running a long finger along the windowsill, checking for dust. The building is Muggle-owned, which provides a layer of separation from magical monitoring. The wards I've placed will alert you to any magical observation attempts. And the location, he gestured toward the window, is 20 minutes from Gringotts by foot, or instantaneous by flow if you learn to use the network. Harry crossed to the window. Outside, London sprawled in its winter greyness, brick buildings, narrow streets, people hurrying past with their collars turned up against the cold. Anonymous. Invisible. Safe. The blood wards, he said. You mentioned they'd need to be addressed. They're tied to your residence with blood relatives. With the Dursleys gone from Privet Drive, the wards are unstable. They haven't collapsed entirely, you spent enough years there to create a lasting connection, but they're weakening. Griphook's reflection appeared in the window glass, his sharp features distorted by the old panes. Dumbledore will notice eventually. The question is what he'll do about it. What are the options? He could try to force you back into contact with your relatives, unlikely to succeed now that they've relocated and you've established independence. He could attempt to create new wards based on different principles, time-consuming and would require your cooperation. Or he could accept the situation and focus on other methods of protection. Griphook's smile was thin. My assessment is that he'll choose the third option, because the first two would require him to acknowledge that his original plan has failed, and powerful wizards rarely enjoy such acknowledgements. Harry nodded slowly. He'd been thinking about Dumbledore a lot lately, this distant figure who had shaped his entire life without ever meeting him, who had placed him with the Dursleys and then walked away, who held positions of power in both the school Harry would soon attend and the government that ostensibly oversaw magical Britain. Tell me about him, Harry said. Not the official version. The real one. Griphook was quiet for a moment. Then he moved to the small desk, pulling out the chair and settling into it with the particular grace that Harry had come to associate with goblins, every movement precise, nothing wasted. Albus Dumbledore is 115 years old. He has held the position of headmaster at Hogwarts for over 40 years, and chief warlock of the Wizengamot for nearly as long. He defeated the previous Dark Lord, Grindelwald, in 1945, and is widely credited with organizing the resistance against the most recent Dark Lord, the one who killed your parents. Voldemort. Griphook's eyes flickered. You know the name. I've been reading. The magical newspapers you gave me access to, they talk about him. Or rather, they don't talk about him, which tells me more than if they did. Perceptive. Griphook's approval was evident. Yes. The wizard who called himself Lord Voldemort terrorized magical Britain for over a decade before his fall. He was obsessed with blood purity, the idea that only those born to magical families deserved to practice magic. His followers, the Death Eaters, killed hundreds, perhaps thousands. Your parents were among his victims. And I survived. You did more than survive. According to every account, the Dark Lord attempted to kill you with the most powerful curse known to wizard kind, the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, and it rebounded upon him. He was destroyed, or at least rendered bodiless. You were left with that scar. Griphook's gaze moved to Harry's forehead. No one knows how it happened. Theories abound. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection, some ancient magic intervened, the Dark Lord's own power turned against him, but the truth is that no one understands why Harry Potter lived when he should have died. Harry touched his scar unconsciously. It was just a mark, slightly raised against his skin, shaped like a lightning bolt. He'd had it his whole life, never thought much about it except when Petunia tried to flatten his hair over it or when strangers in Diagon Alley stared. The boy who lived, he said. That's what they call me. Among other things. You're a symbol, Mr. Potter. Hope for those who fought against the Dark Lord and survived. A reminder that even the most powerful evil can be defeated. Griphook's voice was carefully neutral. You're also, I suspect, a potential problem for those who would prefer the old order remain undisturbed. People like Dumbledore? Perhaps. Or perhaps people who served the Dark Lord and escaped justice by claiming they were bewitched or coerced. Or perhaps people who simply don't want a famous child asking inconvenient questions about why he was raised in a cupboard when he should have been surrounded by the finest magical education available. Harry absorbed this. The picture Griphook was painting, of a world divided by war, haunted by old grudges, full of people with reasons to want Harry Potter controlled or manipulated, was more complex than anything he'd imagined. What do you want? He asked Griphook directly. Not Gringotts. You, personally. Why are you helping me? Griphook's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise, quickly suppressed, followed by something that might have been respect. I want to change things, he said. The relationship between goblins and wizards has been adversarial for centuries. Wars, rebellions, treaties that favor humans at our expense. We're allowed to run the bank because wizards are too lazy or too proud to manage their own gold, but we're forbidden wands, forbidden seats in government, forbidden any real power. He leaned forward. You're the first wizard in my lifetime who's approached us as a partner rather than a servant. If I can help you succeed, if I can demonstrate that cooperation benefits both sides, perhaps things can begin to change. That's a long game. Goblins live longer than humans. We're patient. Griphook's smile returned, sharper now. Besides, you're interesting. A child who thinks like a merchant, plans like a general, and has more wealth than most adult wizards ever accumulate. Helping you succeed isn't just good politics, it's good entertainment. Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprising himself. Glad I can amuse you. Don't underestimate the value of entertainment. It's kept me invested through months of property negotiations and mortgage manipulations that would have bored most of my colleagues to tears. The routine established itself quickly. Harry spent his mornings at the flat, studying. Griphook had arranged for tutors, not magical ones, not yet, but experts in various fields that a young heir to a significant fortune should understand. A former solicitor taught him contract law. An accountant explained financial statements and investment strategies. A historian, a squib, someone born to magical parents but without magic themselves, gave him the context he needed to understand the world he was entering. The afternoons were for Gringotts. Harry had a small office now, barely more than a closet, but it was his. He reviewed documents, signed approvals for Serpent Holdings' ongoing operations, and met with the various goblins who managed different aspects of his accounts. The pot of fortune, he learned, was substantial but not inexhaustible. Most of it was tied up in long-term investments, property, business interests, government bonds that paid modest but reliable returns. The liquid gold in his vault was enough to live comfortably for decades, but aggressive spending could deplete it. "Your grandfather understood something most wizards don't," Ragnarok told him during one of their meetings. "Wealth isn't gold in a vault. It's gold working for you, growing, multiplying, creating more wealth." He built the pot of fortune through patient investment over 60 years. "You could spend it all in 10 if you were foolish." "I don't plan to be foolish." "Good. Then let's discuss your long-term financial strategy." The evenings were Harry's own. He explored London, both magical and muggle, learning the geography of his new world. Diagon Alley became familiar territory, its shops and crowds no longer overwhelming. He found the quieter corners, the used bookshop where he could buy texts on magical theory for a few sickles, the tea room where witches and wizards gathered to gossip, the narrow alley that led to Nocturne Alley's darker establishments. He didn't go into Nocturne Alley. Not yet. But he memorized its entrance, noted the people who came and went, filed the information away for later. At night, in his small flat, Harry practiced magic. The spells came easier now. He'd acquired a wand, not through Ollivanders, which required registration with the ministry, but through a goblin contact who'd sourced it from a private collection. 10 inches, holly wood, with a core the seller claimed was dragon heartstring but which felt different somehow, more alive. Griphook had raised an eyebrow when Harry showed him the wand. "That's not dragon heartstring." "What is it?" "I don't know. But it responds to you, which is what matters." He'd studied Harry for a moment. "Be careful with unregistered wands. If the ministry traces underage magic to you, they'll ask questions. The flat's wards will mask most basic spells, but anything powerful. I'll be careful." He was careful. He practiced basic charms, Lumos for light, Reparo for minor repairs, Wingardium Leviosa for levitation, keeping the power level low, the effects contained. The magic came naturally to him in a way the tutors said was unusual. Most children struggled with wand movements and pronunciation for weeks before achieving consistent results. Harry didn't know if he was talented or just desperate. Either way, he learned fast. 3 months after the Dursleys left Privet Drive, Harry received his first visitor. He was in his flat, reviewing a proposal for expanding Serpent Holdings into commercial real estate, when the ward alarms triggered. Someone magical was approaching his door. Harry set aside the paperwork and drew his wand. The wards would tell him more, a knock, and then a voice, female, cultured, with an undertone of amusement, "Mr. Potter. I know you're in there, and I know you're holding a wand. Might we speak like civilized people rather than duelists?" Harry moved to the door, wand still ready. "Who are you?" "My name is Narcissa Malfoy." "You don't know me, but I believe we have much to discuss." The name triggered memories, Griphook's briefings on the major wizarding families, the power structures of magical Britain. Malfoy. Old money, old blood, suspected connections to the Death Eaters. Lucius Malfoy was the patriarch, a politician and businessman with his fingers in many pies. Narcissa was his wife, born a black, connected to one of the oldest magical families in Britain. Also, Harry remembered with a start, connected to him. Narcissa's sister had been someone named Bellatrix, a notorious Death Eater. But another sister, Andromeda, had married a Muggle-born wizard and been disowned. And their mother had been a cousin of Harry's grandmother on his father's side, which made Narcissa some sort of distant relative. The Black family tree, Griphook had explained, was complicated. "Why would a Malfoy want to speak with me?" "Because you've done something interesting, Mr. Potter, and interesting people are so terribly rare." A pause. "Also because my husband would be furious if he knew I was here, which adds a certain spice to the endeavor." Against his better judgment, Harry was intrigued. He checked the wards one more time, no offensive magic, no hidden companions, and opened the door. Narcissa Malfoy was tall and blonde, with sharp features and the kind of elegant beauty that came from generations of careful breeding. She wore robes of deep green that probably cost more than everything in Harry's flat combined, and she looked at his small room with an expression of polite interest that revealed absolutely nothing. "Charming," she said, stepping inside. "Modest, but charming. I expected something more, palatial. I'm 10 years old. I don't need a palace." Clearly. She settled into his desk chair without asking, crossing her legs with practiced grace. "You've made quite an impression, Mr. Potter. Evicting your Muggle relatives through financial manipulation, forming alliances with goblins, establishing yourself outside the traditional wizarding support structures. People are talking." "What people?" "The people who pay attention." Her smile was thin, precise. "Not the ministry, they're too busy with their own petty concerns to notice a child's business dealings. Not Dumbledore, he believes you're still at Privet Drive, protected by his precious blood wards. But there are those of us who watch the goblin markets, who track unusual property movements, who notice when a new player enters the game. And you're one of those people." "I am." She studied him with cool appraisal. "You're smaller than I expected. And those clothes, does Gringotts not pay you enough for a proper tailor?" "I've been focused on other things." "Clearly." She waved a dismissive hand. "No matter. Appearances can be corrected. What cannot be corrected is the fundamental error you're making in your approach to wizarding politics." Harry sat on the edge of his bed, keeping his wand visible but not threatening. "What error?" "You're operating as if this were a Muggle business deal. Buy property, gain leverage, achieve objectives through financial pressure. Very effective in the Muggle world, I'm sure. But the wizarding world operates on different principles. Blood. History. Personal connections. Debts of honor and vengeance that stretch back generations." Narcissa's voice was patient, almost kind, a teacher explaining to a slow student. "You can own every property in Britain and it won't matter if the Wisengamot decides you're a threat. They'll simply pass a law seizing your assets for the public good, and there's nothing your goblin allies could do about it. The goblins would object. The goblins object to many things. They've been objecting for centuries. It hasn't changed their fundamental position." She leaned forward. "You need allies, Mr. Potter. Human allies. People who can speak for you in the halls of power, who can protect you through social capital rather than gold. And you're offering to be that ally." "I'm offering to teach you. The game you're trying to play, the real game, the one that matters, has rules you don't know yet. I can teach you those rules." Harry considered her carefully. Everything Griphook had told him about the Malfoys suggested caution. They were political opportunists, suspected Death Eater sympathizers, precisely the kind of people who would try to manipulate a famous child for their own ends. But she was also here, risking her husband's displeasure, offering something Harry knew he needed. "What do you want in return?" Narcissa's smile widened slightly. "Straight to business." "I appreciate that." She settled back in the chair. "My husband has made certain associations that I believe will prove disadvantageous in the long term. He's committed to paths I cannot openly oppose without destroying my marriage. But I have a son, Mr. Potter. Draco. He's your age, and he'll be starting Hogwarts when you do. I want him to have options. Alliances beyond those his father is arranging. You want me to befriend your son. I want you to give him the opportunity to befriend you. Whether he takes that opportunity, and what form the friendship might take, is beyond my control." She paused. "I also want insurance. If my husband's associations lead where I fear they might, I want to ensure that my son and I are not caught in the wreckage." "You think Lucius is going to do something that will destroy your family?" I think my husband is loyal to powers he believes are stronger than any alternative. If those powers return, she didn't specify what powers, he will follow them regardless of the cost. I would prefer that cost not include my son's future. Harry understood, suddenly, what she was really saying. Lucius Malfoy had been a Death Eater. The Death Eaters had followed Voldemort. And Narcissa believed, or feared, that Voldemort might return. You think he's coming back, Harry said. The Dark Lord. Narcissa's expression flickered, surprise, quickly controlled. You're better informed than I expected. I've been reading. There are theories, wizards who believe he didn't really die, that he's out there somewhere, waiting. Harry kept his voice steady. Is that what you believe? I believe that powerful wizards rarely die as easily as everyone would like. And I believe that if he does return, the world will need people who can navigate between factions, who aren't irrevocably committed to one side or another. She met his eyes. You could be one of those people, Mr. Potter. The boy who lived, allied with goblins, educated in Muggle and magical methods, connected to old families through careful relationship building. A bridge between worlds. Or a target. That too. But you're already a target. The question is whether you'll be a target with allies or without them. Harry thought about it. The offer was obvious manipulation. Narcissa wanted to use him to protect her son and herself from her husband's mistakes. But that didn't mean the manipulation couldn't benefit him too. I'll listen to what you have to teach, he said finally. But I won't promise anything about your son until I meet him. And I won't commit to any faction, yours or anyone else's. Fair enough. Narcissa rose, smoothing her robes. I'll arrange for lessons to begin next week. We'll focus on etiquette, family histories, the social dynamics of the major houses. By the time you arrive at Hogwarts, you'll know the landscape better than most purebloods twice your age. She moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing, Mr. Potter. The magic you've been practicing, illegally, with an unregistered wand, in violation of several ministry statutes, you should be more careful. The wards on this flat are good, but they're not perfect. If someone powerful enough decided to look. How do you know about that? Narcissa's smile was enigmatic. I pay attention. It's why I'm useful. She opened the door. Until next week, Mr. Potter. Try not to blow anything up in the meantime. She was gone before Harry could respond, the door clicking shut behind her. He sat in the sudden silence, mind racing. A new ally, or a new complication, had entered the game. And beneath her polished exterior, Narcissa Malfoy had confirmed something Harry had only suspected until now. Voldemort might return. And when he did, Harry would be at the center of the storm. The lessons with Narcissa began 3 days later, in a private room at a Diagon Alley establishment that catered to wealthy witches and their secrets. Posture, she said, watching Harry sit in one of the ornate chairs. You're slouching like a Muggle shopkeeper. Straighten your spine. No, not like a board, like a person who knows his own worth and doesn't need to prove it to anyone. Harry adjusted, finding a position that felt balanced without being stiff. Better. Now, let's begin with the fundamentals. The Sacred 28, can you name them? The families considered the purest magical bloodlines in Britain. Abbott, Avery, Black, Bulstrode, Burke, Carrow, Crouch, Folly, Flint, Gaunt, Greengrass, Lestrange, Longbottom, Macmillan, Malfoy, Knott, Ollivander, Parkinson, Pruitt, Rosier, Rowell, Selwyn, Shacklebolt, Shafik, Slughorn, Travers, Weasley, and Yaxley. Narcissa raised an eyebrow. You've done your homework. Griphook gave me a reading list. The Goblin understands politics better than most wizards. Good. She produced a piece of parchment, laying it on the table between them. Now, tell me, which of these families are allied, which are rivals, and which have feuds old enough to affect how their children will interact at Hogwarts? Harry studied the list. The Malfoys, Knots, Crabs, and Goyles form a bloc, traditional pureblood supremacists, mostly former Death Eater families. The Longbottoms and Weasleys are aligned with Dumbledore and the Ministry reformers. The Greengrasses and Devises maintain neutrality and focus on business interests. The Blacks, he paused, are complicated. The Blacks are always complicated. Something flickered in Narcissa's expression, pride, perhaps, or old pain. I was born a Black. My sisters, one died a Death Eater, one was disowned for marrying a Muggleborn. The Black family specialty is producing people who are either zealots or traitors, with nothing in between. Which are you? Neither. I'm a survivor. She tapped the parchment. Continue. They worked through the families one by one, Narcissa adding details and context that no book could provide. Who had married whom, and what political consequences had followed. Which families held seats on the Wisengamot, and how they typically voted. Where the money was, where the influence was, and where the bodies were buried, sometimes literally. By the end of 3 hours, Harry's head was spinning with names and relationships and centuries of accumulated grievances. This is a lot to remember, he said. This is the minimum you need to know to avoid making fatal errors in your first week at Hogwarts. The full picture would take years to absorb. Narcissa gathered her things. Practice. Review the genealogies. Think about who might want to approach you and why. Everyone will want to approach me. I'm the boy who lived. Yes, and that's precisely the problem. You'll be surrounded by people seeking favor, alliance, information, or influence. Most of them will be harmless. Some of them will be dangerous. Your job is to tell the difference before it's too late. She paused at the door, looking back at him with an expression that was almost warm. You're learning quickly, Mr. Potter. Faster than I expected. Faster than Draco, if I'm honest, though I'd appreciate if you didn't tell him I said that. I won't. Good. Same time next week. And do something about those clothes. I can't be seen teaching someone who dresses like a charity case. The spring came slowly to London, grey giving way to tentative green as trees began to bud and the days stretched longer. Harry's routine expanded to accommodate his new education, mornings with tutors, afternoons at Gringotts, evenings of magical practice, and weekly sessions with Narcissa that filled his head with politics and protocol. He bought new clothes, proper wizarding robes for formal occasions, well-tailored Muggle attire for everything else. His hair remained an untamable mess, but Narcissa taught him to style it in a way that looked intentional rather than neglected. The taped glasses were replaced by frames that actually fit his face, charmed to resist breakage. You almost look like a proper wizard now, Griphook observed during one of their meetings. The Malfoy woman's influence, I assume. She's teaching me the politics I'll need. She's also positioning herself to benefit from your rise. Don't forget that. I haven't. Griphook nodded, satisfied. Good. Because there's been a development. Dumbledore has noticed the blood ward deterioration. Harry went still. What has he done? Nothing yet. But sources at Hogwarts indicate he's made several trips to Privet Drive in the past month, presumably to examine the wards himself. He's also made inquiries about your current residence, though our security measures have prevented him from locating you directly. He's looking for me. He was always going to look eventually. The question is what happens when he finds you. Harry thought about it. He'd spent months building his position, financial independence, Goblin alliances, the beginnings of political education. But Dumbledore was the chief warlock, the headmaster of Hogwarts, the defeater of Grindelwald. In a direct confrontation, Harry had nothing that could match that power. What are my options? Legally. Limited. He's your magical guardian, a position he's done nothing to forfeit, despite his neglect. He could theoretically claim custody, insist you return to his control. Griphook's expression was sour. In practice, it would be more complicated. You've established financial independence. You have powerful allies, both goblin and human. A public custody battle would be embarrassing for everyone involved. So he'll try to handle it quietly. Most likely. Dumbledore prefers to work behind the scenes, guiding events without being seen to interfere directly. I would expect an accidental meeting, a gentle conversation, an attempt to bring you back into his orbit through persuasion rather than force. Harry nodded slowly. He'd been preparing for this, not consciously, perhaps, but everything he'd built over the past months was ultimately aimed at this moment. The moment when the man who had shaped his life would finally have to deal with him directly. Let him find me, Harry said. But on my terms. Arrange a meeting, somewhere neutral, public, where he can't do anything dramatic without witnesses. Griphook's smile was sharp. I was hoping you'd say that. The meeting was scheduled for a Tuesday afternoon at Flourish and Blots, the bookshop in Diagon Alley. It was Narcissa's suggestion, a busy public space where any confrontation would be instantly gossiped about, but quiet enough for private conversation in the shop's upper levels. Harry arrived early, positioning himself at a table near the windows with a clear view of both entrances. He wore his best robes, dark green with silver trim, colors that Narcissa had chosen specifically to signal his independence from Gryffindor expectations, and his wand was concealed but accessible. Dumbledore entered precisely at the agreed time. He was taller than Harry had expected, even with the slight stoop of advanced age. His beard was magnificent, silver-white and long enough to tuck into his belt. His robes were a deep purple, dotted with golden stars. Behind half-moon spectacles, his eyes were blue and penetrating and somehow both kind and terribly, terribly sharp. Harry, he said, approaching the table. You've grown. Professor Dumbledore. Harry gestured to the empty chair. Thank you for coming. Dumbledore sat, arranging his robes with the easy grace of someone who had been wearing them for a century. I must confess, when I received your invitation, I was surprised. I had believed you were still at Privet Drive. I was, until December. When my relatives were evicted. Ah. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Yes. I had heard something about that. A property company, I believe. Serpent Holdings. My company. Well, mine and Gringotts. They've been helpful. I see. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, studying Harry with those penetrating eyes. I had hoped to protect you from this. From the complications of the wizarding world, at least until you were old enough to face them. You hoped to keep me ignorant. I hoped to give you a childhood. There was genuine regret in his voice, or what sounded like genuine regret. Harry reminded himself that this was a man who had spent decades manipulating events and people. I see now that may have been a mistake. Keeping me in a cupboard was a mistake. Leaving me with people who hated me was a mistake. Never once checking on my welfare in 9 years was a mistake. Harry kept his voice even, pleasant, as Narcissa had taught him. The fact that I found out about my inheritance and acted on it, that was just a natural consequence of your mistakes. Dumbledore absorbed this. You're angry with me. I'm angry with a lot of people. You're on the list. I understand. And you have every right to be. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every one of his 100+ years. I made decisions about your life based on incomplete information and flawed assumptions. I believed the Blood Wards would protect you from dark wizards seeking revenge, and they did. But I failed to consider that the protection from external threats might come at the cost of internal suffering. You could have checked. You could have visited, even once. I could have. I didn't. And there is no excuse that makes that acceptable. He met Harry's eyes directly. I am sorry, Harry. Truly. More sorry than I know how to express. It was the last thing Harry had expected. Not excuses, not justifications, but a simple, direct apology. He didn't know what to do with it. "What now?" he asked finally. "Now. Now I would like to understand what you've built. This alliance with Gringotts, it's unprecedented, you know. Goblins don't form partnerships with wizards, especially not young wizards. And yet you seem to have convinced them that you're worth investing in. They saw an opportunity. So did I. The property purchases. The financial maneuvering. I'm told, weekly meetings with Narcissa Malfoy, of all people." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly. "You've been busy. I've been surviving. Then I learned that survival wasn't enough, so I started planning." "Planning for what?" Harry considered how much to reveal. Dumbledore was offering something, a changed relationship, perhaps, or at least an acknowledgement that the old one had been broken. But he was also gathering information, assessing Harry's position, calculating his next move. "Planning to never be powerless again," Harry said. "To have choices instead of just accepting whatever someone else decides is best for me." "And you believe I would take those choices away?" "I believe you already did. For 9 years. The question is whether you'll try to do it again." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Around them, the bookshop bustled with its afternoon customers, witches browsing romance novels, a group of Hogwarts students shopping for textbooks, an elderly wizard arguing with a clerk about the accuracy of a history text. Normal life, continuing normally, while Harry faced the man who had shaped his existence. "I am not your enemy, Harry," Dumbledore said finally. "Whatever you may believe about my past decisions, my goal has always been your protection. Your survival. The preservation of the hope that you represent to so many people. I'm a symbol to you. Not a person. You are both. And the challenge I face, the challenge we face together, whether you accept it or not, is finding a way for you to be both without being destroyed by either." Harry frowned. "What does that mean?" Dumbledore leaned forward, lowering his voice. "There are things I have not told you. Things about your parents' deaths, about the Dark Lord, about the prophecy that drove him to attack your family. I have kept these secrets because I believed you were not ready to hear them. Perhaps I was wrong about that too. Prophecy? Not here. Not now. But soon." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "When you come to Hogwarts in September, I would like us to speak again. Properly. Without the suspicion and defensiveness of today. I will answer your questions, all of them, and I will tell you the truth about your destiny. What you do with that truth will be your choice. Why should I trust you? You shouldn't. Not yet. Trust is earned, and I have done nothing to earn yours." Dumbledore stood, his joints creaking slightly. "But I hope you'll give me the opportunity to try." He reached into his robes and withdrew a small, shimmering object, a silver sphere about the size of a snitch, covered in tiny runes that glowed with soft blue light. "This is a memory sphere. It contains a single memory, mine, of the night your parents died. What I did. What I found when I arrived at the ruins of their home. What I saw in your face when I held you for the first and only time." He set the sphere on the table between them. "Watch it, if you wish. Or don't. The choice is yours." He smiled, a small, sad expression. "Everything, from now on, will be your choice. I hope you'll choose to let me help you make them." He walked away, purple robes swishing, leaving Harry alone with the glowing sphere and a head full of questions. Harry didn't watch the memory immediately. He returned to his flat, set the sphere on his desk, and stared at it for nearly an hour. The soft blue glow pulsed like a heartbeat, steady and hypnotic. Inside that little sphere was the truth, or at least Dumbledore's version of the truth, about the worst night of his life. Part of him wanted to smash it. To reject Dumbledore's offering, his apology, his attempt to rebuild a relationship that had never really existed. The old man had admitted his failures, but admitting wasn't the same as atoning. Words were easy. Actions mattered. But another part of him, the part that had spent years in a cupboard wondering about his parents, imagining their faces, dreaming of a life he'd never known, needed to see. He activated the sphere at midnight. The memory pulled him in like water closing over his head. Suddenly he was standing on a quiet street, a different street, not Privet Drive but somewhere else, somewhere with cottages and gardens and a sky full of stars. The air smelled like autumn leaves and something else, something sharp and wrong. Dumbledore was there, a younger Dumbledore, his beard shorter and more auburn than silver, his eyes bright with fear as he hurried toward a cottage at the end of the lane. The house was a ruin. The upper floor had collapsed. A green light still lingered around the broken windows like a poisonous fog. "No," Dumbledore whispered. "Please, no." He ran. Harry followed, incorporeal in the memory, watching as Dumbledore pushed through the shattered door and into the nightmare within. James Potter lay at the foot of the stairs. His eyes were open, empty, his wand still clutched in his hand. He had died fighting. Dumbledore knelt beside him, fingers trembling as he closed those empty eyes. "I'm sorry, James. I'm so sorry. I should have," he stopped. There was no point in apologies. Not now. He climbed the stairs to what had been the nursery. Lily Potter lay in front of the crib, her red hair spread around her like a pool of blood, though there was no blood. The killing curse left no marks. She simply looked asleep, except for the terrible stillness, the absence of breath. And in the crib, crying, his forehead freshly scarred with a wound that smoked and steamed, Harry. Baby Harry, barely a year old, screaming with pain and fear and the instinctive knowledge that something terrible had happened, that the warmth he'd known was gone forever. Dumbledore lifted him gently, cradling him against his chest. "It's over," he said, though his voice cracked. "It's over, Harry. He's gone. You're safe." The baby's cries slowly faded to whimpers, then to silence. Small fingers grabbed at Dumbledore's beard. Green eyes, Lily's eyes, looked up at him with an infant's trust. "I will protect you," Dumbledore said. It was a vow, spoken in the silence of a ruined nursery, over the body of a woman who had died to save her son. "Whatever it takes. For as long as I live. I will protect you." The memory ended. Harry was back in his flat, the sphere dark and empty in his hands, tears streaming down his face. He didn't sleep that night. Instead, he sat by the window and watched London slowly wake up, the sky lightening from black to grey to pale gold, the streetlights flickering off, the first pedestrians appearing on the sidewalks below. He thought about his parents, who he'd never known. About Dumbledore, who had held him as a baby and made a vow he'd kept, technically, while failing in every way that mattered. About himself, the child who had survived, who had grown up in darkness, who was now trying to build something better from the ruins. The memory didn't change everything. It didn't erase 9 years of neglect, didn't excuse the decisions that had left Harry in a cupboard while his fortune sat untouched in a vault. But it complicated things. Dumbledore had cared, in his flawed and distant way. He had meant well, even if meaning well wasn't enough. Harry thought about the prophecy Dumbledore had mentioned. About the truth he promised to share. About the choice that was coming, to trust or not to trust, to accept help or continue alone. By dawn, he'd made a decision. He wouldn't forgive Dumbledore. Not yet, maybe not ever. But he would listen. He would learn what the old man knew. He would take the information and the resources and the opportunities, and he would use them to build his own power, his own alliances, his own path. Dumbledore had said that everything would be Harry's choice now. Very well. Harry chose to win. The remaining months before Hogwarts passed in a blur of preparation. Harry intensified his magical training, working with Professor Ilara Vance, the tutor Narcissa had arranged, a brilliant witch who had been expelled from Hogwarts for improper experimentation, but whose teaching methods were exactly what Harry needed. Magic isn't about power, she told him during one of their sessions. Or rather, it's not only about power. It's about precision. Control. Understanding exactly what you want to happen and making reality conform to that vision. She taught him the theory behind spellwork, how wand movements channeled magical energy, how incantations focused intent, how emotional state affected power and accuracy. She taught him nonverbal casting, which most wizards didn't learn until their 6th year. She taught him wandless magic, just the basics, small effects, but enough to prove it was possible. "You have potential," she said, watching him levitate a book without speaking or gesturing. Raw talent that most wizards would kill for. But talent without discipline is dangerous. You need to understand your limits before you try to exceed them. How do I find my limits? By reaching them. By pushing until something breaks, your concentration, your magical reserves, occasionally your physical body. The key is to break safely, in controlled conditions, rather than catastrophically at the worst possible moment. Harry pushed. He practiced until his head ached and his magic felt stretched thin. He learned to feel the edges of his power, to sense when he was approaching exhaustion. He learned to work through discomfort, to cast effectively when he was tired or hungry or distracted. By summer, he could hold his own against the average adult wizard. By the time his Hogwarts letter arrived, delivered by owl to his flat, the address somehow updated in the school's records, he was better than most. The letter was anticlimactic. He'd known it was coming, had already purchased most of the required supplies. But holding the thick parchment, reading his name in green ink, made it real in a way that planning hadn't. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He was going to school. A real school, with teachers and classmates and a 1,000-year history of producing great witches and wizards. He would learn the things his parents had learned, walk the corridors they had walked, maybe even sleep in the same dormitory his father had used. It was terrifying. It was wonderful. It was the next step in a plan that had started in a cupboard under the stairs and now stretched forward into a future he could barely imagine. Harry set the letter aside and returned to his preparations. There was still so much to do. The night before he was scheduled to board the Hogwarts Express, Harry returned to Privet Drive. He wasn't sure why. The street held nothing for him now, the Dursleys were gone, the house empty, the memories nothing but ghosts. But something drew him back, some need for closure or completion. He operated into the back garden, a skill he'd learned 3 weeks ago, strictly illegal for someone his age but impossible to trace, and stood for a moment in the darkness, looking at the house that had been his prison. It was unchanged. Same pale walls, same neat hedges, same door with its brass knocker shaped like a lion's head. Someone had been maintaining it, Serpent Holdings, probably, keeping up appearances, but it felt abandoned. Hollow. A shell with nothing inside. Harry approached the back door, touched the handle, felt it click open at his magic's command. Inside, the kitchen was clean and empty, appliances unplugged, cupboards bare. The sitting room was the same, furniture covered with white sheets, curtains drawn against the streetlights. He climbed the stairs, past the door to Dudley's room, 2 bedrooms. His cousin had always had 2 bedrooms while Harry slept in a cupboard, past the bathroom where he'd been allowed a quick shower once a week if he'd been good, to the door at the end of the hall. The cupboard under the stairs was small. Smaller than he remembered, now that he'd grown and spent months living in a real flat with real space. The door hung open, revealing the thin mattress, the bare bulb, the spider webs in the corners. Harry stood there for a long time, staring into the darkness where he'd spent so many hours dreaming of escape. Then he raised his wand. Incendio. The fire started small, just a flicker of orange in the cupboard's depths. But it grew quickly, fed by the dry wood and old fabric, spreading to the staircase, to the walls, to the ceiling. Harry backed away slowly, watching the flames climb, feeling their heat against his face. He should have felt triumph. Should have felt the fierce satisfaction of destruction, of revenge finally completed. But all he felt was tired. Empty. ready for this chapter of his life to be over. He disapparated before the fire reached the upper floor, reappearing in his London flat with the smell of smoke in his clothes and the heat still fading from his skin. Tomorrow, he would board the Hogwarts Express. Tomorrow, his real life would begin. Tonight, he would let the past burn. The morning of September 1st dawned clear and crisp, the kind of autumn day that felt like possibility. Harry dressed carefully, Muggle clothes for the train station, wizarding robes packed in his trunk, and checked his supplies one final time. Wand. Books. Cauldron. Owl, a grey screech owl he'd named Archimedes, purchased from Elops 2 weeks ago and already proving himself an excellent companion. He apparated to King's Cross Station, reappearing in a quiet corner of the parking structure where no one would notice his arrival. The mundane bustle of the station was oddly comforting, businesspeople rushing for trains, families saying goodbye, tourists consulting maps and schedules. Normal people, living normal lives, completely unaware of the magical world that existed alongside their own. Platform 9 3/4 was accessed through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry had done this before, during his explorations of Wizarding London, but today it felt different. Today he was going through with a purpose. He passed through the barrier casually, as if he'd done it 1,000 times, and emerged onto a platform filled with chaos. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet and gold, steam billowing from its engine. Students swarmed everywhere, first-years like Harry, clutching trunks and looking lost, older students greeting friends with shouts and embraces, parents dispensing last-minute advice and tear-filled goodbyes. Owls hooted. Cats yowled. A toad escaped from someone's pocket and went hopping away through the crowd. Harry moved through it all with purpose, finding an empty compartment near the middle of the train and stowing his trunk in the overhead rack. Archimedes hooted in approval and settled in his cage, accepting a treat from Harry's pocket. "This is it," Harry murmured, looking out the window at the swirling chaos of the platform. No going back now. He hadn't expected to feel nervous. He'd faced goblins, outwitted his relatives, held his own in meetings with ancient witches who could probably kill him with a thought. But this, being surrounded by children his own age, preparing to enter a school where he'd be judged not by his business acumen but by his magical ability and social skills, was a different kind of challenge. He thought of what Narcissa had taught him. How to read a room. How to project confidence without arrogance. How to make people want to know more about him rather than assuming they already did. The compartment door slid open. "Hi. Do you mind? Everywhere else is full." The boy standing in the doorway was about Harry's age, tall and gangly with bright red hair and a smudge of dirt on his nose. His robes were obviously second-hand, slightly too short at the wrists, and he was dragging a battered trunk with what looked like a rat poking its nose out from his pocket. A Weasley. The red hair made it obvious. Griphook's briefings had mentioned the large family, their distinctive coloring, their alliance with Dumbledore and the Ministry reformers. "Not at all," Harry said, gesturing to the seat across from him. "Plenty of room." The boy's eyes widened as he took in Harry's face, tracking inevitably to the scar. "Blimey. You're Harry Potter." "I am." Harry extended his hand. "And you are?" "Ron. Ron Weasley." He shook Harry's hand with more enthusiasm than skill, still staring. "I mean, sorry, I don't mean to stare, it's just, you're famous. Everyone knows about you. Everyone knows about something that happened when I was 1 year old. Not quite the same as knowing me." Ron flushed. "Right. Yeah. Sorry." He dropped into the seat, still looking slightly odd. "It's just, I've heard about you my whole life. The boy who lived. My mum talks about it sometimes, when she thinks we're not listening. How you stopped you know who. I was a baby. I didn't stop anything. Whatever happened, it was my parents' doing. Or maybe just luck." Harry shrugged. "I try not to take credit for things I don't remember." That's, actually pretty reasonable. Ron seemed to relax slightly. Most people would milk that, you know. Being famous, I mean. I've got 5 older brothers, I know how it works, any advantage you can get, you take it. 5 brothers? Bill, Charlie, Percy, and the twins, Fred and George. Plus my little sister Ginny, but she's not old enough for Hogwarts yet. Ron's expression suggested this was a mixed blessing. Charlie's in Romania working with dragons. Bill's in Egypt for Gringotts. Percy's a prefect, which he won't shut up about. And the twins are. He searched for a word. Chaos. Pure chaos. Harry found himself smiling. There was something refreshing about Ron's openness, his lack of political calculation. He wasn't trying to position himself or gather information, he was just talking, the way normal children talked. What about you? Harry asked. What are you hoping for at Hogwarts? Gryffindor, definitely. All my family's been in Gryffindor. Can you imagine if I was sorted into Slytherin? Mum would have a fit. Ron shuddered theatrically. What about you? It was the question Harry had been dreading. His alliance with Narcissa Malfoy, his political education, his financial connections, all of it suggested Slytherin. Ambition. Cunning. The willingness to use any tool to achieve his goals. But there was another part of him. The part that had survived the cupboard not through plotting but through sheer stubborn refusal to break. The part that had faced Dumbledore and demanded answers instead of accepting platitudes. The part that, right now, was enjoying a simple conversation with a friendly stranger rather than calculating advantage. Gryffindor sounds good, Harry said. But I'll be happy anywhere, really. Hogwarts is Hogwarts. The compartment door opened again. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. The girl in the doorway was Harry's age, with bushy brown hair and front teeth slightly too large for her face. Her robes were perfectly pressed, and she already had a wand tucked behind her ear like a quill. Everything about her suggested someone who had read every book about Hogwarts twice and was determined to prove she belonged. Haven't seen a toad, Ron said. Sorry. The girl frowned, as if their failure to locate the toad was personally disappointing. Then her eyes found Harry, and her expression shifted. You're Harry Potter. I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. All good reviews, I hope. She didn't seem to recognize the joke. You're mentioned in all of them. Though the accounts are inconsistent about the details of that night, no one actually knows how you survived the killing curse, despite various theories. Hermione, isn't it? Harry interrupted gently. I'm Harry. This is Ron. Hermione blinked, apparently surprised by the invitation. Yes, all right. I should still look for Neville's toad, but I suppose I could stay for a bit. She settled into the seat beside Ron, who looked slightly alarmed by her intensity. You've done research on me, Harry said. What have you found? Not enough. The public records are frustratingly vague, your parents' deaths are documented, but the circumstances are mostly classified. Your current living situation isn't listed anywhere, which I found odd since most noble families maintain public records of their heirs, noble families. The Potter family is listed in Nature's Nobility, a wizarding genealogy as one of the ancient houses. Not Sacred 28, but close. Your grandfather invented Sleekeasy's hair potion and made a fortune before selling the company. Hermione recited this information as if reading from a textbook. You should be quite wealthy, actually. Ron was staring at her. Blimey. Did you memorize everything? I like to be prepared. Hermione looked slightly defensive. I'm Muggle-born, you know. My parents are dentists. I didn't know anything about magic until I got my letter, so I had to learn everything from scratch. I've probably read more books about the magical world than most people who grew up in it. Harry found himself liking her. The intensity that Ron seemed to find off-putting reminded him of himself, of the desperate drive to understand, to prepare, to never be caught off guard. "What books would you recommend?" he asked. "I've read a fair bit myself, but I'm always looking for more." Hermione's face lit up. "Well, if you're interested in magical theory, Adalbert Waffling's Magical Theory is essential, though his later works are more sophisticated. For history, Bathilda Bagshot's A History of Magic is the standard text, but I prefer Elfrida Clagg's Magical Britain, a revisionist history. It's more critical of the traditional narrative." She kept talking, and Harry kept listening, occasionally asking questions that sent her off on new tangents. Ron looked bored, pulling out a squashed sandwich and eating it in resigned silence. But beneath the conversation, Harry was thinking. He'd expected Hogwarts to be a minefield of political maneuvering, full of children of Death Eaters and ministry officials all jockeying for position. And it would be, he'd meet Draco Malfoy soon enough, and the heirs of the other great families, and all the complications that Narcissa had warned him about. But there would also be this, Ron, who was friendly and uncomplicated and probably exactly what he seemed. Hermione, who was brilliant and awkward and clearly desperate for people who would appreciate her intelligence rather than mock it. Maybe Hogwarts wouldn't just be a chess game. Maybe it could also be something he'd never had before. Maybe it could be a place where he belonged. The train arrived at Hogsmeade as darkness fell, and the first years were herded onto boats by a giant of a man who introduced himself as Hagrid. Harry had heard of him, the groundskeeper, a friend of Dumbledore's, someone who collected dangerous creatures the way other people collected stamps. He seemed friendly enough, helping students into boats with enormous, gentle hands. The castle appeared as they rounded a bend in the lake, and for a moment, even Harry's carefully maintained composure cracked. Hogwarts was magnificent. 1,000 years of magical history, piled in towers and turrets and sprawling wings, lit from within by countless windows that glowed gold against the night sky. It sat on a cliff above the black water like something from a fairy tale, impossible and wonderful and more beautiful than anything Harry had ever seen. "It's really something, isn't it?" Ron murmured beside him. "Yeah," Harry said. "It really is." The boats docked at an underground harbor, and Hagrid led them up a long flight of stone steps to a massive door that opened into an entrance hall larger than the Dursleys' entire house. Candles floated overhead, casting flickering shadows on walls hung with tapestries and portraits that moved and whispered as the students passed. Professor McGonagall met them at the top of another staircase, her expression severe beneath a pointed witch's hat. She explained the sorting ceremony, the 4 houses, the house points, the importance of house unity, and then left them waiting in a small chamber while she made preparations. The moment she left, chaos erupted. "How do they sort us?" a nervous-looking boy asked. "My brothers said we have to fight a troll, but that can't be right, can it?" "I heard it's a test," another student said. "You have to demonstrate magic in front of the whole school." "My father says it's an ancient artifact that reads your mind," a pale, blonde boy said. Though he didn't elaborate on how, Harry recognized him immediately. Draco Malfoy had his mother's sharp features and his father's arrogant posture. He was flanked by 2 larger boys who looked like bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle, probably, if Narcissa's descriptions were accurate. Draco's eyes found Harry's across the crowd. Something flickered in his expression, recognition, assessment, perhaps a hint of the curiosity his mother had tried to encourage. Then he was pushing through the crowd toward Harry, his bodyguards falling in behind. "Harry Potter," Draco said. "We meet at last." "Draco Malfoy." Harry kept his voice neutral. "Your mother speaks highly of you." Draco blinked. "You know my mother. She's been helping me understand wizarding politics. A valuable education." Harry smiled slightly. "She mentioned you'd be starting Hogwarts this year as well. I hope we'll have a chance to talk properly." Around them, other students were watching with naked curiosity. The boy who lived and the Malfoy heir, meeting for the first time, this would be gossip material for weeks. Draco seemed uncertain how to respond. He'd probably been expecting either hostility or awe, not this calm acknowledgement. Yes. We should talk. After the sorting, perhaps. Good luck. Harry turned away before Draco could respond, catching Ron's eye across the crowd. The red-haired boy looked baffled by the exchange, but he grinned when Harry raised an eyebrow in his direction. McGonagall returned, leading them into the Great Hall. It was exactly as the books had described, 4 long tables, one for each house, a high table where the professors sat, a ceiling enchanted to reflect the night sky, stars glittering above their heads. The older students stared as the first years processed forward, and Harry could hear the whispers spreading like fire. Is that Potter? Look at his scar, my mother says he's been living with goblins. Harry ignored them, focusing on the front of the hall where a stool sat waiting, topped with a battered, ancient hat that seemed to be watching him with stitched eyes. The sorting began. Harry waited as name after name was called, each student sitting on the stool, the hat placed on their heads, the pause that stretched from seconds to minutes depending on the difficulty of the decision. Hermione went to Gryffindor, beaming with relief. Draco went to Slytherin before the hat touched his head, smirking with satisfaction. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Every eye tracked him as he walked to the stool, sat down, felt McGonagall lower the hat onto his head. Well, said a voice in his mind. Harry Potter. I've been waiting for you. Everyone's been waiting for me, Harry thought back. I'm getting used to it. Sharp. And more self-aware than most who sit beneath me. The hat seemed to be rifling through his memories, his thoughts, his secrets. Remarkable. You've done things most adult wizards never attempt. Faced situations that would have broken lesser minds. And yet you're still capable of friendship, of trust, of hope. Is that unusual? Let's just say that most people who survive what you've survived become either saints or monsters. You seem to be trying for something in between. The hat paused. Now, where to put you? The ambition is obvious, Slytherin would nurture that. But there's courage too, and loyalty, and a thirst for knowledge that would make any Ravenclaw proud. Dumbledore mentioned a prophecy. Something about my destiny. Ah, yes. The prophecy. The hat's voice was tinged with something almost like amusement. I know of it, of course. The hat knows many things that others have forgotten. But prophecies are tricky things, Mr. Potter. They describe what might be, not what must be. Your destiny is not fixed. It never was. Then why does everyone act like it is? Because certainty is comforting. People prefer to believe that the future is determined, that someone has a plan, that everything happens for a reason. But you know better, don't you? You've made your own fate already, through choices that no prophecy could have predicted. Harry thought about the cupboard. About the letters to Gringotts. About the company, the alliances, the power he'd built through nothing but desperation and determination. What would you recommend? He asked. For what you want to accomplish. Slytherin would be most practical. But for what you need, for balance, for growth, for the chance to become something more than just another player in other people's games, the hat paused dramatically. Better be. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Harry walked toward them, catching Dumbledore's eye as he passed the high table. The old wizard inclined his head slightly, acknowledgement, perhaps even approval. Ron was waving frantically, having saved a seat beside him. Hermione was beaming from across the table. Fred and George Weasley, the twins Ron had mentioned, were leading a chant of, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Harry sat down, let the noise wash over him, and allowed himself a moment of uncomplicated happiness. He was at Hogwarts. He was in Gryffindor. He had allies and enemies and 1,000 challenges waiting. But for now, just for a moment, he was a boy at school, surrounded by people who were glad to have him there. It was enough. The first week at Hogwarts passed in a blur of classes, corridors, and constant observation. Harry quickly learned that being the boy who lived meant never having a moment of true privacy. Students stared at him in the hallways. Professors called on him more than strictly necessary, either to test his supposed fame or to prove they weren't impressed by it. Rumors swirled constantly. He was a dark wizard in disguise, he could speak to snakes, he'd killed the Dark Lord with his bare hands at the age of 1. "Doesn't it bother you?" Hermione asked during one of their study sessions in the library. "Everyone talking about you all the time?" "Less than it would have a few years ago." Harry turned a page in his potions textbook. Snape's first lesson had been brutal, and he wanted to be prepared for the next one. "I've had practice dealing with people who think they know who I am." "The Muggles, you mean? The family you lived with?" Harry looked up. Hermione was watching him with that intense, slightly too perceptive gaze that she used when she was fitting pieces together. "You've been researching me again. There are gaps in the records. Big gaps. You went to live with Muggles after your parents died, but there's almost no information about that period. Then suddenly you're in contact with Gringotts, you're attending political society events with Narcissa Malfoy, you're living independently in London." She frowned. "It doesn't add up unless something significant happened. Something that changed your circumstances." "You're right." Harry set down his book. "Something significant did happen." He told her. Not everything, not the beatings, not the cupboard, not the full extent of his alliance with Gringotts, but the outline. The financial newspaper. The letters. The property purchases. The eviction. Hermione listened in stunned silence. "You bought a street," she said when he finished. "At 9 years old. You bought an entire street and evicted your relatives. It sounds dramatic when you put it that way. It is dramatic. It's the most dramatic thing I've ever heard." She shook her head, somewhere between impressed and horrified. "Harry, that's... I don't even know what to say." "You don't have to say anything. I just thought," he paused, not sure how to explain. "You're smart. You notice things. And you're probably going to be one of my closest friends, if we keep getting on like this. It seemed wrong to let you keep wondering." Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she reached across the table and squeezed his hand. "Thank you for telling me. I know that couldn't have been easy. It's getting easier. The more distance I have from it, the more it feels like something that happened to someone else." "Does Ron know?" "Not yet. I'll tell him eventually, but..." Harry shrugged. "He's got a simpler view of the world. I don't want to complicate it until I have to." Hermione nodded understanding. "What about the political side? The alliance with Mrs. Malfoy, the Goblin connections, is that still active?" "Very much so. Narcissa and I correspond weekly. Griphook sends updates on Serpent Holdings. The game doesn't stop just because I'm at school." "And Draco?" "I've seen you talking to him sometimes. He looks confused, like he doesn't know whether to be friendly or hostile." "That's exactly where I want him." Harry's smile was thin. "Narcissa asked me to give him a chance to be something other than his father's son. I'm doing that. But I'm not going to make it easy for him." "That seems calculated." "It is." Harry met her eyes directly. "I'm not going to pretend I'm not strategic, Hermione. I've had to be strategic to survive. But I'm also capable of genuine friendship, genuine care. The two aren't mutually exclusive." Hermione considered this. "I suppose that's true. And I'd rather have a friend who's honest about his calculations than one who pretends he doesn't have any." "Exactly." Harry returned to his potions book. "Now, help me understand why adding powdered moonstone to a draft of living death requires counterclockwise stirring." "Snape is going to ask, and I refuse to give him the satisfaction of seeing me fail." The confrontation with Snape came in the second week. Potions class was held in the dungeons, a cold, poorly lit space that seemed designed to make students uncomfortable. Snape presided over it like a black-robed spectre, his hooked nose and greasy hair giving him the appearance of something that had never seen sunlight. "Potter," he said, before Harry had even fully entered the room. "Our new celebrity." The Slytherins snickered. Harry said nothing, taking his seat beside Hermione and arranging his ingredients with careful precision. "Tell me, Potter," Snape continued, sweeping toward him. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected a correct answer. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that acts as an antidote to most poisons." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite." The dungeon was silent. Even the Slytherins had stopped smirking, watching the exchange with wary interest. Snape's lip curled. "It seems you've done your homework. How refreshing." His voice dripped with contempt. "But book knowledge means nothing in my classroom, Potter. Potions requires precision, focus, and respect for the art. 3 things I suspect you'll find challenging." "I'll do my best, sir." "See that you do." Snape turned away, robes billowing. "The instructions are on the board. You have 1 hour." Harry bent to his work, following the steps for the cure for boils with the same careful attention he brought to contract negotiations. Hermione was muttering beside him, cross-referencing the board instructions with notes she'd made from the textbook. Ron, across the room, was already struggling. "He really hates you," Hermione whispered during a brief pause. "I've never seen a teacher be so openly hostile to a student. My father and he had history, apparently. He's decided to continue the grudge with the next generation." Harry adjusted the flame beneath his cauldron. "It's fine. I've dealt with people who hated me before. It's not fine. It's unprofessional and unfair. Probably. But reporting a Hogwarts professor to anyone who could do something about it would require going through Dumbledore, and I'm not ready to play that card yet." Harry added the porcupine quills, counting carefully. "For now, I'll just be a better student than he expects. Eventually, his behavior will speak for itself." The class ended without further incident. Harry's potion was perfect, earning him a grudging, acceptable, from Snape, which Hermione assured him was practically high praise from the potion's master. As they left the dungeon, Draco Malfoy fell into step beside Harry. "That was impressive," he said, his voice carefully neutral. "Most people can't answer Snape's questions at all, let alone all 3. I study. My mother mentioned that. She says you're one of the best students she's ever taught." A hint of resentment flickered in Draco's expression. "Even better than me, apparently. Your mother is an excellent teacher. I've learned a lot from her. She's never taught me. Not like that." The resentment deepened. "She said I needed to find my own way. Needed to prove myself without her help. That sounds difficult." "It's." Draco stopped walking, forcing Harry to stop as well. Hermione glanced back, questioning, but Harry waved her on. "What do you want, Potter?" Draco asked. "My mother pushes me toward you. My father warns me away. Everyone's got an opinion about what I should do. What about you? What do you actually want?" It was more honest than Harry expected from a Malfoy. More vulnerable. Perhaps Narcissa's influence was having an effect after all. "I want allies," Harry said carefully. "People who'll be honest with me, who'll challenge me when I'm wrong, who'll help me navigate a world I'm still learning to understand. Whether you're one of those people," he shrugged, "that's up to you. And if I decide not to be, then we'll be rivals. Competitors. Possibly enemies, depending on how things develop." Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. "I'd prefer allies, but I can work with enemies. I've had practice." Draco was silent for a moment, processing. Then he nodded slowly. "You're not what I expected. Neither are you." A hint of a smile crossed Draco's face, genuine, not the practiced smirk he usually wore. "I'll think about it. The ally thing. No promises." "No promises," Harry agreed. "Take your time." Draco turned and walked away, his bodyguards materializing out of nowhere to flank him. Harry watched him go, thinking about the complicated game of chess they were both playing, and about whether there might be room for something simpler, somewhere beneath all the strategy. Time would tell. The pattern of Harry's days at Hogwarts established itself: classes in the morning, studying in the afternoon, practice in the evenings. He found his rhythm, balancing the academic demands with his ongoing political education and his secret magical training. Professor Vance continued to send him exercises by owl post, complex spellwork that pushed his abilities further. Narcissa's letters arrived weekly, analyzing his reports on school politics and offering advice on how to handle various situations. Griphook sent financial updates, along with occasional dry commentary on the state of wizarding economics. Ron and Hermione became constants at his side, Ron's easy friendship balancing Hermione's intensity, their loyalty proving itself again and again in small ways. When a third-year Slytherin tried to hex Harry in a corridor, Ron was there with a counter-curse before Harry could even raise his wand. When Harry struggled to keep up with Hermione's study schedule, she adapted, finding ways to make the material more accessible without sacrificing rigor. They were, Harry realized, the closest thing to family he'd ever had. And then Halloween came. The feast was in full swing when Quirrell burst into the Great Hall. "Troll," he screamed. "In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed in what was either a dead faint or an excellent impression of one. Chaos erupted. Students screamed. Dumbledore's voice boomed out, ordering prefects to lead their houses back to the dormitories. Harry was moving with the crowd when he realized, "Hermione," he said. "She went to the bathroom before the feast. She doesn't know about the troll." Ron's face went white. "The bathrooms are near the dungeons." They didn't need to discuss it. They were already running. The corridors were a maze of panicked students and shouting prefects. Harry navigated by instinct, cutting through side passages, taking shortcuts he'd discovered during his late-night explorations. Ron kept pace beside him, his wand drawn, his fear evident but controlled. They found the bathroom just as the troll found Hermione. It was massive, 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, carrying a wooden club the size of a small tree. It had already smashed through the bathroom door, and Hermione's scream echoed off the stone walls as she scrambled backward, her wand forgotten on the ground. "Oi! Over here!" Ron shouted. The troll turned, too slow, too stupid to realize it was being distracted. Harry didn't waste the moment. Wingardium Leviosa. The spell was more powerful than he'd intended, the training, the practice, the desperate need to save his friend all channeling into a single burst of magic. The troll's club flew from its grip, rising into the air, spinning, and came crashing down on its owner's head. The troll collapsed with an impact that shook the floor. Stone cracked beneath its weight. Dust billowed through the bathroom. And then silence, broken only by Hermione's shaky breathing and Ron's whispered, "Blimey." Harry stared at the fallen creature, at the power he'd just unleashed. It had been too much. Too strong. More than an 11-year-old should have been capable of. But Hermione was alive. She was running toward them, tears streaming down her face, throwing her arms around Harry and Ron in a desperate hug. "You came for me," she said. "I could have died, and you came for me." "Of course we did," Ron said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "You're our friend." Harry held her tight, feeling her heart race against his chest, and knew that whatever else happened at Hogwarts, the politics, the secrets, the games within games, this was what mattered. Friendship. Loyalty. The willingness to face down monsters for the people who mattered. He'd built an empire of gold and influence. But this was worth more than all of it. The professors arrived minutes later, Dumbledore and McGonagall and Snape taking in the scene with varying degrees of shock and suspicion. "Would you care to explain," McGonagall said, her voice sharp, "why 3 first-year students are standing over an unconscious troll?" Harry let Ron explain. The boy was surprisingly eloquent when motivated, spinning a tale of hearing Hermione scream, rushing to help, using the levitation charm they'd learned just that week. Hermione, recovered enough to think strategically, confirmed every detail and added a few embellishments that made them sound even more heroic. McGonagall looked torn between awarding them points for bravery and deducting them for rule-breaking. In the end, she settled for 30 points each to Gryffindor, for outstanding courage and remarkable presence of mind, along with a stern warning about not seeking out danger in the future. Harry nodded, said the right things, accepted the praise. But his eyes kept drifting to Dumbledore, who was watching him with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read. There was something there, surprise, perhaps, at the power Harry had displayed. Or concern. Or calculation. Later that night, back in Gryffindor Tower, a note appeared on Harry's pillow. The corridor on the 3rd floor. There is something you should know. A friend. Harry stared at the note, thinking about trolls and teachers and the 1,000 small mysteries of Hogwarts that he had yet to unravel. Tomorrow, he decided. Tomorrow he would investigate. Tonight, he would rest, and be grateful that his friends were safe, and remember why he was doing any of this in the first place. For freedom. For power. For the chance to never be helpless again. And now, for something more. For the people he loved. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, the 3rd floor corridor. The note burned in Harry's pocket all through breakfast. He ate mechanically, responding to Ron's commentary about Quidditch tryouts and Hermione's concerns about their upcoming Transfiguration essay without really hearing either of them. His mind kept circling back to those words, the corridor on the 3rd floor. There is something you should know. Dumbledore had warned them about the 3rd floor corridor on their first night. Forbidden. Out of bounds. A place where death awaited the curious. Which, of course, made it the most interesting location in the entire castle. Harry. You're not listening. He blinked, focusing on Hermione's concerned face. Sorry. Distracted. You've been distracted all morning. Is this about the troll? Because Professor McGonagall said, it's not about the troll. Harry glanced around the Great Hall, noting the students who were watching him, at least a dozen, the professors at the high table, Dumbledore absent, Snape glaring, Quirrell twitching, and the exits, 3, plus the concealed servants' passage behind the Hufflepuff table that he'd discovered during his nocturnal explorations. Can we talk somewhere private? Ron and Hermione exchanged looks. Then Hermione nodded, gathering her books, and Ron abandoned his 3rd helping of sausages with only minor reluctance. They found an empty classroom on the 2nd floor, one of the many unused spaces that Hogwarts seemed to accumulate like dust. Harry cast a quick privacy ward, nothing sophisticated, just enough to muffle their conversation, and showed them the note. A friend? Ron frowned. What friend? Everyone signs their name. That's the point. Someone wants to tell me something but doesn't want to be identified. Harry studied the handwriting again. It was elegant, practiced, the kind of script that came from years of formal education. The 3rd floor corridor is forbidden. Dumbledore said anyone who went there would die a painful death. So obviously we should go investigate, Hermione said dryly. Because that's what sensible people do when warned about mortal peril. We don't have to go. I have to go. The note was addressed to me. If you're going, we're going, Ron said flatly. We didn't fight a troll together just to let you walk into danger alone. He's right. Hermione's jaw was set. Whatever's in that corridor, whatever someone thinks you need to know, we face it together. Harry felt something warm spread through his chest. He'd had allies before, Griphook, Narcissa, the various goblins and tutors who'd helped him build his position. But this was different. This was friendship, freely given, asking nothing in return except the chance to stand beside him. "Tonight, then," he said. "After curfew. I know a route that avoids most of the portraits and all of the prefect patrols." Ron grinned. "You've been exploring. I like to know my terrain." The night came slowly, time stretching like taffy as Harry sat through History of Magic, Binns droning about goblin rebellions that Griphook had explained far better, and defense against the dark arts, Quirrell stuttering through a lesson on minor hexes that Harry had mastered months ago. He spent the intervening hours preparing. His wand was fully charged with as much magical energy as he could push into it. He had a small bag of useful supplies, a vial of healing potion, a Peruvian instant darkness powder he'd acquired through Griphook's contacts, and a mirror that would let him communicate with Gringotts in emergencies. At 11 o'clock, he slipped out of Gryffindor Tower through the portrait hole, meeting Ron and Hermione in the shadows of the corridor beyond. "You brought books?" Ron whispered, staring at Hermione's bulging bag. "Reference materials. If there's a magical creature or enchantment guarding whatever's up there, I want to be able to identify it." "Practical," Harry said. "Let's move." The castle at night was a different creature than the bustling school of daylight. Shadows pooled in corners. Suits of armor seemed to watch them pass. Portraits snored in their frames, occasionally muttering complaints about students who didn't appreciate the need for proper sleep schedules. Harry led them through servants' corridors and hidden passages, routes he'd mapped during weeks of careful exploration. They encountered no one, not Filch, not Mrs. Norris, not any of the prefects who supposedly patrolled after curfew. The third-floor corridor was darker than the rest of the castle, the torches unlit, the air cold and still. A massive door stood at the far end, bound in iron, marked with symbols that Harry didn't recognize. "Those are warning runes," Hermione whispered, pulling out a book and flipping pages by wand light. "Very old. They're meant to scare away intruders. They're doing a good job." Ron was pale, his wand trembling slightly. "Maybe we should," a low growl echoed from behind the door. Harry raised his wand. "Something's in there. Obviously something's in there. Dumbledore said we'd die if we came here." Hermione was flipping pages faster. "The question is what kind of something?" The growl suggests a creature rather than a spell, which means, the door swung open. Not all the way, just a crack, just enough to reveal a sliver of darkness and a massive, gleaming eye that fixed on Harry with terrifying intelligence. Then a voice, low and rumbling, "You came." Harry's wand arm didn't waver. "You sent the note." "I did." The door opened further, revealing not a monster but a man, or something that had once been a man. He was tall, gaunt, wrapped in robes that had seen better centuries. His face was lined and tired, his eyes ancient beyond any human lifespan. And behind him, taking up most of the room, was a three-headed dog the size of a small elephant. "Don't worry about Fluffy," the man said. "She's quite friendly when she's not guarding. Come in, Mr. Potter. We have much to discuss." The room beyond the door was larger than it appeared from outside, the walls lined with books and artifacts that hummed with old magic. The three-headed dog, Fluffy, was curled in one corner, all six eyes watching the newcomers with sleepy curiosity. "I apologize for the theatrical delivery," the man said, conjuring chairs with a wave of his hand. "But it was important that no one know I wished to speak with you. Please, sit." Harry sat, but didn't relax his grip on his wand. "Who are you?" "My name is Nicholas Flamel. I am," he paused, as if searching for the right words, "an interested party." "Flamel." Hermione's voice was sharp with recognition. "The alchemist. You created the Philosopher's Stone." "Ah, a well-read young woman." "Yes, I created the stone some 600 years ago. And yes, it is currently hidden in this school, behind a series of protections designed by the professors themselves. Flamel smiled thinly. Though I suspect Mr. Potter had already deduced something unusual was being guarded here. The forbidden corridor. The warnings. The dog. Harry nodded. It made sense that something valuable was hidden. I just didn't know what. The stone creates the elixir of life. It is the only reason I am still alive. Flamel's ancient eyes found Harry's. And it is currently the target of someone who very much wants to use it for their own purposes. Voldemort. The name dropped into the room like a stone into still water. Ron flinched. Hermione went pale. But Flamel only nodded. You've heard the rumors, then. That he isn't truly dead. That he lingers, somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to return. Flamel's voice was heavy with centuries of weariness. The rumors are true, Mr. Potter. The Dark Lord was destroyed in body but not in spirit. And he has found a way to reach into this school, through an agent, a puppet, someone who appears harmless but serves his will. Quirrell. It wasn't a question. Harry had noticed the defense professor's strange behavior since the first week, the nervous stammer that occasionally disappeared, the way his eyes tracked Harry with an intensity that didn't match his meek persona, the turban he wore constantly that seemed to cause him pain. Very good. Flamel seemed impressed. Yes, Quirinus Quirrell traveled the world seeking dark knowledge and found rather more than he bargained for. The Dark Lord's spirit attached itself to him, using his body as a host. It is not possession in the traditional sense, more a parasitic relationship, but the result is the same. Voldemort has eyes and hands within Hogwarts, and he wants my stone. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked. Why not Dumbledore? Dumbledore knows. He's the one who arranged for the stone to be hidden here, after it became clear that Gringotts was no longer secure. Flamel's expression flickered with something that might have been frustration. But Dumbledore believes in the long game. In letting events unfold, in testing people's character through crisis, in trusting that the right choices will be made at the right moments. He's using the stone as bait. And you as the ultimate test. Flamel met Harry's eyes directly. He believes that confronting Voldemort is part of your destiny. That this meeting, this conflict, is necessary for you to become who you need to be. Harry felt cold anger settle in his stomach. He's setting up an 11-year-old to face a Dark Lord. For character development. He would phrase it differently. He would speak of prophecy and necessity and the greater good. Flamel's voice was bitter. I've known Albus Dumbledore for over a century. He is a good man, in his way. But he has spent so long playing chess that he sometimes forgets the pieces are people. So why are you telling me? What? Flamel was quiet for a moment. The three-headed dog shifted in its sleep, one head snoring while the others remained alert. I want you to be prepared, he said finally. Dumbledore believes that innocence and courage are enough to defeat evil. I believe that knowledge and strategy are more reliable. You've demonstrated both in your short life, the way you escaped your relatives, the alliances you've built, the political education you've pursued. You think like a survivor, Mr. Potter. And survivors are pragmatic. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small vial filled with silvery liquid. This is a memory. My memory, of my last conversation with Voldemort before his first fall. He came to me, 30 years ago, seeking the stone. I refused him. He told me things, about himself, about his plans, about the nature of his immortality, that he believed I would take to my grave. Flamel extended the vial toward Harry. I am choosing to share them with you instead. Harry took the vial carefully. Why? Because I am tired. Flamel's ancient face seemed to crumble slightly. 6 centuries is a long time to live, Mr. Potter. My wife and I have decided that we've had enough. When this crisis is resolved, one way or another, we will destroy the stone and allow ourselves to finally rest. You're going to die. We're going to stop postponing the inevitable. A ghost of a smile crossed Flamel's lips. But before we go, I wanted to ensure that someone besides Dumbledore understood the full scope of what you're facing. Voldemort is not simply a powerful dark wizard. He has done things to his soul, horrible things, that make him nearly impossible to kill by conventional means. That vial contains the key to understanding what he is and how he might truly be destroyed. Hermione leaned forward. What kind of things? What did he do to his soul? Watch the memory and you'll understand. Flamel rose, his joints creaking audibly. Now, I must ask you to leave. Fluffy is a light sleeper, and I've already pushed my luck by meeting you here. Harry stood, pocketing the vial. Thank you. For trusting me with this. Thank me by surviving. By winning. By building a world where old men don't have to pin their hopes on children. Flamel moved toward the door. The protections on the stone are formidable, but not impossible. Dumbledore designed them to be passable by someone clever and determined. He expected that someone to be you. When the time comes, you'll find a way through. And when will the time come? Soon. Flamel opened the door. The Dark Lord grows impatient. His host is weakening. He'll make his move before the school year ends, or he'll lose his chance entirely. Be ready. The three of them filed out into the corridor. The door closed behind them, the warning runes flaring briefly before fading back to dormancy. They didn't speak until they were 3 floors away, back in the relative safety of a dusty and used classroom. Then Ron exploded. A bloody Dark Lord. In the school. Wearing our defense teacher like a suit. He was pacing, hands shaking. This is insane. We should tell someone. We should, who would we tell? Hermione's voice was small but steady. Flamel said Dumbledore already knows. The other professors presumably trust Dumbledore's judgment. Our parents? She laughed humorlessly. What would they do? Take us out of school. Leave Voldemort to get the stone without opposition. Flamel gave us the information because he expected us to act on it, Harry said. Not to pass it along to adults who would tell us to stay out of it. So what? We're supposed to stop you-know-who ourselves. If no one else will, yes. Harry met Ron's eyes. I know it's terrifying. I know it seems impossible. But I've been doing impossible things since I was 9 years old. The scale is different, but the approach is the same: prepare, plan, and act when the moment comes. Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then something shifted in his expression, fear giving way to something more complicated, something that looked almost like determination. You're mental, he said. Completely mental. Probably. But you're also my friend. And Fred and George would never let me hear the end of it if I abandoned the boy who lived to fight dark wizards alone. Ron's grin was shaky but real. So. What's the plan? Harry pulled out the vial of silver memory. First, we find out what we're really dealing with. The room of requirement appeared on the 7th floor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, exactly where Harry's research had suggested it would be. 3 passes back and forth, thinking hard about what he needed, and a door materialized in the previously blank wall. Inside, they found a space perfectly suited to their needs: comfortable chairs, a pensieve for viewing memories, and shelves stocked with books on dark magic, defensive spells, and the history of Voldemort's first rise. This room is amazing, Hermione breathed, immediately gravitating toward the books. It just creates whatever you need. Within limits. It can't produce food, and it can't create something that doesn't exist. Harry moved toward the pensieve, a shallow stone basin filled with silvery mist. But it's perfect for what we need right now. He poured Flamel's memory into the basin, watching the silver liquid swirl and settle. Then, with a deep breath, he plunged his face into the surface. The world dissolved. He was standing in a workshop, surrounded by alchemical equipment and bubbling potions. Nicholas Flamel, younger than the man Harry had just met, but still impossibly old, was working at a bench, his back to the door. The door opened without warning. The man who entered was beautiful in a terrible way. Tall, dark-haired, with features that seemed sculpted from marble. His eyes were red, not naturally, but with a crimson gleam that spoke of dark magic, of rituals that should never have been performed. Nicholas Flamel, the man said. His voice was soft, cultured, reasonable. I've come to make you an offer. Flamel didn't turn around. Tom Riddle. I wondered when you'd appear. I prefer Lord Voldemort now. You can prefer whatever you like. I knew you when you were a Hogwarts student, asking questions about immortality that made your professors uncomfortable. Flamel finally turned, his ancient face carefully neutral. I told them you were dangerous. They didn't listen. They never do, until it's too late. Voldemort smiled, a cold expression that didn't reach his eyes. But I'm not here to discuss the past. I'm here to discuss the future, specifically, yours. I know what you want. The stone. The elixir. Flamel shook his head. You can't have it. Can't is such a limiting word. Voldemort moved closer, his robes flowing like shadow. I'm not proposing theft, Nicholas. I'm proposing partnership. Your alchemical knowledge, combined with my magical power. Together, we could reshape the world. The world doesn't need reshaping. It needs preserving. Does it? Voldemort's voice dropped, becoming intimate, seductive. I've seen the future that's coming, Nicholas. Muggles spreading across the globe like locusts, their technology growing more destructive by the year. Their weapons, their pollution, their endless breeding, they'll destroy everything magical within a century. Unless someone stops them. And you're the one to stop them. I'm the only one with the will to do what's necessary. Red eyes gleamed. The stone could make me immortal, truly immortal, not the half-life I've achieved through other means. With that power, I could protect our world for eternity. Flamel's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Other means? What have you done, Tom? Voldemort's smile widened. I've discovered the secret of the Horcrux. The word fell into the workshop like poison. Flamel stepped back, his face going pale. That's impossible. The ritual requires murder. Yes. And more than murder, the willing sundering of the soul. Voldemort raised one elegant hand, examining his fingers as if checking for imperfections. I've divided myself, Nicholas. Split my essence into multiple vessels, each one hidden, each one protected. Kill my body and I simply continue. Waiting for an opportunity to return. How many? Flamel's voice was barely a whisper. How many times have you torn yourself apart? Enough to ensure my immortality. Red eyes found Flamel's. But the Horcruxes are a stopgap. They preserve existence, but not power. For that, I need the stone. I need the elixir. I need what only you can provide. Flamel was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was steady, but there was horror beneath the calm. You've made yourself into an abomination. A thing that shouldn't exist, held together by murder and dark magic. And you expect me to help you become even more powerful? I expect you to be reasonable. Then you've misjudged me. Flamel raised his wand, not threatening, but clearly prepared to defend himself. Leave, Tom. Leave and don't return. The stone will never be yours. Voldemort's beautiful face twisted with sudden rage, an expression so different from his previous composure that it seemed like a different person entirely. You think you can refuse me? You think your age and reputation will protect you? He stepped forward, power crackling around him like lightning. I will tear this workshop apart. I will destroy everything you've built. I will make you watch as I, no. Flamel didn't move, didn't raise his voice. But something shifted in the room, a pressure, a weight, the sense of very old magic waking up and paying attention. I am 600 years old, Tom. I have survived wars and plagues and empires rising and falling. I have studied magic that was ancient before your grandparents were born. Do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. The two wizards stood there, power building between them, the air growing thick and hot, and then Voldemort laughed. A cold, cruel sound, utterly without humor. Very well. Keep your stone. Keep your elixir. Keep your pathetic half-life. He turned toward the door. But know this, Nicholas, I will live forever. And when you're finally dust, I will still be here, ruling a world that has forgotten you ever existed. He was gone before Flamel could respond, the door slamming behind him with a force that rattled potions from their shelves. Flamel stood alone in his workshop, looking older than ever, the weight of centuries pressing down on his shoulders. Horcruxes, he whispered. Multiple Horcruxes. Oh, Tom. What have you done? The memory dissolved, and Harry found himself back in the room of requirement, his friends watching him with anxious eyes. Horcruxes, Hermione said, 30 minutes later. She'd found the relevant books on the room's shelves, dark texts that shouldn't have existed in a school, but which the room had provided nonetheless. Soul containers. Created by murder, anchored to physical objects, designed to prevent true death. So he can't be killed. Ron's voice was flat. We're fighting someone who literally can't die. He can be killed. The body can be destroyed. But the soul fragments remain, waiting to be resurrected. Hermione was reading rapidly, her face growing paler with each page. The only way to truly end a Horcrux creator is to destroy all of the anchors first. Then, and only then, can the central soul be killed permanently. He said multiple, Harry said. Multiple Horcruxes. Not just one. The book says creating even one is supposed to be nearly impossible. The damage to the soul is catastrophic, most wizards who attempt it go mad or die in the process. Hermione looked up, her eyes wide. If he created several. I don't know how he's even still functional. He's not. Not fully. Harry thought about what he'd seen in the memory, Voldemort's sudden rage, the way his beautiful face had twisted into something inhuman. The Horcruxes have damaged him. Made him less stable, less human. But they've also made him nearly immortal. So what do we do? Hunt down magical objects all over the world while a Dark Lord tries to kill us? We start with what we know. Harry stood, pacing the room. Voldemort is here, at Hogwarts, possessing Quirrell. He wants the stone. If we can stop him from getting it, if we can destroy his current host, we'll buy time. And maybe, in the process, we'll learn more about where the Horcruxes are hidden. That's actually a reasonable plan, Hermione admitted. But it relies on us being able to defeat a Dark Lord in combat. We're first years. We're first years who just learned that our defense professor is possessed by the most dangerous wizard in a century, and that no adult is going to do anything about it. Harry's voice was harder than he intended. We adapt or we die. That's how it's always been for me. Ron and Hermione exchanged looks. Something passed between them, a silent communication that Harry couldn't quite read. Then Ron nodded. Right. So we need to prepare. Get stronger, learn more spells, figure out the protections on the stone so we're not going in blind. I can research the protections, Hermione said. The professors designed them, so there should be some record somewhere. And I'll study counter curses, defensive magic, anything that might help against possession. I'll work on our practical skills, Harry said. I've been holding back in classes, didn't want to draw too much attention. But if we're going to fight Voldemort, we need to be as strong as possible. What about me? Ron asked. I'm rubbish at research and Harry's already better at magic than most 7th years. You're better than you think, Harry said. You've got good instincts, good tactical sense. During the troll fight, you were the one who thought to distract it while I cast the spell. He met Ron's eyes. I need someone who can think clearly under pressure. Someone I trust to have my back when everything goes sideways. Can you do that? Ron straightened slightly, his chin coming up. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. Good. Harry looked at both of them, his friends, his allies, the people he would be facing death with. We have months before Voldemort makes his move. Let's use them. The training began the next day. Harry requested access to the room of requirement through careful thought, and it provided a perfect practice space, padded floors, target dummies, a comprehensive library of spell books, and wards that prevented any magic from being detected outside its walls. They trained every night after dinner, starting with basics and quickly advancing to more complex magic. Hermione devoured the theoretical texts, understanding spell mechanics with a speed that amazed even Harry. Ron struggled at first but found his stride with tactical thinking. He could analyze a duel and predict moves, and his chess-honed mind was perfect for strategic planning. Harry shared what he'd learned from Professor Vance, teaching them the advanced techniques that made his spell work so efficient. Silent casting. Spell chaining. The art of reading an opponent's wand movements and predicting their attacks. You're different, Hermione said one night, watching Harry duel against 3 animated dummies simultaneously. I've read about the magical abilities that manifest after trauma. Some wizards become more powerful, more controlled, when they've had to fight for survival. I didn't have much choice. Harry took down the last dummy with a precisely aimed stunner. It was learn to control my magic or keep having accidents. And accidents drew attention. From your relatives. From everyone. He dispelled the dummies and turned to face her. You've read about my childhood. The articles, the speculation. You were abused. It wasn't a question. The cupboard, the malnutrition, the isolation. The books talk about it clinically, but I've seen how you react to certain things. How you always know where the exits are. How you don't like people standing behind you. Hypervigilance. It's a survival trait. Harry's voice was carefully neutral. I learned to read danger because missing the signs meant pain. I learned to control my magic because losing control meant worse pain. I learned to plan because hope without planning was useless. And now you're using all of that to fight a Dark Lord. I'm using all of that to protect the people I care about. He met her eyes. I don't know if we can win this. I don't know if we'll even survive. But I know that doing nothing isn't an option. And I know that having friends, real friends, who understand what's at stake, makes it possible to face things that would destroy me alone. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she stepped forward and hugged him, quick, fierce, unexpected. We're going to win, she said. We have to. We've come too far to fail now. Harry let himself hold her, just for a moment. Then Ron was there too, awkwardly joining the embrace, and the 3 of them stood in the room of requirement, drawing strength from each other. They had work to do. The weeks passed, and Harry began to notice things about Quirrell that he hadn't before. The professor was deteriorating. His stutter was more pronounced, his movements more erratic. He wore thicker and thicker turbans, as if whatever was beneath them was growing, demanding more concealment. Sometimes, during class, he would stop mid-sentence and stare at nothing, his lips moving soundlessly before he remembered where he was. He's being consumed, Hermione said during one of their strategy sessions. The Dark Lord is draining him, using him up. At this rate, Quirrell will be dead within months even if nothing else happens. Which means Voldemort is running out of time. Harry studied the map he'd drawn of the 3rd floor corridor and its protections. He'll have to move soon. The question is when. The end-of-year exams, Ron suggested. Everyone's distracted, the castle's in chaos. Perfect time to make a move. That gives us about 3 months. Harry nodded slowly. Time to finish our preparations. Time to make sure we're ready. They increased their training schedule. Harry began teaching Ron and Hermione more advanced combat magic, nothing too dark, but spells that would incapacitate rather than merely inconvenience. Hermione mastered a shield charm that could block most curses, while Ron developed a surprisingly vicious bludgeoning hex that could break bones. They researched the protections on the stone, piecing together clues from overheard conversations and careful observation. Fluffy was obvious, Hagrid's pet, soothed by music. Beyond that, they identified challenges from several professors: Devil's Snare, Sprout, Flying Keys, Flitwick, a giant chess set, McGonagall, a logic puzzle, Snape, and something else, something Dumbledore himself had created as the final barrier. He expects me to face it, Harry said. Flamel told me the protections were designed to be passable. Dumbledore wants me to confront Voldemort at the end, to prove myself. To become whatever he thinks I need to be. That's sick, Ron said flatly. Using a kid as bait. It's strategy. Cold, calculated strategy. Harry's voice was bitter. The same kind of thinking that left me with the Dursleys for 9 years. Acceptable costs in service of the greater good. We're not going to play his game, Hermione said. We're going to handle this our way. Together. Together, Harry agreed. And when it's over, Dumbledore and I are going to have a very long conversation about acceptable costs. The confrontation came on a night in late May, exactly as Ron had predicted. Harry woke from uneasy dreams to find his scar burning, not the dull ache he'd grown accustomed to, but a sharp, searing pain that felt like someone was pressing a hot iron to his forehead. He stumbled out of bed, his vision blurred, his head pounding. Tonight, something whispered in his mind. It happens tonight. He didn't question the instinct. He grabbed his wand, threw on his robes, and went to wake Ron. It's time. It's time. They collected Hermione from the girls' dormitory. She was already awake, having felt the magical disturbance even without Harry's scar connection, and made their way through the silent castle to the 3rd-floor corridor. The door to Fluffy's chamber was already open. Someone's been here before us, Hermione whispered. The trap door, look, it's been pulled aside. Harry moved forward, wand raised. The 3-headed dog was awake but docile, watching them with 6 eyes that held no hostility. A magical harp sat in the corner, still playing itself, keeping the beast calm. Quirrell, Harry said. He's ahead of us. They dropped through the trapdoor, landing on something soft that immediately began to wrap around their limbs. Devil's Snare. Hermione shouted. Don't struggle, relax and it'll let you through. Harry forced himself to go limp, fighting every survival instinct that screamed at him to fight back. The plant loosened its grip, and he slipped through, landing on a stone floor below. Ron followed a moment later, and then Hermione, conjuring bluebell flames to drive the snare back from the opening. The room of flying keys was next. Harry mounted one of the broomsticks provided and caught the ancient, silver key with his seeker reflexes. The Quidditch training he'd been doing had more than one application. The chess set fell to Ron's tactical genius, though the sacrifice play cost him a nasty knock to the head that left him dazed and bleeding. Go, Ron gasped as Hermione helped him to his feet. I'll be fine. Go. Harry hesitated, but time was running out. He could feel Voldemort ahead, could sense the dark presence growing closer with every step. Hermione, stay with him. Make sure he's safe. Harry, I have to face this alone. That's how it was always going to end. He met her eyes. If I don't come back, you'll come back. Her voice was fierce. You have to. We're not done yet. Harry nodded, turned, and walked through the final door. The chamber beyond was dominated by fire. Not ordinary fire, purple flames that burned without heat, forming a ring around a central platform where the mirror of Eriste stood, its ornate frame gleaming in the flickering light. And before the mirror, staring into its depths with an expression of frustrated rage, was Professor Quirrell. His turban was gone. The back of his head was wrong. Bulging, misshapen, as if something was trying to push its way out from inside his skull. Potter. Quirrell's voice was different, stronger, clearer, without any trace of the stutter that had marked his teaching. I wondered when you'd arrive. Professor. Harry kept his wand raised, his eyes tracking every detail of the room. The fire formed a barrier, but there were gaps, paths through if you knew where to look. Or should I call you by your passenger's name? Quirrell laughed, a cold, cruel sound that didn't match his normally meek demeanor. He told me you were clever. More clever than Dumbledore gives you credit for. Dumbledore sees what he wants to see. So do most people. Harry moved slowly forward, keeping the mirror between himself and Quirrell. The stone. You can't get it out. A minor setback. The mirror shows your deepest desires, but the stone is hidden inside it. Only someone who wants to find the stone but not use it can retrieve it. Quirrell's face twisted with frustration. A clever trap. But not clever enough. Let me speak to him, said another voice. Let me see the boy. The voice came from Quirrell himself, but it wasn't Quirrell speaking. It was deeper, colder, resonating with power that made Harry's scar flare with fresh pain. Quirrell's hands went to his head, and he began to unwrap the bandages that concealed the back of his skull. What emerged was a face. A face unlike any Harry had ever seen, white as bone, with red eyes that burned with malevolent intelligence, nostrils that were slits like a snake's, a mouth that smiled with too many teeth. It was growing out of Quirrell's head, sharing his body, using him like a puppet. Harry Potter, said Voldemort. We meet at last. You look terrible, Harry said. It wasn't what he'd planned to say. But facing the monster who had murdered his parents, the Dark Lord who had haunted his life before he even knew magic existed, something in him refused to show fear. Voldemort's smile widened. Bravado. I remember your father had the same quality. It didn't save him. My father didn't have 11 years to prepare for this meeting. Prepare. Voldemort's laugh was like grinding glass. You're a child, Potter. A first-year student who's barely learned to levitate feathers. What preparation could possibly matter against me? Guess we'll find out. Harry moved. He'd planned this attack for months, practiced it until it was muscle memory. 3 spells, cast in rapid succession, a stunner aimed at Quirrell's chest, a blinding curse aimed at Voldemort's face, and a severing charm aimed at the point where parasitic and host connected. Voldemort blocked all 3. Not with a wand, Quirrell's wand was still in his hand, unused. But with pure magical power, a shield of darkness that absorbed the spells and dissipated them like smoke. Impressive, Voldemort said. For a child. But you're outmatched, Potter. You always were. He struck back with a bolt of red light that Harry barely dodged, rolling behind a stone pillar as the curse shattered the floor where he'd been standing. Another curse followed, and another, driving Harry back toward the wall. The prophecy says you have the power to defeat me, Voldemort continued, advancing. But power means nothing without experience. Without knowledge. Without the willingness to do whatever is necessary to win. The prophecy? Harry fired back with a bludgeoning hex that Voldemort batted aside contemptuously. Flamel told me about your Horcruxes. You're not immortal, you're just really hard to kill. Voldemort's advance paused. His red eyes narrowed. The alchemist has been sharing secrets. How inconvenient. He smiled again, but there was something different in it now, something calculating. But it doesn't matter. Even if you know what I am, you don't know where the Horcruxes are hidden. You don't know how many. Harry pulled Flamel's vial from his pocket and held it up. The silver memory gleamed in the firelight. I know enough. And when this is over, I'm going to find every single one of your soul anchors and destroy them. You'll die, Voldemort. Really die, the way you should have 11 years ago. Something shifted in Voldemort's expression, the first genuine emotion Harry had seen. Not fear, exactly. But uncertainty. The realization that this child was more than he appeared. Give me the memory, Voldemort said. Give it to me, and I'll make your death quick. Painless. A mercy, considering what you are. What am I? You're a Horcrux, Harry. Voldemort's smile returned, crueler than before. Didn't Flamel tell you? The night I tried to kill you, a fragment of my soul attached itself to the only living thing in that room. You carry a piece of me, boy. You've always carried it. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. A Horcrux. A piece of Voldemort's soul, living inside him. The voice in his dreams, the rage that sometimes felt borrowed, the connection that let him sense the Dark Lord's presence, it all made terrible sense. You're lying. I never lie about important things. Voldemort was close now, close enough that Harry could see the pores in Quirrell's skin, the sweat on his brow, the way the host's body was failing even as the parasite drove it forward. You can't destroy me without destroying yourself. That's the beautiful irony. The boy who lived is also the boy who carries my soul. Harry's wand arm trembled. Not with fear, with fury. Fury at Dumbledore, who must have known. Fury at Flamel, who hadn't told him the full truth. Fury at Voldemort, who had violated him in the most intimate way possible without his knowledge or consent. And beneath the fury, something else. Something cold and hard and utterly determined. You think that changes anything? Harry said. His voice was steady now, flat with a calm that surprised even himself. You think I'll hesitate to die if it means taking you with me? Voldemort's smile faltered. I lived in a cupboard for 9 years. I was beaten, starved, told I was worthless and unwanted and a freak. I survived all of that by deciding that no one, would ever control me again. Harry raised his wand. You put a piece of yourself inside me without my permission. You made me a prisoner in my own body without my knowledge. And you expect me to be afraid of dying? You're bluffing. Try me. They stood there, separated by 6 feet of charged air, the mirror of Erist gleaming behind them with its promise of heart's desire. 2 souls, bound by prophecy and murder and a fragment of darkness that had defined Harry's entire existence. Then Voldemort moved. But Harry was faster. He didn't dodge this time. He charged forward, closing the distance before Voldemort could cast, grabbing Quirrell's face with his bare hands, and the world exploded into pain and light and screaming. Later, Harry would learn what happened. The love protection his mother had died to give him, the magic that had saved him as a baby, was still active. It was written into his blood, his skin, his very essence. And when that protection touched Voldemort's corrupted soul, both through Quirrell's body and through the Horcrux fragment in Harry's own scar, it burned. Quirrell's face blistered and cracked beneath Harry's palms. Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure agony that seemed to shake the chamber's foundations. The Horcrux fragment in Harry's scar writhed and twisted, trying to escape the purifying touch of his mother's sacrifice. Harry held on. The pain was beyond anything he'd ever experienced, beyond the beatings, beyond the hunger, beyond the worst moments of his cupboard existence. But he held on, because letting go meant letting Voldemort win, and he would rather die than surrender to the monster who had destroyed his family. The screaming stopped. Harry collapsed, his hands burned raw, his vision fading to black. The last thing he saw was Quirrell's body crumbling to dust, and a dark shadow rising from the remains, Voldemort's spirit, torn free of its host, fleeing into the night. Then there was nothing. He woke in the hospital wing, 3 days later, to find Dumbledore sitting beside his bed. The headmaster looked old. Older than Harry had ever seen him, with dark circles under his eyes and a weariness that seemed to go bone deep. His hands were folded in his lap, and he was watching Harry with an expression that mixed relief, regret, and something that might have been shame. "You're awake," Dumbledore said. "Good. We have much to discuss." Harry's throat was raw, his body aching, his hands wrapped in bandages that smelled of healing potion. But his mind was clear, and his memories were intact. "You knew," he said. His voice cracked, but the accusation was unmistakable. "About the Horcrux. About what I am." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I knew. I have known since the night your parents died. And you never told me. I believed it was too great a burden for a child to bear." "I believed," Dumbledore stopped, took a breath, continued. "I believed many things that I now recognize as self-serving justifications for my own failures. You were going to let me die." Harry's voice was flat. "That's why you wanted me to face Voldemort. Not to test my character. To destroy the Horcrux. To kill the piece of him that lives in me." The thought had occurred to me. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "The prophecy speaks of neither living while the other survives. I interpreted that as meaning, but I was wrong. I was wrong about so many things." "The prophecy. Tell me all of it." Dumbledore recited the words, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, born as the seventh month dies, marked as his equal, power he knows not." Harry listened, feeling the weight of destiny settle onto his shoulders like a physical burden. "Neither can live while the other survives," he repeated. "So one of us has to die. That is one interpretation. But prophecies are not certainties, they are possibilities. The future is not fixed, Harry. It never was. Then why did you treat it like it was? Why did you leave me with the Dursleys, set up the stone as bait, let me face Voldemort alone if you didn't believe the prophecy was absolute?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "Because I was afraid. Afraid that if I intervened too much, I would make things worse. Afraid that my own power would corrupt me, as it corrupted Grindelwald, as it corrupted Tom Riddle. Afraid that—" He stopped, and Harry saw something he'd never expected to see on Albus Dumbledore's face. Tears. "I was afraid of caring about you," Dumbledore said. "Because everyone I've ever truly cared about has either died or been destroyed by my failures. I kept you at a distance because I couldn't bear to lose another person I loved." Harry stared at the old man, the most powerful wizard in the world, the defeater of Dark Lords, the architect of Harry's entire tortured existence, and felt his anger shift into something more complicated. "You don't get to use me as a weapon and then claim you did it out of love." "No. I don't." Dumbledore wiped his eyes, his movements slow and weary. "I have made terrible mistakes, Harry. Unforgivable mistakes. I cannot undo them. I can only tell you the truth, finally and completely, and hope that you will allow me the chance to do better. The truth about the Horcruxes. About how to destroy them. About how to finally end Voldemort. Yes. All of it. Everything I know, everything I suspect, everything I've been keeping from you in my misguided attempt at protection." Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. "You've proven tonight that you don't need my protection. You need my partnership. My respect. My trust." Harry was quiet for a moment, thinking about everything that had led to this point. The cupboard. The letters. The goblins and the property deals and the political education. The training, the preparation, the friends who had stood beside him. He'd built all of it to become the kind of person who couldn't be controlled. Who couldn't be manipulated. Who could face any challenge on his own terms. And now Dumbledore was offering something he'd never had before, a genuine partnership with the most powerful wizard in the world. "Tell me about the Horcruxes," Harry said. "All of them. Where they are, what they look like, how they can be destroyed. I'll tell you everything I know. And then we're going to destroy them. Together. You and me and Ron and Hermione and anyone else who wants to help. Together, Dumbledore agreed. No more secrets. No more manipulation. Just two wizards working toward a common goal. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't forgiveness, he wasn't sure he could ever truly forgive what Dumbledore had done. But it was a beginning. Start talking, he said. And Dumbledore did. The summer that followed was unlike anything Harry had expected. He returned to his London flat, but now he had visitors, Ron and Hermione, who came by regularly for training and research. Grip Hook, who helped him understand the implications of the Horcrux information Dumbledore had shared. Narcissa Malfoy, whose expression when she learned the full truth was one Harry would never forget, horror and calculation in something that might have been genuine concern. The Dark Lord made a Horcrux from you without your knowledge, she said. That's unprecedented. The magical implications alone. Dumbledore thinks it might have been destroyed. When I touched Quirrell, when the love protection activated, he felt the Horcrux weaken. Maybe die. But you're not certain. No. I'm not certain of anything. Harry stared out the window at the London streets below. Except that I'm going to find out. And when I do, I'm going to end this. Narcissa was quiet for a moment. Then she said something that surprised him. When Draco comes home for the summer, I want you to meet with him. Properly, without the games and the posturing. I want you to tell him the truth about what's coming. You want me to recruit your son. I want my son to have choices. Real choices, not the path his father is trying to force him down. She met Harry's eyes. You've built something remarkable, Mr. Potter. A network of allies, a foundation of power, a vision of how the world could be different. Draco needs to see that. He needs to understand that there's an alternative to the future his father is planning. And if he chooses his father anyway? Then I'll know I tried. Narcissa's voice was steady, but Harry could see the fear beneath her composure. Better to try and fail than to watch my son walk into darkness without ever showing him the light. Harry thought about it. Draco Malfoy had been a complication all year, sometimes hostile, sometimes curious, always watching Harry with those calculating gray eyes. But beneath the arrogance and the posturing, there had been moments of something else. Uncertainty. Longing. The desire to be something other than what his family expected. I'll meet with him, Harry said. But I won't lie to him or manipulate him. If he joins us, it'll be because he genuinely wants to, not because I tricked him into it. That's all I ask. The meeting with Draco happened on a rainy afternoon in July, in a private room at a Diagon Alley establishment that catered to wealthy families who valued discretion. Draco arrived alone, which surprised Harry. He'd expected the Crabbe and Goyle bookends. But the blonde boy who took the seat across from him seemed different from the Hogwarts version. Younger, somehow. Less certain. My mother says you want to talk, Draco said. Really talk, without the games. She's right. About what? Harry considered his options. He could ease into it, build rapport, gradually reveal information. That was what a politician would do, what Narcissa had trained him to do. But Draco wasn't a political opponent. He was a scared kid whose father was dragging him toward darkness, and he deserved the truth. Voldemort is coming back, Harry said. Not someday, not eventually, soon. He's already made one attempt this year, and he's going to keep trying until he succeeds. When he does, he's going to rebuild his army, restart his war, and everyone is going to have to choose a side. Draco went pale. How do you know this? Because I fought him. In June, underneath the school, where Dumbledore was hiding the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell was his host, his body, and I destroyed the host. But Voldemort's spirit escaped. He's still out there, looking for another way back. That's impossible. You know who is dead. He's been dead for 11 years. He made himself immortal. Or close enough to immortal that it doesn't matter. Harry met Draco's eyes. Your father knows. He was there, at the height of the war. He saw what Voldemort could do, what he was willing to do. And when Voldemort comes back, your father is going to rejoin him. Because that's what he's been waiting for all along. You don't know my father. I know what he is. A Death Eater. A follower. Someone who bet on the wrong side and got away with it when Voldemort fell. Harry's voice was matter-of-fact, without judgment. I'm not here to condemn him. I'm here to offer you an alternative. Draco was silent for a long moment. His face had gone through several emotions, denial, anger, fear, before settling into something like resignation. What kind of alternative? An alliance. Not against your family, not at first. But a connection to something other than your father's world. I have resources, money, information, allies in places your father doesn't even know exist. I'm building a network of people who want to stop Voldemort, who want to create a magical world that isn't ruled by blood prejudice and fear. You want me to betray my father. I want you to choose your own path. Your father chose to follow a madman. Your Aunt Bellatrix chose to become a killer. Your Aunt Andromeda chose to marry for love and damn the consequences. Harry leaned forward. What do you choose, Draco? What kind of person do you want to be? Draco stared at him. For a long time, he didn't speak. Then, I don't know. That's the first honest thing you've ever said to me. Harry smiled slightly. You don't have to decide right now. You don't have to decide this summer, or this year. But when the time comes, when Voldemort returns and your father expects you to kneel, you should know that there's another option. You should know that you have a choice. And if I choose wrong, then we'll be enemies. And I'll do whatever I have to do to stop Voldemort and everyone who follows him. Harry's voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it. But I'd rather have you as an ally, Draco. You're clever, you're ambitious, and you're not nearly as cruel as you pretend to be. You could be something great. Or you could be another footnote in the history of dark wizards who followed the wrong leader. Draco rose abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. His face was a mask, but his hands were trembling. I need to think, he said. I don't know what I need. Take your time. Harry stood as well. But not too much time. The war is coming, Draco. And when it does, everyone's going to have to pick a side. Draco left without another word. Harry watched him go, thinking about the threads of fate that connected them, the prophecy, the Horcruxes, the complex web of alliances and enmities that would define the coming years. He'd planted a seed. Whether it would grow into an ally or wither into another enemy, only time would tell. The summer ended with a surprise visitor. Harry was in his flat, reviewing Gringotts' reports on the Potter family investments, when the wards triggered. Someone powerful was approaching, someone he recognized. Dumbledore. Harry opened the door before the headmaster could knock. Professor. Harry. Dumbledore looked better than he had in the hospital wing, less worn, more focused. May I come in? Of course. They sat in Harry's small living room, surrounded by the evidence of his dual life, financial documents on the desk, spell books on the shelves, a communication mirror that linked him to 3 different continents. You've built quite an operation, Dumbledore observed. Impressive for someone your age. I've had good teachers. Goblin merchants, political advisors, dark arts experts. Harry met the old man's eyes. And now you, I suppose. You said you'd tell me everything. I have. Or at least, I've told you everything I know about Voldemort's Horcruxes and his possible hiding places. Dumbledore pulled a small journal from his robes. This contains all of my research. My suspicions, my theories, my plans for how we might destroy them. Harry took the journal. It was old, worn, filled with cramped handwriting and inserted notes in multiple colors of ink. The accumulated wisdom of decades of investigation. "Thank you," he said. It still felt strange, thanking Dumbledore for anything. "There's something else." Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "I've been thinking about what you said, about treating you as a partner rather than a pawn. You were right. And I believe it's time to formalize that partnership." "Formalize how?" "You're 12 years old. In 6 years, you'll come of age in the magical world. Until then, you need a guardian, someone with legal authority to protect your interests and guide your development." Dumbledore took a breath. "I'd like that person to be me." Harry stared at him. "You want to be my guardian? After everything?" "After everything, yes. Because I understand now what I failed to understand before. You're not a weapon to be wielded or a symbol to be protected. You're a young man with extraordinary abilities and an extraordinary burden. You deserve a mentor who respects that. Who treats you as the partner you've proven yourself to be. I already have guardians. The goblins arranged it. The goblins arranged legal protection. I'm offering something more, a relationship. Someone to advise you, to help you grow, to stand beside you when the darkness comes." Dumbledore's voice was soft. "I cannot undo the past, Harry. But I can try to build a better future. If you'll let me." Harry thought about it for a long time. The fire in his fireplace crackled. Outside, London continued its eternal bustling. He thought about the cupboard, and the years of abuse that Dumbledore's decisions had enabled. He thought about the blood wards, the prophecy, the Horcrux that might or might not still be living in his skull. He thought about the memory of his parents' bodies, the weight of their sacrifice, the legacy they'd left him to carry. And he thought about what he wanted. Not what he needed, not what was strategically optimal, but what he genuinely wanted for himself. "I don't forgive you," he said finally. "I don't know if I ever will. I don't expect you to. But I accept your offer. Not because I trust you, I don't, not completely. But because you're right. I need a mentor. I need someone who understands the magical world at the highest levels, who can teach me things that goblins and politicians can't." "Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me yet." Harry's voice was hard. "If you betray me again, if you manipulate me, or lie to me, or put me in danger without my knowledge, there won't be a third chance. I'll find out, and I'll act, and I promise you won't like the consequences." "I understand." "Good." Harry stood, extending his hand. "Then we have a deal. Partners." Dumbledore took his hand, and something shifted between them, a formal alliance, a binding of intention, the beginning of something new. "Partners," Dumbledore agreed. "And may God help anyone who stands against us." Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Chamber of Secrets. Second year began with a warning. Harry was sorting through his mail at the London flat, correspondence from Gringotts, a letter from Hermione about her summer reading, a carefully worded note from Draco that said nothing and meant everything, when a house elf appeared in his living room with a crack like a gunshot. The creature was small, even by house elf standards, with enormous green eyes and ears like satellite dishes. It wore a filthy pillowcase as clothing and wrung its hands with an anxiety that seemed to border on physical pain. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts, it said, before Harry could even reach for his wand. Terrible things are planned. Dark magic. Death. Harry studied the elf, his mind racing through what he knew about house elf magic and the families that employed them. The pillowcase was old but well made, the kind of quality that came from old money. The elf's behavior, warning him secretly, clearly against its master's wishes, suggested divided loyalties. "What's your name?" Harry asked, keeping his voice calm. "Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf." "And who do you belong to, Dobby?" The elf's eyes went wide with terror. "Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby would have to punish himself most severely if it's fine. I won't ask again. Harry gestured to a chair. Please, sit down. Tell me what you know about these terrible things. Dobby remained standing, still wringing his hands. There is a plot, Harry Potter. A plot to make terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. Dobby has been watching, listening. Dobby's masters speak of old magic, dark magic, things that were hidden long ago and will be unleashed again. Your masters. Harry filed that away. A family involved in dark magic, with connections to Hogwarts, wealthy enough to own a house elf. The list of candidates was short. They're the ones planning this? Dobby cannot say, sir. But Dobby knows that Harry Potter will be in great danger if he returns to school. Dobby begs Harry Potter to stay away. To protect himself. Harry considered the warning. It was genuine, he could see that in the elf's desperate sincerity. But staying away from Hogwarts wasn't an option. He had plans, allies, a war to prepare for. Whatever was coming, he would face it head-on. I appreciate the warning, Dobby. But I'm going back to Hogwarts. Then Dobby must stop Harry Potter. The elf's voice rose to a near shriek. For Harry Potter's own good. He raised his hand, magic crackling around his fingers. Harry moved faster. The stunning spell caught Dobby square in the chest, dropping him to the floor in a heap of oversized ears and twitching limbs. Harry stood over him, wand still raised, heart pounding. Sorry about that, he said to the unconscious elf. But I don't respond well to threats. He revived Dobby with a quick enervate, then cast a binding charm that prevented the elf from disappearing. Dobby's eyes went wide with shock. Few wizards could block house elf magic, and fewer still would think to try. Now, Harry said, sitting down across from the bound elf. Let's have a proper conversation. Tell me everything you know about this plot, and I'll see if I can help. Try to stop me or hurt me again, and I'll make sure your masters know exactly what you've been doing. Dobby trembled, torn between loyalty and terror. But something in Harry's calm, implacable tone seemed to reach him. There is an artifact, he whispered. An old thing, from the Dark Lord's time. It has been hidden for many years, but now it will be brought to Hogwarts. It will open something. Something that was sealed long ago. Something terrible. What kind of artifact? Dobby does not know, sir. Only that it is dark. Very dark. And that Harry Potter must not be at Hogwarts when it is unleashed. Harry released the binding with a wave of his wand. Thank you, Dobby. You've given me valuable information. Harry Potter is still going back. The elf's voice was plaintive. Even knowing the danger. Especially knowing the danger. That's how I operate. Harry met Dobby's enormous eyes. But I won't forget that you tried to warn me. When this is over, whatever this turns out to be, I'll remember. Dobby stared at him for a long moment, something shifting in his expression. Then he disappeared with a crack, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and a growing sense of unease. An artifact. Dark magic. Something sealed at Hogwarts that would be unleashed. He needed more information. The letter to Dumbledore went out that evening, using the secure channels they'd established over the summer. The response came the next morning, delivered by Fawkes the Phoenix in a burst of golden flame. Harry, your warning is concerning but not unexpected. I have long suspected that remnants of Tom Riddle's influence might still exist within Hogwarts. He spent 7 years there, after all, and was intimately familiar with its secrets. The artifact you describe may be connected to something I've been researching for years, the Chamber of Secrets. According to legend, Salazar Slytherin built a hidden chamber within the castle, containing a monster that only his heir could control. I always believed this was myth, but if an artifact could somehow open the chamber, I will increase security measures at the school. In the meantime, continue gathering information through your own channels. Your goblin allies may have historical records that could prove useful. We will discuss this further when you arrive. Albus the Chamber of Secrets. Harry had read about it in Hogwarts, a history, one of the many books Hermione had recommended during their first year. The legend spoke of a monster, a heir, a purge of those deemed unworthy to study magic. Muggle-borns. That's who Slytherin had wanted to remove. And if someone was planning to open the chamber now? Hermione. She was Muggle-born. She would be a target. Harry's hands tightened on Dumbledore's letter, something cold settling in his chest. This wasn't just about dark magic or ancient mysteries. This was personal. He began making plans. The train to Hogwarts was crowded with returning students and first years, the Hogwarts Express steaming northward through the English countryside. Harry had a private compartment, a benefit of his Gringotts connections, where Ron and Hermione joined him for the journey. The Chamber of Secrets. Ron's face was pale. My dad's told me about that. During the last war, you know who talked about being the heir of Slytherin, about purifying the school. People thought he was going to open it. But he never did, Hermione said. At least, there's no historical record of it being opened during that time. Maybe he didn't have the artifact. Harry stared out the window at the passing landscape. Or maybe he was waiting for the right moment. Either way, someone has it now, and they're planning to use it this year. The monster. Hermione pulled out a notebook filled with her characteristic cramped handwriting. I've been researching since you old me. The most common theories suggest a basilisk, a giant serpent that can kill with its gaze, or some form of dragon. There are also references to Slytherin's creature in medieval texts, though the descriptions are vague. A basilisk would explain why only the heir of Slytherin could control it, Harry said. Parseltongue, the ability to speak to snakes. It's supposed to run in Slytherin's bloodline. But you know who is the only known Parselmouth in recent history. If someone else is opening the chamber, they'd need. She trailed off, something clicking in her eyes. They'd need someone who could speak Parseltongue, she finished. Someone who might not even know they had the ability. Harry understood what she was implying. The Horcrux. The piece of Voldemort's soul that had attached to him as a baby. If that fragment had given him other abilities he didn't know he had, we need to test it, he said. Find a snake, see if I can communicate with it. That's dark magic, Harry. Parseltongue is associated with Voldemort. I know. His voice was flat. But if I have the ability, we need to know. It might be the only way to stop whatever's in the chamber. Ron and Hermione exchanged uneasy looks, but neither argued. They'd learned over the past year that Harry's instincts were usually right, even when they led in uncomfortable directions. The test came that evening, after the sorting feast. Harry had asked Hagrid about magical snakes during a visit to his hut, and the half-giant had been happy to show him a small grass snake he'd been nursing back to health after a run-in with a garden gnome. Beautiful little thing, Hagrid said, cradling the snake gently. Got a broken rib, but she's healing up nice. Want to hold her? Harry took the snake carefully, feeling its smooth scales against his palm. It was small, harmless, nothing like the monster supposedly hidden in the chamber. But if his suspicion was right. He focused on the snake, trying to sense something, anything, that might indicate a connection. Hello, he thought, feeling slightly ridiculous. Can you understand me? The snake's head came up, its tongue flickering. Speaker, it hissed. You are a speaker. Harry's blood ran cold. Yes, he replied, the words coming out as sibilant hisses that made Hagrid take a startled step backward. I am a speaker. It has been long since we heard a speaker. The snake seemed almost pleased. The cold-blood ones forget their connection to us. But you remember. I didn't know I could do this until now. The knowing is not important. The speaking is. The snake settled more comfortably in Harry's hands. What do you wish of us, speaker? Harry considered his words carefully. There is a danger. A great snake, hidden somewhere in this place. I may need to find it. To stop it. The Great One. A flicker of something like fear passed through the snake's tiny mind. She sleeps in the deep places. We do not speak of her. She is old, speaker. Old and hungry and not like us. Where does she sleep? We do not know. We avoid her territory. The pipes, the water, the dark places, these are hers. We do not go there. Harry thanked the snake and handed it back to Hagrid, who was staring at him with a mixture of wonder and concern. You're a Parselmouth, Hagrid said. Like you know who. It seems so. Harry kept his voice even. I didn't know until just now. That's dark magic, Harry. People are going to talk. Let them talk. I need to understand what I am if I'm going to protect this school. He met Hagrid's eyes. You trust me, don't you? Hagrid hesitated, but only for a moment. Course I do. You're Harry Potter. Whatever else you might be, you're not evil. Then keep this between us for now. I need to figure out how to use this ability without everyone panicking. Hagrid nodded slowly. All right. But be careful, Harry. Parseltongue has a dark history. People might not understand. People rarely understand. That's never stopped me before. The attacks began in October. The first victim was Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, found hanging by her tail from a torch bracket on the second floor. She wasn't dead, petrified, according to Dumbledore, frozen by some magic that left her body rigid as stone. But the message painted on the wall beside her was clear: the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The school erupted into panic. Students whispered about the heir of Slytherin, about the monster in the chamber, about who might be next. The Slytherins, predictably, were smug. Many of them believed the chamber's purpose was justified, that Muggleborns didn't deserve to study magic. The other houses were terrified, looking at each other with suspicion, wondering who among them might be the mysterious heir. Harry knew he was a suspect. The Parseltongue ability had spread through the rumor mill despite Hagrid's discretion. Someone had overheard him practicing with a snake, and the story had taken on a life of its own. Now half the school believed that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was secretly the heir of Slytherin. It's ridiculous, Ron said during one of their strategy sessions in the Room of Requirement. You're the last person who would attack Muggleborns. Your mum was Muggleborn. Logic doesn't matter when people are scared. Harry was studying a map of Hogwarts he'd acquired from the twins, a magical document that showed the location of every person in the castle. They need someone to blame, and I'm convenient. What about the real heir? Hermione had surrounded herself with books on the chamber's history. Dobby said the artifact was being brought to Hogwarts. Someone must have it, someone who's using it to control the monster. The artifact. Harry frowned, thinking. Dobby works for a wealthy family involved in dark magic. A family that would have connections to Voldemort's old network. The Malfoys, Ron said flatly. It's got to be. Probably. But we can't prove it, and accusing Lucius Malfoy without evidence would be politically disastrous. Harry tapped the map, watching tiny dots move through the castle corridors. We need to find the chamber ourselves. The snake I talked to mentioned pipes, water, dark places. The monster moves through the plumbing. That's disgusting, Hermione said. And brilliant. A basilisk in the pipes would explain why no one's ever seen it. But if it's a basilisk, anyone who looks at it dies, Ron pointed out. How has no one died yet? Maybe they haven't looked at it directly. Reflections, shadows, something that weakened the gaze. Harry stood, pacing the room. We need to find out where the chamber's entrance is, and we need to do it before someone gets killed. I might have a lead. Hermione pulled out one of her notebooks. I've been researching the plumbing systems of Hogwarts. Don't laugh, it's important, and there are some anomalies. Areas where the pipes don't connect to anything, sections that were sealed off centuries ago. Most of them are in the dungeons, but there's one that caught my attention. She spread a diagram across the table. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom on the second floor. It's been out of order for 50 years, ever since a student died there under mysterious circumstances. The official story is that she was killed by a creature that escaped from the Forbidden Forest, but the details don't add up. A student died there. Harry's eyes narrowed. 50 years ago. That would be around the time Voldemort was at school. Exactly. And the pipes in that bathroom connect to a sealed-off section of the system that doesn't appear on any official maps. Hermione's voice was triumphant. If the chamber's entrance is anywhere, it's there. Harry looked at his friends, Hermione with her books and her brilliant mind, Ron with his loyalty and his growing tactical skill. They'd been through so much together, faced so many dangers. But this was different. This was a 1,000-year-old monster controlled by Voldemort's magic. We're not going in without preparation, he said. We need anti-basilisk measures. Ways to fight something we can't look at directly. Roosters, Hermione said immediately. A rooster's crow is fatal to a basilisk. That's why all the school roosters have been killed lately. I thought it was strange when Hagrid mentioned it. Mirrors, Ron added. To see around corners without looking directly. And backup. Harry pulled out his communication mirror. Grip hook. Narcissa. Maybe even Dumbledore, though I'd rather handle this ourselves if possible. Why not Dumbledore? Because he's testing me again. Harry's voice was bitter. He knows about the attacks, knows about the chamber, probably even knows where the entrance is. But he's waiting to see what I'll do. How I'll handle it. That's, Hermione stopped, struggling for words. That's terrible. That's Dumbledore. He means well, but he can't stop thinking of me as a project rather than a person. Harry put the mirror away. So we'll solve this ourselves. And when we do, we'll have proven that we don't need his games to get things done. The second attack came a week later. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who had been following Harry around with a camera all semester, was found petrified in a fourth-floor corridor. His camera was clutched in his frozen hands, the film inside melted to slag. He saw it through the camera lens, Hermione said, her voice shaking. That's why he wasn't killed outright. The image was filtered. He's just a kid. Ron's fists were clenched. 12 years old, excited about magic, and now he's alive, Harry said firmly. Petrified, not dead. When the mandrakes mature, Madame Pomfrey can brew a restorative draft. We just need to stop the attacks before someone gets killed. The map of Hogwarts spread before them, marked with the locations of both attacks. Harry had been tracking Draco Malfoy for weeks, watching his movements, looking for any sign that he was involved in the chamber plot. But Draco seemed as confused by the attacks as everyone else. His behavior suggested genuine ignorance, not the smugness of someone executing a secret plan. If it's not Draco, who's controlling the monster? Hermione asked. Maybe no one is. Maybe the artifact works automatically, like a cursed object that possesses whoever uses it. Harry traced the pipe system on the map, following the routes the basilisk might use. We need to find the artifact. If we can destroy it, we might be able to stop the attacks. Dobby said it was brought to Hogwarts. So someone must have slipped it into the castle, probably in someone's possession. Ron frowned. What if it's hidden in someone's things? A trunk, a book bag. A book. Harry sat up suddenly. Hermione, you said a student died in that bathroom 50 years ago. Do we know who she was? Myrtle Warren. A Muggle-born Ravenclaw. Hermione's eyes widened. She's Moaning Myrtle. The ghost who haunts the bathroom. She's been there this whole time. We need to talk to her. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was damp, gloomy, and occupied by the most miserable ghost Harry had ever encountered. She wailed when they entered, diving into a toilet with a dramatic splash that somehow managed to soak them despite her incorporeal nature. Harry waited patiently while she eventually floated back up, her face twisted with suspicion. "Come to throw things at me," she demanded. "Everyone else does." "Ooh, let's visit Myrtle, let's make her cry." "I know what you're thinking. We're thinking you might be able to help us," Harry said calmly. "We're trying to stop whoever's petrifying students. We thought you might know something about the Chamber of Secrets." Myrtle's demeanor shifted instantly, curiosity replacing her theatrical sulking. "The chamber? That's what killed me, you know." A great big pair of yellow eyes, right there, she pointed at the row of sinks, "and then I died." "Yellow eyes. You saw the basilisk." "I saw something. I didn't have time to figure out what before I was dead." She drifted closer, studying Harry with new interest. "You're the one they're all whispering about. The heir of Slytherin." "I'm not the heir. But I might be the only one who can stop whoever is. Because you're a Parselmouth." Myrtle's smile was disconcerting. "I heard you hissing at that snake. Very handsome, I thought. Very commanding. The entrance is in here, isn't it? In this bathroom." Myrtle floated toward the sinks, pointing at one that looked no different from the others. "That tap has never worked. I've been haunting this bathroom for 50 years, and it's never once produced water." Harry examined the tap closely. There was something etched into the side, a tiny snake, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. He focused on it, reaching for the Parseltongue ability that felt both alien and natural. "Open," he hissed. The sink began to move. The passage revealed by the moving sink was dark, damp, and large enough to drive a car through. Harry lit his wand and descended first, Ron and Hermione following close behind, all of them equipped with mirrors that would let them see around corners without meeting the basilisk's gaze. The tunnel wound downward for what felt like miles, past ancient stonework covered in slime and moss, through caverns that echoed with the sound of dripping water. Shed snakeskins lined the walls, massive things, 20 feet long or more, evidence of a creature that had been growing in the darkness for centuries. "This is insane," Ron whispered. "We're walking into a monster's lair." "That's what heroes do," Hermione whispered back. "Walk into monsters' lairs and hope they're clever enough to walk back out." The passage opened into a vast chamber, pillars carved with serpentine images rising toward a ceiling lost in shadow. At the far end, a massive statue dominated the space, Salazar Slytherin himself, his stone face cold and imperious, his mouth open as if ready to speak. And at the base of the statue, lying motionless on the wet stone floor, was a girl. Ginny Weasley. Ron's little sister, who had just started at Hogwarts this year. Her red hair was spread around her like blood, her face pale, her chest barely moving. "Ginny!" Ron ran forward, skidding to his knees beside her. "Ginny, wake up." "She won't wake." The voice came from the shadows near the statue. A figure stepped forward, tall, dark-haired, handsome in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. He looked about 16, dressed in Hogwarts robes, with a prefect badge gleaming on his chest. "She's poured too much of her soul into me," the figure continued. "And I've grown strong enough to take a form of my own." Harry raised his wand, but his voice was steady. "Tom Riddle." The figure smiled. "You know me. I know what you become. Lord Voldemort." Harry's eyes tracked to the black diary lying near Ginny's hand, the artifact, the Horcrux, the thing that had caused all of this. "You're a memory. A fragment of soul hidden in that book. Clever boy. But then, I've been watching you all year. Little Ginny wrote to me about you constantly. Harry Potter, the famous Harry Potter. The one who stopped the Dark Lord. The one everyone whispers about." Riddle's handsome face twisted with contempt. I had to find out how a pathetic baby managed to defeat the greatest wizard who ever lived. By accident, mostly. Your future self wasn't as great as you think. Oh, I know all about what my future self became. Ginny told me everything, the fall, the resurrection attempt, the ongoing search for immortality. Riddle moved closer, his form solidifying with each step. She didn't know she was telling me, of course. She just poured her heart into her diary, her secrets, her fears. And I drank them in, growing stronger with every word. The attacks. You've been controlling her. Little Ginny has been opening the Chamber of Secrets, setting my basilisk loose on mudbloods, painting threatening messages on walls, all without any memory of doing so. Riddle's smile was vicious. The perfect puppet. And when I'm fully restored, when I've drained the last of her life force, I'll be able to finish what I started 50 years ago. Except I'm going to stop you. Riddle laughed, a cold, mocking sound that echoed through the chamber. You. A 12-year-old boy against the shade of Lord Voldemort. What could you possibly do? Harry didn't answer with words. He launched a stunner at Riddle's face, followed by a severing charm, followed by a blasting curse that should have torn the shade apart. Riddle batted them all aside with a wave of his hand, his expression shifting from amusement to interest. You fight well. Better than I expected. But you're still just a child, and I have weapons you cannot match. He turned toward the statue and spoke in Parseltongue, his voice a low, deadly hiss. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The statue's mouth opened wider, and something began to emerge, a massive serpent, green-scaled and yellow-eyed, its body thick as an oak tree, its head rising toward the distant ceiling with terrible purpose. The basilisk had awakened. Harry threw himself behind a pillar, pressing his back against the cold stone, his heart pounding. He could hear the basilisk moving, its massive body scraping against the floor, its hissing breath filling the chamber. Kill the boy, Riddle commanded. But leave his friends. I want to see if his death will be enough to complete my resurrection. The basilisk began to hunt. Harry moved between pillars, using the mirrors to track the monster's position, staying one step ahead of its deadly gaze. He could hear Ron trying to revive Ginny, Hermione flipping frantically through the book she brought on basilisks, everyone doing something while Harry played a desperate game of cat and mouse. You cannot hide forever, Speaker. The basilisk's voice was ancient, cold, filled with a hunger that had festered for 1,000 years. I smell your fear. I taste your magic. You will look at me eventually, and then you will die. I don't need to look at you, Harry responded. I just need to destroy your master. He darted out from behind a pillar, not toward the basilisk but toward the diary lying near Ginny's unconscious form. If he could destroy the Horcrux, Riddle would lose his connection to the basilisk, might even fade away entirely. Riddle appeared in front of him, solid enough now to block his path. Aha, the shade said, wagging a finger. The diary stays intact. I've worked too hard to be destroyed by a child's desperation. Harry tried to dodge past him, but Riddle was faster, impossibly fast, moving like smoke, reforming in front of Harry no matter which way he turned. You can't fight us both, Riddle said. The basilisk and me. You don't have the power. Maybe not. Harry's voice was strained. But I have friends. A rooster's crow split the air. Hermione had been carrying a roosting charm in her bag, a magical device that replicated the sound of a rooster's call, which she prepared after their research on basilisk weaknesses. The sound was shrill, piercing, and immediately effective. The basilisk screamed, a sound of pure agony that made the chamber shake. It thrashed wildly, its massive body slamming into pillars, its yellow eyes going dark as the magic of the crow's call destroyed its ancient vitality. It collapsed to the floor, dead. 1,000 years of hunger finally ended. Riddle whirled toward Hermione, rage contorting his handsome features. You! Harry didn't give him time to finish. He lunged for the diary, grabbed it, and drove his wand into its pages. Incendio. Fire erupted from the diary, black fire, unnatural fire, the flames of dark magic burning away. Riddle screamed, his form flickering, dissolving, his face twisting through a dozen expressions of fury and disbelief. This isn't over, Potter. I will return. I will. He was gone. The diary was nothing but ash, the Horcrux destroyed, Tom Riddle's teenage shade banished back into the nothingness from which he'd come. Harry collapsed to his knees, exhausted, his wand slipping from nerveless fingers. Harry. Hermione was there, then Ron, both of them pulling him up, supporting him. Are you all right? Is it over? It's over. His voice was barely a whisper. Ginny. She's breathing better. Whatever hold Riddle had on her, it's broken now. Harry looked at the destroyed diary, at the dead basilisk, at the ancient chamber that had been hidden beneath Hogwarts for a millennium. He thought about the Horcrux they'd destroyed, one of several, according to Dumbledore's research, and about the war that was still coming. One down, he said. More to go. The aftermath was complicated. Ginny was sent to the hospital wing, traumatized but physically unharmed. The memory of her possession was fragmented, but what remained was enough to convince her that she'd nearly become a murderer. Harry visited her every day, talking about his own experiences with Voldemort's influence, helping her understand that she wasn't responsible for what she'd done. He used me, she whispered one evening, her eyes red from crying. I thought he was my friend. I told him everything, about my family, about Hogwarts, about my stupid crush on Harry Potter. And he used it all against me. That's what he does. That's what he's always done. Harry took her hand gently. You survived, Ginny. That's what matters. You're stronger than he expected. I don't feel strong. Strength doesn't feel like anything. It's just getting up when you've been knocked down. And you're getting up. She managed a weak smile. You sound like you know what you're talking about. Personal experience. He squeezed her hand. You're going to be okay. It'll take time, but you're going to be okay. Lucius Malfoy was arrested 3 weeks later. Harry had provided evidence to Amelia Bones, documented proof that the diary had been a Malfoy heirloom, that Lucius had slipped it into Ginny's cauldron during a confrontation at Flourish and Blotts before the school year, that he had deliberately unleashed a Horcrux in a school full of children. The trial was sensational. The Daily Prophet covered every moment, from Lucius's arrogant denials to the testimony of house elves, including Dobby, freed by a sock Harry had tricked Lucius into giving him, to the final verdict, guilty of reckless endangerment, conspiracy to commit murder, and possession of dark artifacts. Lucius Malfoy was sentenced to 10 years in Azkaban. Narcissa attended the trial with her face carefully blank, showing neither grief nor satisfaction. But afterward, in a private meeting with Harry, she allowed herself a small, cold smile. You did what I couldn't, she said. You freed my son from his father's shadow. Draco made his own choice. I just gave him an alternative. You gave him more than that. You showed him that power doesn't have to mean cruelty. That strength doesn't require domination. She met Harry's eyes. He wants to talk to you. To thank you, in his own way. I'd like that. Draco arrived at Harry's London flat the following week. He was different than he'd been at Hogwarts, quieter, more uncertain, the arrogant facade stripped away to reveal the scared teenager beneath. I didn't know, he said without preamble. About the diary, about the plan. He never told me. I know. But I should have suspected. Should have seen the signs. My father was, Draco stopped, swallowed hard. He was a Death Eater. He believed in everything the Dark Lord stood for. And I almost let myself become the same thing. Almost doesn't count. You made a choice, Draco. When it mattered, you chose differently. Because of you. Draco's gray eyes were intense. You showed me there was another way. Another kind of power that doesn't require hurting people. Harry considered his words carefully. The war is coming. Voldemort is going to return, maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but eventually. When he does, you're going to have to choose again. And the choice will be harder than anything you've faced before. I know. Draco's jaw was set. But I've already decided. I'm with you, Potter. Whatever that means, whatever it costs. Harry extended his hand. After a moment, Draco took it. Welcome to the Resistance, Harry said. Such as it is. Summer came again, and with it, changes. Dumbledore acknowledged the destruction of the Diary Horcrux with a mixture of pride and concern. You've proven yourself capable of handling threats I would have hesitated to face alone, he said during one of their meetings. But the other Horcruxes remain, and Tom will have protected them more carefully. We have leads. The Gaunt Shack, the Lestrange Vault, the locations from your research. Harry pulled out the journal Dumbledore had given him, now filled with his own notes and theories. We can start hunting them. Not yet. There are preparations to make, resources to gather. And Dumbledore hesitated. There's the matter of the Horcrux within you. Harry went still. I thought it might have been destroyed. When my mother's protection activated against Quirrell. It was damaged. Weakened. But not destroyed. I've been studying it all year, trying to understand its nature. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. The fragment of Tom's soul that lives in your scar is deeply embedded. Removing it without killing you would require magic I don't possess. So I might still have to die. It's possible. But I'm not willing to accept that as inevitable. For the first time, Dumbledore showed real emotion, frustration, determination, something almost like desperation. I will find another way, Harry. I owe you that much. Harry nodded slowly. Then we keep working. Keep preparing. And when the time comes, we'll face it together. Together, Dumbledore agreed. The summer passed in training and research and the slow building of alliances. Harry's network expanded, goblin merchants, neutral wizarding families, even a few members of the ministry who were tired of corruption and inefficiency. Griphook reported that Serpent Holdings was thriving, its profits funding everything from orphanages for magical children to secret research into ancient protective magics. Ron and Hermione visited often, their friendship deepening into something that felt like family. Hermione's research skills had grown formidable, she could dig information out of sources that most scholars didn't know existed. Ron's tactical abilities had evolved into genuine strategic thinking, and his curse-breaking practice, inspired by his brother Bill, made him a valuable addition to any team. Draco came by occasionally, still awkward, still adjusting to his new alliance. But he was learning, changing, becoming something other than his father's son. And in quiet moments, Harry thought about the war to come. About the Horcruxes still waiting to be destroyed. About Voldemort, out there somewhere, plotting his return. About the prophecy that hung over his head like a sword, promising that one of them would eventually have to die. He wasn't ready. Not yet. But he was getting there. And when the time came, when Voldemort finally returned and the war began in earnest, Harry Potter would be waiting. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Prisoner and the Prophecy. The summer before third year brought Harry's godfather back from the dead. Not literally, Sirius Black had never actually died. But he'd been imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years, convicted of betraying the Potters to Voldemort and murdering 13 people with a single curse. Harry had grown up believing his parents' best friend was a mass murderer, a traitor, the worst kind of monster. The truth, as Harry was learning, was considerably more complicated. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, delivered by a bedraggled owl that looked like it had flown through a hurricane. The handwriting was shaky, barely legible, but the contents made Harry's blood run cold. Harry, I know you have no reason to trust me. I know what they've told you about me, what everyone believes. But I'm innocent. I never betrayed your parents. It was Peter Pettigrew, the rat, the coward who sold them to Voldemort and then framed me for his crimes. I've escaped from Azkaban. I'm coming for you, not to hurt you, but to protect you. You're all I have left of James and Lily. You're my godson, and I've failed you for 12 years. Please. Let me explain. Let me prove what I'm telling you is true. Sirius Black. Harry stared at the letter for a long time. Then he began making inquiries. Griphook's response came within hours. The Black family vault has been dormant since Sirius Black's imprisonment, the Goblin reported through the communication mirror. But there are irregularities in the records. Payments made to an unknown recipient. Transfers of small amounts to Muggle accounts. Someone has been accessing Black resources despite his incarceration. Could Black have done it from inside Azkaban? Impossible. The prison's wards prevent any magical communication. But Griphook hesitated. There's something else. The Black family inheritance protocols were never updated after Sirius's imprisonment. Technically, he remains the head of House Black. If he were to be cleared of charges, he would regain full control of one of the largest fortunes in magical Britain. And if he's telling the truth about being innocent? Then someone has gone to considerable trouble to keep him imprisoned. Someone who benefits from his absence. Griphook's expression was sharp. I would suggest investigating Peter Pettigrew. If he's truly alive, there may be traces. Harry nodded slowly. Do it. And keep this between us for now. The investigation took 3 weeks. Griphook's contacts, a network of informants, record keepers, and magical trackers that spanned half of Europe, pieced together a story that made Harry's stomach turn. Peter Pettigrew had indeed faked his death, leaving behind a finger and a street full of Muggle corpses to frame Sirius Black. He'd spent the subsequent years in hiding, transformed into his animagus form, a rat. A rat that, according to certain sources, had been living with a wizarding family for over a decade. A family with red hair and a son named Ron. Scabbers, Harry said, when the pieces finally fell into place. Ron's rat. It's Pettigrew. The evidence is circumstantial but compelling, Griphook acknowledged. The rat has lived far longer than any normal specimen. It's missing a toe, consistent with Pettigrew's severed finger. And it came into the Weasley family's possession shortly after Black's imprisonment. Ron's been sleeping next to a Death Eater for years. It appears so. The question is what to do about it. Harry thought carefully. The obvious move was to expose Pettigrew immediately, clear Sirius's name, and let justice take its course. But there were complications. Pettigrew had evaded capture for 12 years, he was clearly skilled at survival. If Harry moved too quickly, if Pettigrew got wind of the investigation, he might escape again. And there was another factor, Voldemort. Pettigrew had been his spy once. If the Dark Lord was still out there, still seeking ways to return, Pettigrew might be his path to resurrection. We need to capture him, Harry said. Alive, if possible. He knows things about Voldemort's plans, his hiding places, maybe even his Horcruxes. That will require careful planning. The rat has survived this long by being paranoid. He won't be easy to trap. Then we'll have to be cleverer than he is. The trap was set for the first week of September, after students had returned to Hogwarts. Harry had spent the summer in quiet communication with Sirius, using secure channels that Griphook had established. The fugitive was hiding in the Scottish Highlands, living off the land in his animagus form, a massive black dog that had given him the nickname Padfoot during his school days. His letters grew more coherent as the months passed, the madness of Azkaban slowly receding, replaced by a desperate hope that Harry might actually believe him. I should have been there, Sirius wrote in one letter. I should have raised you, protected you, given you the childhood James and Lily would have wanted. Instead, I let myself be thrown in prison while you suffered with those Muggle relatives. I'll never forgive myself for that. You didn't know, Harry wrote back. No one knew. Dumbledore made sure of that. Dumbledore. The bitterness in Sirius's reply was palpable even through ink and parchment. He knew I was innocent. He must have known, he was the secret keeper's secret keeper, the one who suggested the Fidelius charm in the first place. He let me rot in Azkaban because it was convenient. Because keeping me imprisoned meant keeping you isolated, controllable, exactly where he wanted you. Harry didn't argue the point. He'd long since stopped being surprised by Dumbledore's manipulations. The capture happened in the Gryffindor common room, late on a Friday night. Harry had arranged for Ron to be elsewhere, a detention with Hagrid that would keep him occupied for hours. Hermione was in position, ready to cast binding spells the moment Pettigrew was revealed. And Sirius, disguised as a stray dog, had slipped into the castle through passages he'd memorized during his own school days. Harry approached the boys' dormitory with his wand drawn, his heart pounding. This was the moment of truth, the point where theory became reality. Scabbers was in his cage on Ron's bedside table, apparently sleeping. But as Harry entered the room, the rat's eyes snapped open, and something shifted in its expression. Something that wasn't animal at all. "Hello, Peter," Harry said. The rat bolted. It was fast, faster than any normal rat had any right to be. But Harry was faster. The stunning spell caught Pettigrew mid-leap, freezing him in the air, his tiny body going rigid. Hermione. She was there in an instant, casting the force transformation spell they'd practiced. The rat's body twisted, elongated, grew, and suddenly a man was lying on the floor, small and balding and rat-faced, his beady eyes wide with terror. "No, please, I can explain, I'm sure you can." Harry stood over him, wand pointed at his chest. "But I don't think I want to hear it." The door burst open, and Sirius Black entered in human form, tall, gaunt, his once handsome face ravaged by years of Dementor exposure. His eyes were fixed on Pettigrew with an intensity that made Harry's skin crawl. "Peter," Sirius breathed. "After all this time." "Sirius. My old friend." Pettigrew's voice was high, pleading. "You don't understand, the Dark Lord, he would have killed me, so you sold James and Lily instead. You sold your best friends to save your own pathetic skin. I had no choice. You don't know what he was like, the power he had, shut up." Harry's voice cut through Pettigrew's babbling. "You're going to answer questions now. Questions about Voldemort, about his plans, about everything you did in his service. And if you lie to me, I'll give you to Sirius and walk away." Pettigrew's face went pale. He looked between Harry and Sirius, seeing no mercy in either face. "What do you want to know?" The interrogation lasted 3 hours. Pettigrew was a coward, Sirius had been right about that. But cowards knew things. They observed, remembered, filed away information that might be useful for survival. And in his years serving Voldemort, Pettigrew had observed quite a lot. "The Horcruxes," Harry said, after they'd extracted everything useful about Death Eater operations and Voldemort's inner circle. "Did he ever speak of them?" "Once." Pettigrew's voice was barely a whisper. "He called them his anchors. Said they made him immortal. Said not even death could stop him as long as they existed." "Did he say how many? Where they were hidden?" "No. But..." Pettigrew hesitated, clearly calculating whether this information might buy him leniency. "He spoke of places that were important to him. Hogwarts. The Gaunt Shack, where his mother's family lived. The cave where he hid something as a young man. The Lestrange vault, where Bellatrix kept his treasures." "The vault." Harry exchanged a look with Hermione. "That matches Dumbledore's research. And there was one more thing." Pettigrew's voice dropped even lower. "He spoke of you, Harry. Said you were special. Said there was a connection between you that even death couldn't sever. The Horcrux in my scar. I don't know the details. But he believed you were part of his immortality somehow. That as long as you lived, a piece of him would survive. Harry absorbed this information without visible reaction. It was nothing he hadn't already suspected, but hearing it confirmed by one of Voldemort's servants gave it new weight. Is that everything? Everything I know. I swear it. Pettigrew's eyes were desperate. Please, I've told you everything. You'll let me go, won't you? Give me to the Ministry, let them put me in Azkaban, anything, just don't let Sirius kill me. Harry looked at his godfather, seeing the hunger for vengeance in those haunted eyes. Part of him understood it, wanted it, even. Pettigrew had betrayed his parents, had destroyed Sirius's life, had spent 12 years hiding while innocent people suffered for his crimes. But killing him wouldn't bring anyone back. And the information he'd provided was too valuable to waste. We're taking him to the Ministry, Harry said. Alive. Sirius, you'll be exonerated. Pettigrew will stand trial for his crimes. And I'll have leverage to use against anyone who tries to obstruct justice. Sirius's jaw tightened, but he nodded slowly. You're right. You're bloody right, and I hate it, but you're right. James would have wanted it done properly. James would have wanted a lot of things. Harry looked down at Pettigrew's cowering form. Let's make sure he gets at least some of them. The trial was sensational. Pettigrew's capture made front-page news across the magical world. His confession, extracted under Veritaserum, revealed the full scope of his betrayal, not just of the Potters, but of the entire Order of the Phoenix, feeding information to Voldemort throughout the First War. The Wizengamot watched in horrified silence as he described murder after murder, betrayal after betrayal, all committed to save his own miserable life. Sirius Black was exonerated within the week. The Ministry issued a formal apology, offered compensation for his wrongful imprisonment, and restored his status as head of House Black. The Daily Prophet ran breathless stories about the innocent man freed after 12 years, the heroic godson who never stopped believing in him, the dramatic capture that brought a hidden traitor to justice. Harry watched it all with mixed emotions. The publicity was useful, it cemented his reputation as someone who could achieve the impossible, someone who wouldn't accept convenient lies when the truth was within reach. But it also drew attention he didn't want, from people who might prefer that certain secrets remain buried. Dumbledore, for instance, had been conspicuously silent throughout the proceedings. The confrontation came on a rainy afternoon in October, in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. You knew, Harry said, without preamble. You knew Sirius was innocent. Dumbledore's face was carefully neutral. I suspected. But suspicion is not proof, and, don't. Harry's voice was cold. Don't give me speeches about evidence and procedure. You were the chief warlock. You could have demanded a trial for Sirius at any time. You could have investigated Pettigrew's disappearance, noticed the inconsistencies in the official story. But you didn't. Harry, you let an innocent man rot in Azkaban for 12 years because it was convenient. Because Sirius would have insisted on raising me himself, and you wanted me at the Dursleys where you could control the narrative. Harry's hands were trembling with suppressed fury. You turned my godfather into a monster in the eyes of the world because it made your plans easier to execute. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with something that might have been regret. You're right. I allowed my fear of what Sirius might do, his impulsiveness, his potential to interfere with the protections I'd established, to override my obligation to seek justice. I told myself that the greater good required sacrifices, that one man's suffering was acceptable if it protected the boy who lived. One man's suffering. Harry's laugh was bitter. One man's suffering, and mine, and the Dursleys' cruelty, and everything else you let happen because you were too busy playing chess with people's lives. Yes. All of it. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes directly. I have failed you, Harry. Again and again, I have failed you. And I don't know how to make it right. You can start by being honest. Completely honest, about everything. No more secrets, no more manipulations, no more treating me like a piece on your board. I will try. Trying isn't good enough. Harry stood, his chair scraping against the stone floor. From now on, I make my own decisions. You can advise me, help me, share information. But the days of Albus Dumbledore controlling Harry Potter's life are over. Understood? Dumbledore nodded slowly. Understood. Harry turned toward the door, then paused. There's one more thing. Sirius is my family now. My real family. If anything happens to him, if anyone tries to use him against me, or hurt him, or take him away, I will hold you personally responsible. Clear. Crystal clear. Harry left without looking back. Behind him, Dumbledore sat alone in his office, the portraits of former headmasters watching in silence, the weight of a century's worth of mistakes pressing down on his ancient shoulders. Third year continued, but everything felt different. Harry had a family now. Sirius moved into the London flat, filling the small space with his loud laugh and terrible jokes and a kind of unconditional love that Harry had never experienced before. They talked for hours, about James and Lily, about the Marauders and their pranks, about the war and its costs and the future that still had to be built. Your father would be proud of you, Sirius said one evening, watching Harry review financial reports from Gringotts. Not because of the money or the politics or any of that. Because you've become your own person. You've built something real out of nothing. I had help. Everyone has help. The question is what you do with it. Sirius's expression grew serious. Harry, I know you've been preparing for when Voldemort returns. I want to help. Whatever you need, fighting, spying, dark arts knowledge from my family's library, I'm in. You've already helped. Just by being here. That's not enough. I spent 12 years in Azkaban while you faced everything alone. I'm not going to sit on the sidelines while you fight the war I should have been fighting all along. Harry considered his godfather, the fierce determination in those haunted eyes, the strength that had survived years of Dementor exposure, the loyalty that had never wavered even when the whole world believed him a traitor. All right, he said. There's something I've been planning. Something big, that I can't do alone. Tell me. The Horcruxes. We've destroyed two, the diary and maybe the piece in my scar, though we're not sure about that one. There are at least 3 more, a locket that belonged to Slytherin, a cup that belonged to Hufflepuff, and something connected to Ravenclaw. Dumbledore thinks there might be a 4th we haven't identified yet. Where are they? The locket is probably in the cave Pettigrew mentioned, someplace Voldemort visited as a young man. The cup is in the Lestrange vault. The Ravenclaw artifact. Harry shook his head. We're still looking. The Lestrange vault. Sirius's expression darkened. That's Bellatrix's territory. Breaking in would be nearly impossible. Nearly impossible isn't impossible. And I have goblin allies who might be willing to help, for the right price. What kind of price? We'll find out. Harry smiled grimly. One thing at a time. First, we focus on the cave. Dumbledore's been researching its location, and he thinks he's close to finding it. Then what are we waiting for? The cave expedition happened during Christmas break. Harry, Sirius, and Dumbledore traveled by apparition to a remote stretch of English coastline, jagged cliffs overlooking a churning sea, with no signs of human habitation for miles. The entrance to the cave was hidden beneath the waterline, accessible only by swimming through icy water and climbing into a narrow opening in the rock face. Charming, Sirius muttered, shaking water from his hair. Tom always did have a flair for the dramatic. The cave beyond was vast and dark, the ceiling lost in shadow, the floor dominated by a black lake that radiated cold and menace. In the center of the lake, barely visible in the wandlight, was a small island with a stone basin. The Horcrux is there, Dumbledore said quietly. I can feel its presence. But getting to it will require crossing the lake, and I suspect the lake is guarded. Inferi. Sirius's voice was grim. Bodies preserved by dark magic, waiting beneath the surface. I can smell them. Harry studied the lake, thinking through the problem. Direct approach would trigger the guards. Flight might work, but Inferi could be fast when motivated. Fire would drive them back, but maintaining a flame shield while crossing open water. There's a boat, he said, spotting a thin chain trailing into the water near the cave's edge. Hidden, probably keyed to recognize a wizard's presence. Dumbledore followed his gaze. Excellent observation. The boat will likely carry only one person. Tom would have wanted to limit who could reach his treasure. Then I'll go alone. Harry, the Horcrux is connected to me. To the piece of Voldemort that lives in my scar. If anyone can approach it safely, it's me. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. You wanted to treat me as a partner. This is what that looks like. Dumbledore hesitated, then nodded slowly. Very well. But if anything goes wrong, you'll be there to pull me out. I know. The boat glided across the black water in silence, its progress unnaturally smooth. Harry kept his wand lit, watching the depths for any sign of movement, his other hand resting on the emergency portkey grip hook had provided. The island was smaller than it had looked from shore, barely large enough to hold the stone basin that dominated its center. Harry climbed out of the boat carefully, his feet finding purchase on wet rock, his eyes fixed on the basin's contents. A glowing green potion filled the basin, its surface shimmering with unnatural light. And beneath the liquid, barely visible, was a golden locket on a fine chain. The Horcrux. Harry knew what he had to do. Dumbledore's research had been clear, the potion couldn't be vanished or siphoned away. It had to be drunk, every drop, before the locket could be retrieved. He conjured a goblet and dipped it into the basin. The first swallow was agony. Visions exploded through his mind, the cupboard under the stairs, Vernon's purple face twisted with rage, Petunia's pinched expression of disgust. Every moment of his childhood suffering, amplified and repeated, played out in excruciating detail. He drank anyway. The second swallow brought worse memories, Cedric Diggory's dead eyes, a vision of the future. A possibility, Hermione's screams as she was tortured, Ron's broken body lying on a battlefield. Losses he hadn't experienced yet, pain he hadn't felt, a future of suffering and death. He drank anyway. By the fifth swallow, Harry was barely conscious. The potion was draining him, pulling something vital from his core, leaving him hollow and shaking. But his hand kept moving, kept bringing the goblet to his lips, kept forcing the liquid down. You're weak, a voice whispered in his mind. You've always been weak. A freak, a burden, unwanted and unloved. Why do you fight? Why not just give up? Harry's response was a snarl. Because I'm not weak. Because I survived. Because I built a life out of nothing and I will not let a dead man's magic stop me now. He drank the last drop. The basin was empty. The locket lay exposed, gleaming gold against the dark stone. Harry reached for it with trembling fingers, and the Inferi rose. They came from everywhere at once, corpses preserved by dark magic, their hands reaching for him with terrible hunger. Harry stumbled backward, raising his wand, but his magic felt distant, muffled by the potion's effects. Fire. He needed fire. Incendio. The spell was weak, barely a flicker, but it was enough to drive the nearest Inferius back. Harry grabbed the locket, shoved it into his pocket, and dove for the boat. The Inferi followed. They swarmed the boat, their cold hands grasping at his robes, his arms, his face. Harry kicked and struggled, casting fire spells with every ounce of strength he had left, but there were too many. A wall of flame erupted across the lake. Dumbledore stood on the shore, his wand raised, his face set with terrible concentration. The fire spread outward in a massive ring, driving the Inferi back, creating a path through which the boat could pass. Harry. Now. Harry pulled himself into the boat, gasping, bleeding from a dozen scratches. The vessel shot across the water like a stone from a sling, carrying him to safety as the fire roared behind him. He collapsed on the shore at Sirius's feet, the locket clutched in his shaking hand. "Got it," he whispered. "Got the bastard." Then the darkness took him. He woke in the London flat, 3 days later, to find Sirius asleep in a chair beside his bed. "Hey." Harry's voice was rough, barely a whisper. "How bad was it?" Sirius jerked awake. "Harry." "Thank God." "We thought," he stopped, swallowed hard. "You almost died." The potion was worse than anything Dumbledore expected. If he hadn't been there with his fire magic. The locket? Destroyed. Dumbledore used fiendfire, the only thing strong enough to break a Horcrux without basilisk venom or Gryffindor's sword. Sirius's expression was complicated. "You did it, Harry." 3 down. "How many left?" 2 for certain. "Maybe 3 if there's one we haven't found yet." Harry closed his eyes, feeling the exhaustion that permeated every cell of his body. The potion's effects were fading, but slowly. Madame Pomfrey had said it might be weeks before he fully recovered. But they were making progress. Every Horcrux destroyed brought them closer to ending Voldemort permanently. And when the Dark Lord finally returned, as he inevitably would, Harry would be ready. "Rest now," Sirius said gently. "The war will still be there tomorrow." "Promise?" "Unfortunately, yes." Sirius's smile was sad. "But so will we. And that's what matters." The spring term brought new challenges. Dementors had been stationed at Hogwarts since September, a security measure supposedly aimed at protecting students from Sirius Black, though Harry suspected the Ministry had other motives. Now that Sirius was exonerated, the Dementors should have been withdrawn. Instead, they remained, their presence growing more oppressive by the week. "Fudge is afraid," Dumbledore explained during one of their meetings. "The revelation that Peter Pettigrew was alive, that you managed to accomplish what the Ministry couldn't, has shaken his confidence. He's keeping the Dementors here as a show of force, trying to prove he's still in control." "He's losing control," Harry said flatly. "The Dementors nearly attacked a Quidditch match last week. It's only a matter of time before someone gets hurt. I've raised the issue with the Board of Governors. They're sympathetic, but the Ministry is pressuring them to maintain the status quo. Then we'll change the status quo." Harry's voice was cold. "I have contacts in the press. If the Daily Prophet starts running stories about Dementor attacks on children, about the Ministry's negligence, about Fudge's cowardice, you would undermine the Minister of Magic. I would protect my friends. If that means embarrassing Fudge, so be it." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "You've changed since first year. Become harder. More willing to use whatever tools are available. I've learned from the best." Harry's smile was thin. "You taught me that the ends justify the means. That acceptable costs are acceptable if the goal is important enough. Isn't that what you believe?" "It's what I used to believe. I'm not sure anymore." "Then figure it out. Because the war is coming, and I need to know whether you're an ally or an obstacle." The Dementors were withdrawn 3 weeks later, after a series of damaging articles appeared in the Daily Prophet. Minister Fudge issued a terse statement blaming the decision on evolving security assessments, but everyone knew the truth: Harry Potter had outmaneuvered the Ministry yet again. "You're making enemies," Narcissa warned during one of their meetings. "Powerful enemies who will remember this defeat. I've had enemies since I was 1 year old. A few more won't make much difference. Don't be flippant. Fudge is petty and vindictive. He'll look for ways to undermine you, politically, financially, personally. You need to be prepared." "I am prepared." Harry pulled out a folder of documents. "Fudge has been taking bribes from Lucius Malfoy for years. With Lucius in Azkaban, that money has dried up, but the evidence of the payment still exists. If Fudge comes after me, I'll bury him. Narcissa's expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, or admiration. You've been planning this for a while. I plan everything. It's the only way to survive in a world full of people who want to control or destroy you. My son was right about you. Narcissa's voice was soft. You're not like other children. Not like anyone I've ever met. I'm not a child. I haven't been a child since I was 4 years old, locked in a cupboard, wondering if anyone would ever let me out. Harry met her eyes. The world made me what I am. I'm just playing by the rules it established. The term ended with a revelation that changed everything. Harry was in Dumbledore's office, reviewing plans for the summer's Horcrux hunting, when the headmaster grew unusually quiet. There's something I haven't told you, Dumbledore said. Something about the prophecy. You said you told me everything. I told you the prophecy itself. I didn't tell you who heard it. Who witnessed Trelawney's prediction and carried it to the Dark Lord. Harry went still. Who? Severus Snape. The name hit Harry like a physical blow. Snape. The potions professor who had hated him since first year. The former Death Eater who had supposedly reformed. The man who had been inside Hogwarts, trusted by Dumbledore, all this time. Snape delivered the prophecy to Voldemort. He's the reason my parents are dead. He heard only the first part, the part that identified you as the prophesied child. He brought it to Voldemort, not understanding the full implications. When he realized that Lily would be targeted, he came to me, begged me to protect her. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. He's been working against Voldemort ever since. A spy, risking his life every day to atone for what he did. Atone. Harry's laugh was bitter. He got my mother killed, and he thinks he can atone for that? He loved her. That's why he betrayed Voldemort, not for your father, not for you, but for Lily. His guilt has driven him for 13 years. I don't care about his guilt. I don't care about his love. He made a choice, and my parents paid the price. Harry stood, his chair scraping violently against the floor. And you've been protecting him this whole time. Keeping him in the castle, letting him torment me in his classes, all because you needed his spy network. Severus is valuable. His information has saved countless lives, I don't care. Harry's voice exploded through the office, rattling portraits, sending Fawkes into agitated flight. I don't care about his value. I don't care about his information. I care that the man who killed my parents has been walking free while innocent people suffered for his crimes. I care that you've been lying to me, again, about something that affects my entire life. Dumbledore was silent. This is the last time, Harry said, his voice dropping to something cold and final. The last time you keep secrets from me. The last time I trust you with anything important. Harry, save it. I'll finish the Horcrux hunt. I'll fight Voldemort when he returns. But I'm done with you, Dumbledore. Done being your pawn, done accepting your apologies, done pretending that your manipulation is different from everyone else's. He turned toward the door. The prophecy says you're the only one who can defeat him, Dumbledore said quietly. The power you have, the power he knows not, I believe it's love. The protection your mother gave you, the connections you've built, the capacity to care about others even after everything you've suffered. Harry paused at the door, his back to the old man. Maybe you're right. Maybe love is the power that will destroy Voldemort. His voice was flat, exhausted. But right now, I don't feel very loving. I feel angry. I feel betrayed. And I feel like the only person I can trust is myself. He left without looking back. The summer stretched before him, endless days of planning, training, preparing for battles that still lay ahead. Sirius was there, loyal and supportive. Ron and Hermione were there, their friendship the one constant in a world that kept shifting beneath his feet. Griphook was there, the Goblin alliance stronger than ever. But Harry felt alone. He sat on the roof of his London flat late one night, watching the city lights flicker in the darkness below. The Horcrux in his scar was quiet. It had been quiet for months, ever since the cave, but he could still feel it sometimes. A presence at the edge of his consciousness, a shadow that would never fully fade. He thought about his parents, dead before they'd had a chance to raise him. About Sirius, who had lost 12 years to a lie. About Dumbledore, whose good intentions had paved the road to so much suffering. About Voldemort, waiting somewhere in the darkness, plotting his return. He thought about the prophecy, and what it meant, and whether any of them had a choice in what was coming. Neither can live while the other survives, he whispered to the night sky. So one of us has to die. Maybe both. But not today. Not this year. Not until he'd done everything possible to stack the odds in his favor. He climbed down from the roof and went back inside. There was work to do. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Return of the Dark Lord. The Triwizard Tournament was supposed to be a celebration. Harry watched the announcement from his seat at the Gryffindor table, his expression carefully neutral as Dumbledore explained the ancient competition, the visiting schools, the glory that awaited the chosen champions. Around him, students buzzed with excitement, the chance to compete, to prove themselves, to win eternal fame. Harry felt only unease. Something's wrong, he murmured to Hermione, who sat beside him with her own troubled expression. This doesn't make sense. What do you mean? The tournament was discontinued because students kept dying. Now suddenly the Ministry wants to bring it back. With Voldemort's return imminent. Harry shook his head. Someone's planning something. You think it's connected to? She trailed off, glancing around at the crowded hall. I think everything's connected. And I think we're about to find out how. The goblet of fire was placed in the entrance hall, its blue flames dancing hypnotically as students lined up to submit their names. An age line surrounded it, Dumbledore's magic, designed to prevent anyone under 17 from entering. Harry had no intention of competing. The tournament was a distraction, a spectacle that would consume the school's attention while more important work needed to be done. The Hufflepuff Cup was still in the Lestrange vault. The possible Ravenclaw Horcrux remained unidentified. And somewhere in the shadows, Voldemort was gathering strength. But fate, as Harry was learning, had its own plans. On the night of the champion selection, after Fleur Delacour, Victor Crumb, and Cedric Diggory had been chosen, the goblet's flames turned red once more. A fourth piece of parchment shot into the air. Dumbledore caught it, his face going pale as he read the name. When he spoke, his voice was barely audible. Harry Potter. The great hall erupted into chaos. I didn't enter my name. Harry stood in the small chamber off the great hall, facing the assembled champions, judges, and ministry officials. His voice was calm, but cold fury burned beneath the surface. Nevertheless, your name emerged from the goblet, Barty Crouch said, his expression pinched with disapproval. The goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. You must compete. Someone else entered my name. Someone who wanted me in this tournament for their own purposes. A serious accusation, Crouch said. Do you have proof? Not yet. But I will. Dumbledore stepped forward, his face lined with concern. Harry, the binding nature of the goblet's selection is absolute. If you refuse to compete, you will lose your magic. Then I'll compete. Harry met the headmaster's eyes, seeing the calculations behind them, the strategic mind that never stopped working. But I want it understood, I'm not doing this for glory. I'm doing this because someone is trying to manipulate me, and I intend to find out who. Madame Maxime, the towering headmistress of Beauxbatons, spoke up. This is most irregular. A fourth champion, and a child at that. I'm not a child. Harry's voice was flat. I haven't been a child for a very long time. The investigation began that night. Griphook's network went into action, tracing magical signatures, analyzing the goblet's enchantments, searching for any evidence of tampering. Sirius prowled the castle in his dog form, keeping watch over Harry while gathering information from the shadows. Hermione dove into research on binding contracts and magical agreements, looking for loopholes or escape clauses. And Harry watched. He watched the new defense against the dark arts professor, Alastor Moody, the famous Auror, who had arrived at Hogwarts with his magical eye and his paranoid habits and something not quite right about his movements. He watched the ministry officials who had accompanied the tournament, noting their connections, their allegiances, their potential motivations. He watched everyone, because in a world of enemies, anyone could be a threat. The first clue came from an unexpected source. The goblet was confounded, Moody growled during one of their private conversations Harry had initiated specifically to assess the man. Powerful magic, probably done weeks ago. Someone made it think there were 4 schools competing instead of 3, then entered your name under the 4th school. Who could cast a Confundus charm strong enough to fool a 1,000-year-old artifact? Not many. Moody's magical eye swiveled, fixing on Harry with unsettling intensity. Take serious power. And serious knowledge of how the goblet works. Do you have any suspects? Plenty. But no proof. Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a smile. You're handling this better than most would, Potter. Most kids your age would be panicking. I'm not most kids. No. You're not. The magical eye kept staring, seeing something Harry couldn't identify. Keep your wand close, boy. Someone went to a lot of trouble to put you in this tournament. Odds are they're planning to make sure you don't come out alive. The first task was dragons. Harry had known it was coming, the word had spread through the school like wildfire, confirmed by Hagrid's not-so-subtle invitation to see the creatures being brought into the Forbidden Forest. Hungarian Horntail, the most dangerous breed, spitting fire and fury as handlers struggled to contain it. You need to get past the dragon and collect a golden egg, Hermione said, her voice tight with fear. The egg contains a clue to the second task. I'm not getting past a dragon by fighting it. Harry studied the creature from a safe distance, watching its movements, its patterns, the way it guarded its nest of eggs. I need to outsmart it. It's a dragon, Harry. They're not known for their intelligence. No. But they are known for their instincts. Protective instincts, especially around their eggs. An idea was forming, something that might work if he timed it perfectly. I need to make it want to leave the nest. Give it a bigger threat to deal with. What's a bigger threat than you trying to steal its eggs? Harry smiled grimly. Me not trying to steal its eggs. Me being somewhere else entirely, causing enough chaos that the dragon has to investigate. The day of the first task arrived grey and cold, the stands packed with spectators who had come to watch children risk their lives for entertainment. Harry waited in the champion's tent, his mind calm, his plan set. When his turn came, he walked into the arena to face the Horntail. The dragon was magnificent and terrifying, 40 feet of muscle and scale and fire, its chain straining as it caught sight of the small human approaching its territory. The crowd gasped, the commentator's voice rising with excitement, but Harry ignored it all. He raised his wand, not at the dragon, but at the sky. Accio Firebolt. His broom came streaking from the castle, summoned by a charm he'd been practicing for weeks. Harry caught it, mounted it, and shot into the air as the Horntail roared its fury below. Flying against a dragon was insane. But Harry had been flying since he was 11, had trained under the best coaches Gringotts Gold could buy, had practiced maneuvers that would make professional Quidditch players weep with envy. He didn't try to outrun the dragon. He led it, drawing it away from the nest with feints and dives, exploiting its rage, making it chase him in ever-widening circles until its chain snapped taut and it could go no further. Then he dove. The golden egg gleamed in the abandoned nest, unguarded for the precious seconds it took Harry to snatch it and rock it back into the sky. The Horntail screamed, thrashing against its restraints, but it was too late. Harry landed to thunderous applause, the egg clutched under his arm, his face expressionless despite the adrenaline surging through his veins. 1 task down. 2 to go. The investigation continued. Griphook's analysis of the goblet had confirmed Moody's theory: someone with intimate knowledge of the artifact had tampered with its enchantments. The magical signature was faint but distinctive, bearing traces of old, dark magic. Death Eater magic, Griphook reported through the communication mirror. The techniques are consistent with Voldemort's inner circle. Whoever did this was trained by the Dark Lord himself. That narrows it down. Harry was pacing his private room, mind racing through possibilities. Crouch, Moody, some of the Ministry officials, anyone who might have had access to the goblet before it was placed in the entrance hall. There's something else. Griphook's expression was troubled. We've detected unusual activity around the Lestrange vault. Someone has been making inquiries, oblique, careful, but definitely focused on the vault's contents. The cup. Someone else is hunting Horcruxes. Or protecting them. Either way, our window of opportunity is closing. Harry made a decision. Move up the timeline. I want the vault raid ready to go the moment the tournament ends. That's ambitious. The security measures alone, we've been planning this for over a year. If we're not ready now, we never will be. The Yule Ball came and went, a night of dancing and diplomacy that Harry navigated with the political skills Narcissa had taught him. He attended with Parvati Patil, who was pleasant enough company, but his attention was elsewhere. Watching. Analyzing. Looking for the enemy hidden among the revelers. He found nothing. Whoever had entered him in the tournament was too careful to reveal themselves at a party. The second task brought him to the Black Lake, where something precious had been taken and needed to be recovered. Harry had already decoded the egg's clue, the merpeople's song, the 1-hour time limit, the hostages waiting at the bottom of the lake. Ron. They had taken Ron. Harry dove into the icy water with grim determination, gillyweed, procured through Griphook's contacts, allowing him to breathe beneath the surface. The lake was dark and cold, full of Grindylows and other creatures that Harry dispatched with quick, efficient curses. He found the hostages suspended in the merpeople's village: Ron, Hermione, Fleur's sister, Cho Chang. 4 prisoners for 4 champions. Harry grabbed Ron and began swimming upward. But something made him pause. Fleur hadn't arrived. Her sister, a girl of perhaps 10 or 11, waited alone, unconscious and vulnerable. Hermione's voice echoed in his memory: the hostages aren't in real danger. Dumbledore wouldn't let anyone actually drown. But could he trust Dumbledore? Could he trust anyone? Harry looked at the young girl, at Ron, at the surface far above. He was running out of time. The smart play was to leave, to focus on his own hostage, to let the adults handle the complications. He grabbed Fleur's sister too. The swim to the surface was brutal, his muscles screaming, the gillyweed's effects fading with every stroke. But he made it, breaking through into cold air with both hostages in tow, dragging them to the platform where judges and spectators waited. Fleur was there, sobbing with relief as she embraced her sister. You saved her. You didn't have to, the rules didn't matter. Harry was breathing hard, his teeth chattering. She's a kid. I wasn't going to leave her. The judges awarded him full marks for moral fiber. Harry didn't care about the marks. He cared about the look in Fleur's eyes, gratitude, but also something else. Recognition. The acknowledgement that Harry Potter was not what she had expected. Another ally, perhaps. Or at least someone who owed him a debt. Spring brought escalation. The attack started small: accidents during training, near misses with cursed objects, the sense of being watched that never quite went away. Someone was probing Harry's defenses, testing his reactions, preparing for something larger. They're going to make their move during the third task, Harry told his inner circle: Sirius, Ron, Hermione, Draco, Griphook through the mirror. The maze. It's the perfect opportunity, controlled chaos, no witnesses, plenty of ways to make a death look accidental. Then we prepare for it, Sirius said. Backup plans, emergency port keys, ways to communicate if things go wrong. I've already arranged for Goblin observers to be stationed around the maze's perimeter, Griphook added. If someone tries to interfere, we'll know. What about Moody? Hermione asked. You said something's been off about him all year. More than off. Harry had been piecing together evidence for months, the inconsistencies in Moody's behavior, the way his magical eye sometimes tracked things that weren't there, the flask he constantly drank from. I think someone's impersonating him. Polyjuice potion. But the real Moody would be, held captive somewhere. Probably close by, so the imposter can keep harvesting hair for the potion. Harry's jaw tightened. I've been trying to find him, but whoever did this is careful. Do you know who the imposter is? Not yet. But I will before the third task. And when I do, we're going to have a very interesting conversation. The breakthrough came 3 days before the final task. Harry had been watching the imposter Moody for weeks, tracking his movements, noting when he needed to drink from his flask, mapping the locations he visited most frequently. The pattern pointed to one place, Moody's own office, where a large trunk sat in the corner, seemingly ordinary except for the powerful wards that surrounded it. 7 locks. 7 compartments. The 7th containing, if Harry's theory was correct, the real Alastor Moody. He waited until the imposter was at dinner, then slipped into the office using skills he developed during years of sneaking through the Dursleys' house. The wards on the trunk were formidable, but Harry had learned from goblins, and goblins were the masters of magical security. 20 minutes of careful work, and the 7th lock clicked open. Moody, the real Moody, lay at the bottom of the compartment, unconscious, thin, his magical eye socket empty and raw. He'd been kept alive but barely, dosed with potions to keep him compliant while his identity was stolen. Harry revived him with a quick spell. Who? Moody's voice was a croak. Potter? How? The imposter got careless. I've been onto him for months. Harry helped the old Auror sit up. Who is he? Who did this to you? Crouch. Moody's face twisted with fury. Barty Crouch Jr. Everyone thought he died in Azkaban, but his father, his own father, smuggled him out. Switched him with his dying mother. Kept him hidden for years. Crouch Jr. Harry's mind raced. The ministry official. His father has been acting strange all year, nervous, twitchy, under the Imperius curse. Junior's been controlling him, using him to get close to Hogwarts, to you. Moody grabbed Harry's arm with surprising strength. The tournament, Potter. It's a trap. He's planning to use the 3rd task to deliver you to the Dark Lord. I know. Harry helped Moody to his feet. But now the trap is going to spring on the wrong person. The night before the 3rd task, Harry called an emergency meeting. Sirius, Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, everyone gathered in the room of requirement, faces grim as Harry laid out what he'd discovered. The imposter. The trap. The plan to deliver Harry to Voldemort. Barty Crouch Jr., Dumbledore said, his voice heavy with regret. I should have seen it. Should have recognized the signs. You were distracted. We all were, that was the point. Harry pulled out a map of the maze, covered with annotations and calculations. The cup at the center is a port key. It's designed to take whoever touches it straight to Voldemort. Then we stop you from touching it, Sirius said. Easy enough. No. Harry's voice was calm. We let the plan proceed. Everyone stared at him. Harry, Hermione said carefully, Voldemort wants to use your blood to resurrect himself. If you go to him willingly, if I go to him, I'll have the advantage of surprise. He thinks I'm a scared kid walking into a trap. He doesn't know that I've been preparing for this fight for years. Harry met their eyes one by one. We've destroyed 3 Horcruxes. There might be 2 or 3 left, including the one in my scar. If I can confront Voldemort directly, I might be able to learn where the remaining Horcruxes are hidden. It's too risky, Sirius said flatly. You're 14 years old. Voldemort is a shade. A spirit possessing someone else's body. He's not at full power yet, that's why he needs the ritual. If I face him before he completes it, while he's still vulnerable, you might be able to destroy him permanently, Dumbledore finished. His expression was troubled but thoughtful. It's a bold strategy. Foolish, perhaps. But bold. I'm not asking for permission. Harry's voice hardened. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. You can help me prepare, or you can stay out of my way. But I'm going. A long silence. Then Sirius laughed, a harsh, painful sound. You're just like James. Bloody-minded, stubborn, and twice as reckless. He shook his head. Fine. If you're doing this, I'm coming with you. You can't. The portkey is keyed to the tournament champions. Then I'll follow another way. Apparition, broom, I don't care. You're not facing the Dark Lord alone. None of us are letting you face this alone, Hermione added. Ron nodded firmly beside her. Harry looked at his friends, his family, and felt something loosen in his chest. He'd spent so much of his life fighting alone, expecting to face the darkness by himself. But he wasn't alone anymore. He never had to be again. All right, he said. Then let's plan this properly. The third task began at dusk. The maze rose before them, hedges 20 feet high, rustling with magical creatures and deadly traps. Harry entered alongside the other champions, Cedric, Fleur, Victor, each of them disappearing into different openings, each of them racing toward the cup at the center. Harry didn't race. He moved carefully, methodically, disabling traps and avoiding creatures with the skills he'd honed over years of training. The imposter Crouch had been arrested that afternoon, the real Moody was in the hospital wing, and the portkey had been confirmed, but Harry had insisted the plan proceed unchanged. He needed to face Voldemort. Needed to look into those red eyes and show him that Harry Potter was not afraid. The center of the maze came into view, an open space, the cup gleaming on its pedestal, Cedric Diggory standing before it with his wand raised. Potter. Cedric's face was pale but determined. We should take it together. Share the victory. The cup is a portkey. Harry's voice was flat. It's designed to take whoever touches it to Voldemort. Cedric's eyes went wide. What? The tournament was a trap. The whole thing, from the beginning. Harry stepped closer. Go back, Cedric. Find the edge of the maze and get out. Tell Dumbledore what happened. I'm not leaving you two, you don't have a choice. Harry raised his wand. Stupefy. Cedric crumpled, unconscious. Harry caught him before he hit the ground, lowering him gently, then pointing his wand at the sky. Red sparks shot upward, the signal that a champion needed rescue. Help would come for Cedric. He would be safe. Harry turned to the cup, its golden surface gleaming with promise and threat. All right, Tom, he whispered. Let's finish this. He grabbed the cup. The world twisted. Harry landed hard on cold ground, the cup rolling away from his grasp, his wand already raised and searching for threats. He was in a graveyard, ancient stones, weathered monuments, the smell of damp earth and old death. A figure stood among the graves. Tall, gaunt, carrying something bundled in dark cloth. At last. The voice was weak, rasping, but Harry recognized it instantly. The blood of the enemy. We proceed. The figure, Wormtail, Harry realized, Peter Pettigrew somehow escaped from Azkaban, moved toward a massive cauldron that Harry hadn't noticed, its contents bubbling with an unnatural glow. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. A grave nearby, Tom Riddle, the headstone read, cracked open. A bone floated from the earth into the cauldron. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Pettigrew raised a knife, his face twisted with fear and devotion, and cut off his own hand. The severed flesh splashed into the potion. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. The knife came toward Harry, but Harry was already moving. Reducto. The curse caught Pettigrew in the shoulder, spinning him around, the knife flying from his grip. Harry scrambled to his feet, firing curses at the cauldron, at the bundle of cloth, at anything that might interrupt the ritual. But he was too slow. The bundle moved on its own, a twisted, barely human form that crawled toward the cauldron and fell inside. The potion erupted in a column of white light, and Lord Voldemort rose. He was tall and skeletal, with paper-white skin and red eyes that gleamed with malevolent triumph. His nose was flat, serpentine, his fingers long and spider-like. He wore robes of deepest black, and power radiated from him like heat from a furnace. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, his voice now strong and clear. The boy who lived. Come to meet your destiny. Come to end yours. Harry's wand was steady, his voice calm despite the terror clawing at his chest. You made a mistake, Tom. Coming back like this, when I'm ready for you. Ready? Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. You're a child. A schoolboy who's read too many adventure stories. What could you possibly do against me? Let's find out. Harry struck first. The curse was one he'd learned from the Black family library, dark, painful, designed to shatter bones and rupture organs. Voldemort deflected it with a lazy wave of his wand, his expression almost disappointed. Is that the best you can do? The great Harry Potter, reduced to schoolyard hexes? Harry didn't respond. He was already moving, circling, using the tombstones for cover as he unleashed a barrage of curses, each one probing Voldemort's defenses, testing his reactions, looking for weaknesses. Voldemort countered everything. His magic was vast, overwhelming, centuries of knowledge and power distilled into a single immortal form. He didn't even seem to be trying. You fight well, Voldemort admitted. Better than I expected. But you cannot win, Harry. The prophecy binds us, neither can live while the other survives. And I am immortal. No. You're not. Harry ducked behind a marble angel, breathing hard. I've destroyed 3 of your Horcruxes, Tom. The diary. The locket. And soon, the cup and the diadem. Your immortality is crumbling. For the first time, something flickered in Voldemort's red eyes. Surprise. And beneath it, fear. You lie. Check for yourself. Reach out to them, feel for their presence. Go ahead. I'll wait. Voldemort's expression twisted, his concentration turning inward. And in that moment of distraction, Harry struck. Not with a curse. With something far more personal. He reached for the Horcrux in his scar, the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had lived in him for 13 years, and pushed. The connection between them had always been there. The dreams, the visions, the strange moments of shared emotion. Harry had spent years learning to block it, to shield himself from Voldemort's influence. But shields could work both ways. He shoved his consciousness through the connection, into Voldemort's mind, and showed him everything. The cupboard. The beatings. The hunger and the cold and the endless loneliness. But also the survival. The determination. The building of alliances, the accumulation of power, the transformation from victim to victor. He showed Voldemort the love he'd found, Sirius's fierce devotion, Ron and Hermione's unwavering friendship, the network of people who believed in him and fought alongside him. And he showed him the truth, that Harry Potter was not afraid to die, because he had found things worth dying for. Voldemort recoiled. The connection shattered, both of them stumbling, gasping. But Harry recovered faster, He'd been expecting the backlash, had prepared for it. You feel that? Harry's voice was raw. That's what you don't have. That's the power you know not. Not love as a weapon, but love as a foundation. Something you destroyed in yourself so long ago you can't even remember what it felt like. Sentiment. Voldemort spat the word. Weakness. The one time you faced that weakness, you ended up as a wraith for 13 years. Your killing curse rebounded because my mother loved me enough to die. Your whole existence is defined by the thing you refuse to understand. Voldemort's face contorted with rage. He raised his wand, power gathering, a massive black dog burst from the shadows, teeth flashing for Voldemort's throat. Sirius. The Dark Lord blasted him aside, but the distraction was enough. Harry felt the anti-apparition wards around the graveyard, Voldemort's wards, and reached for the port key in his pocket, the emergency escape grip hook had prepared. This isn't over, Voldemort snarled. We will meet again, Harry Potter. And next time, there will be no escape. I'm counting on it. Harry grabbed the port key. Next time, you'll be mortal. And I'll be ready. He activated the port key, grabbing Sirius's collar as the dog transformed back to human form. The world twisted again, and they were gone. They landed on the Hogwarts grounds, gasping, bleeding, alive. Dumbledore was there in seconds, his face pale with fear that transformed into relief. Harry. Sirius. Thank God. He's back. Harry's voice was steady despite the shaking in his hands. Voldemort is back. The ritual worked. I saw. Dumbledore's expression was grim. The Ministry will deny it. Fudge will claim you're lying, that this is a bid for attention. The war is about to begin in earnest. Let it. Harry climbed to his feet, helping Sirius up beside him. We've been preparing for this. The Horcruxes, the alliances, the training, all of it was for this moment. You confronted him alone. That was reckless, Harry. Foolish. It was necessary. He needed to see what he's facing. Needed to understand that I'm not the scared child he expected. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. The war starts now. Are you with me, or are you still playing your own game? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The stars wheeled overhead, ancient and indifferent to the struggles of mortals below. I'm with you, Dumbledore said finally. No more secrets. No more manipulation. Partners, as we agreed. Good. Harry turned toward the castle, where lights were flickering on, where people were emerging to see what had happened. Then let's get to work. The summer that followed was unlike any before. The Ministry denied Voldemort's return, launching a propaganda campaign to discredit Harry and Dumbledore. Fudge, desperate to maintain his grip on power, appointed Dolores Umbridge as the new defense against the dark arts professor, a move designed to bring Hogwarts under Ministry control. But Harry had anticipated this. The Daily Prophet ran counter-stories, planted by journalists who owed favors to Serpent Holdings. The Quibbler published exclusive interviews that reached audiences the Prophet couldn't control. And across Wizarding Britain, people whispered about the boy who lived and the dark truth he was trying to share. The Horcrux hunt accelerated. The cup was retrieved from the Lestrange vault in a raid that cost Griphook 2 of his best operatives but succeeded beyond their wildest hopes. The diadem, Rowena Ravenclaw's lost treasure, was found hidden in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, destroyed with fiendfire before the school year began. That left only one. The snake, Dumbledore said, during one of their strategy sessions. Nagini. I believe Voldemort created her as his final Horcrux, after his resurrection. She's always with him, his familiar, his protector, his last anchor to immortality. So we need to get close to Voldemort to destroy her. Yes. And that will require a direct confrontation. A battle that will decide everything. Harry looked at the map spread before them, marked with Death Eater positions, ministry installations, safe houses, and battle lines. The war was coming to a head. Everything they'd built, everything they'd prepared for, would be tested in the months ahead. "Then we make sure we're ready," Harry said. "We finish Umbridge, expose Fudge, build the resistance. And when Voldemort makes his move, we'll be there waiting." Fifth year was a battle. Umbridge tried to take control of Hogwarts, but Harry had spent years learning to navigate hostile institutions. He built Dumbledore's army in secret, training students to defend themselves. He outmaneuvered Umbridge at every turn, using her own cruelty against her until even the Ministry couldn't ignore her abuses. When she was finally arrested, for use of blood quills on students, for conspiracy to murder, for a dozen other crimes Harry had carefully documented, the victory was sweet. But it was just the beginning. The Department of Mysteries. The Prophecy. Sirius nearly dying, saved only by Harry's quick thinking and Dumbledore's timely arrival. The Ministry finally forced to acknowledge Voldemort's return, Fudge driven from office in disgrace. And then, sixth year. The war in earnest. Death Eater attacks across Britain. The Order of the Phoenix operating openly. Draco's defection from his father's cause, joining Harry's coalition with a desperate hope that the right side might actually win. The Battle of the Astronomy Tower. Dumbledore's fall, not death, but a curse that left him weakened, dependent on potions to survive. Harry stepping up to lead the resistance, his allies rallying around him, the weight of a world settling onto 14-year-old shoulders that had been carrying impossible burdens for years. And finally, seventh year. The hunt for Nagini. The infiltration of Voldemort's stronghold. Ron and Hermione fighting alongside him, Sirius at his back, Draco providing inside information about Death Eater movements. The final confrontation. Voldemort stood in the ruins of Hogwarts, his Death Eaters scattered, his snake destroyed, his immortality stripped away piece by piece. "You should have stayed dead," Harry said, walking toward him through the rubble. His wand was raised, his face calm, his heart steady. "All those years ago, when my mother's sacrifice should have ended you. You should have stayed dead. I cannot be killed." But Voldemort's voice was uncertain now, the arrogance crumbling. The prophecy says neither of us can live while the other survives. It doesn't say anything about which one of us has to die." Harry stopped 10 feet from the Dark Lord. "But I know how it ends. I've always known." "Then you know you cannot defeat me. The Elder Wand belongs to me." Harry smiled, thin and cold. "Draco disarmed Dumbledore on the tower. I disarmed Draco 3 months ago." The wand's allegiance shifted. "Your greatest weapon answers to me." Voldemort's red eyes went wide. "It's over, Tom. It's been over since the moment you made me your Horcrux. The piece of your soul that lived in me died in that graveyard, burned away by the same love that saved me as a baby. You've been mortal since the night you came back. You just didn't know it." "No." Voldemort raised his wand, the killing curse forming on his lips, Expelliarmus. The spells collided. Red and green, death and disarmament, two souls bound by prophecy meeting in one final moment of truth. The Elder Wand flew from Voldemort's hand. The killing curse rebounded. And Lord Voldemort, the darkest wizard in a century, the murderer of Harry's parents, the architect of 2 wars, fell. The silence after was deafening. Harry stood over the body, feeling nothing. No triumph, no relief, no satisfaction. Just emptiness, and exhaustion, and a strange kind of peace. It was over. After 17 years, after the cupboard and the letters and the goblins and the politics and the battles and the deaths, it was finally over. "Harry." Hermione's voice, soft and tentative. He turned to find her there, and Ron, and Sirius, and all the people who had fought beside him. They were battered, bleeding, but alive. They were still here. "We won," Harry said. The words felt strange in his mouth, too simple for everything they represented. We actually won. Was there ever any doubt? Sirius's grin was shaky but genuine. You've been winning against impossible odds since you were 9 years old. This was just the latest in a long line. Harry looked at his godfather, this man who had lost so much, who had survived Azkaban and war and the constant threat of death, who had never stopped believing in him. He looked at Ron and Hermione, his first real friends, who had walked into danger beside him again and again, who had grown from children into warriors without losing the kindness that made them who they were. He looked at all of them, the survivors of the Battle of Hogwarts, the soldiers of a war they hadn't asked for but had chosen to fight anyway. It's not over, he said quietly. There's still so much work to do. Rebuilding. Healing. Making sure this never happens again. But that's tomorrow's problem, Hermione said. Today, we won. Today, we're alive. That's enough. Harry nodded slowly. She was right. For once, for the first time in as long as he could remember, tomorrow could wait. He turned away from Voldemort's body, from the battlefield and the death and the war. He walked toward his friends. Toward his family. Toward the future he'd spent his entire life fighting to build. Epilogue. 10 years later the office at the top of Gringotts was elegant, understated, and filled with the quiet hum of power. Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack, chairman of Serpent Holdings, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, looked up from his paperwork as the door opened. His face had matured, losing the last traces of boyhood softness, settling into the sharp-featured handsomeness that had defined his 20s. The minister is here, his assistant said. She says it's urgent. Send her in. Hermione Granger Weasley entered the office, her ministry robes crisp, her expression a mixture of exasperation and amusement. You're late for the memorial dedication, she said. Everyone's waiting. Let them wait. I was finishing the proposal for the Goblin rights legislation. Harry set down his quill. Griphook thinks we can get it through the Wizengamot by autumn. Of course he does. You've spent 10 years rebuilding the entire magical political system. A few more months won't matter. Harry stood, stretching muscles that had grown comfortable behind a desk. You say that like it's a bad thing. I say it like someone who's watched you work yourself to exhaustion for a decade. Hermione's expression softened. The war is over, Harry. Has been for 10 years. You're allowed to rest. I'll rest when the work is done. The work is never done. That's the point. She moved closer, putting a hand on his arm. Come to the dedication. See your friends. Remember why we fought. Harry looked out the window at the London skyline, a mix of magical and Muggle architecture, united now in ways that would have seemed impossible 20 years ago. The wizarding world had changed. Was still changing. And he had been at the center of it all, pushing, building, refusing to accept that impossible meant never. All right, he said. Let's go remember. The memorial stood in the center of Hogwarts' rebuilt grounds, a white marble monument to the fallen, their names carved in stone that would last for centuries. Harry walked among the crowd, shaking hands, accepting thanks, playing the role he'd grown into. But when he reached the section of the memorial dedicated to his parents, he paused. James Potter. Lily Potter. Died protecting their son. Harry touched the cold stone, feeling the weight of their sacrifice, the debt he had spent his life trying to repay. Hey. Sirius appeared beside him, older now, gray streaking his black hair, but still sharp-eyed and dangerous when he needed to be. You did it, you know, Sirius said quietly. Everything they would have wanted for you. Everything I would have wanted. You built a life, Harry. A good one. I had help. Everyone has help. The question is what you do with it. Sirius smiled, echoing words from long ago. You did good, pup. They'd be proud. Harry looked at his godfather, at the memorial, at the gathered crowd of friends and allies and people whose lives had been touched by the choices he'd made. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs, and the letter from Gringotts, and the first time he'd walked into the bank with nothing but desperation and a plan. He thought about all the impossible things he'd accomplished since then, and all the things that still remained to be done. "Thanks, Sirius," he said. "For everything. That's what family's for." Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. "Now come on. There's a feast in the Great Hall, and Ron's threatening to eat everything if we don't hurry." Harry laughed, a real laugh, free and easy in a way that had once seemed impossible. He turned away from the memorial, from the past, from the shadows that had shaped his life, and walked toward the future, surrounded by the people he loved. Chapter 6 End.